question. It's a tough one. Via Zoom, we're going to check in with Brad. Hey, Brad, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning to see you, Brad. And literally, we can now see you. All right, so here's the question. In the Karate Kid, what was the date of the All Valley Karate Tournament? Do you know?
December 19th.
He is correct. Yeah. December 19th. So hang on, dude. We got a really great prize for you. A Steven Singer Jewelers Moon and Back Diamond Necklace featuring a diamond-encrusted moon and a heart with a secret message of love. I love you to the moon and back. Now, you can order these now for free shipping to arrive in time for Mother's Day. Head to IHateStevenSinger.com to do that. So hang on, Brad. We'll take care of you, buddy. Thanks for checking in. Thanks for listening. And great answer there, by the way. At the box office this weekend, Sinners ruled again, taking the number one spot. It made $45 million. This movie's taken in, it's really got word of mouth.
Yeah, the fact that it has that kind of box office boffo-ness actually prompted Tom Cruise to actually, there was a picture of him. He had purchased tickets. He was going to see it in the theater, standing in front of the poster, because he's a big proponent of getting back into the theaters. Mm-hmm. And so he was celebrating their success.
In second place, the 20th anniversary re-release of Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. The Accountant 2 debuted in third place. Then you had a Minecraft movie falling to fourth, and closing out the top five, the horror film Until Dawn. We are going to leave with some music news, gang. Normally I save this stuff for later on in our music news segment, but the new group of inductees for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame has been announced. The news broke during last night's broadcast of American Idol, and it doesn't come without a little bit of controversy. The winner of the fan voting, Fish, did not make the cut.
Yeah, it's really bizarre, man.
Neither did popular choices like Mariah Carey or Billy Idol, but 13 new members were chosen. The 7 inductees that it's voters selected from the 2025 ballot on Sunday night, along with 6 more musicians or executives who were directly selected by the Hall Board for induction. But I'm going to lead with this one because the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class of 2025 includes Philadelphia's own Chubby Checker. Yep. So that is huge
we do that?
news. What's that?
Did we do that?
I think we did that.
Yeah, we did it.
I mean, because to be honest, he wasn't leading that fan.
No, he was not.
Thing, and he had been passed over a number of times, but they've made it official. So Chubby Checker is going to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I'll mention a few others, and I'll expand a little bit on that. But Cyndi Lauper, the White Stripes, Outkast, Bad Company, Soundgarden, and Joe Cocker are all going to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of
Nice
Fame.
roster, yeah.
2 more recording artists won inductions into the Hall despite not appearing on this year's ballot in a separate musical influence category, Salt and Peppa and Warren Zevon as well. 3 other musicians are getting in via the Musical Excellence Award. And as also selected by the board, producer Tom Bell, pianist Nicky Hopkins, and bassist Carol Kay, famous member of the Wrecking Crew. The 13th inductee was legendary recording executive and producer Lenny Waronker. The induction will take place at the Peacock Theater in Los Angeles on November 8th. So to expand just a little bit on Chubby Checker, he's 83 years old, by the way. He's been an outspoken advocate for his own induction. In 2001, he took out a full-page ad in Billboard saying, "I want my flowers when I'm alive. I can't smell them when I'm dead."
And you can't state it any clearer than that.
He protested his exclusion from the Rock Hall at the induction ceremony in 2002. He was nominated for induction for the first time this year. But he's not the only Philadelphia honoree. Tom Bell, who I mentioned, was a chief architect of what became known as the Sound of Philadelphia in the late 60s and 70s, along with his partners Kenny Gamble and Leon Huff. So he was part of the Gamble and Huff
very
sound.
cool.
He passed away in 2022, unfortunately. But his family obviously will be excited about that.
You know what's weird with Chubby Checker? I don't know many other songs of Chubby Checker. I mean, he has 2 foundational songs.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Chubby is that, he didn't write those songs.
Yeah.
So the argument that kept him out of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was that it was largely based on one song which he didn't write or record first. It was written and originally cut by a gentleman named Hank Ballard and the Midnighters, who had a top 30 hit with it in 1959. It became a sensation, though, when Chubby recorded. He first performed it at the Rainbow Club in Wildwood, New Jersey in 1960.
Isn't that wild?
And recorded it for Philly's Parkway Records, and then it gained exposure. And then I actually like the second song, Let's Twist Again. I like it a little bit better.
So do I.
But he had a few other hits. They were hits, but nothing stuck like those two did.
I never thought of that, like that they take that into consideration, that he didn't write it and it really was just a hit when he performed it. I mean, I kind of think, so what? He was the star behind it and what's made it popular, so I am glad that he's in.
Yeah.
But I never thought of that.
Well, the truth of the matter is that they sort of, the rules sort of bend depending on the artist, and that's what a lot of people have a problem with.
So a couple of other Philly connections as well. For many years, advocates for Warren Zevon had protested his absence from the Rock Hall. He passed away in 2003 from cancer. He went unnominated again this year, but he was honored in the Musical Influence Award, and he lived in Philadelphia for the time in the 1980s.
A good friend of the station.
We have that audio that Pierre plays from time to time of him performing Werewolves of Bryn Mawr, which is pretty awesome. I forgot where they were.
The main point.
The main point.
In
okay.
Bryn Mawr, yeah.
And then, so Cyndi Lauper, even though she's from Brooklyn, she's got some deep Philadelphia connections. Girls Just Want to Have Fun, that was written by the late Philly songwriter Robert Hazard.
Yeah.
Added lyrics by Cyndi Lauper. And, of course, Time After Time was penned by Rob Hyman of the Hooters. So she's got strong Philly ties on top of that. So the induction ceremonies, it's going to be really cool to see all that representation. And we're happy to announce Chubby Checker into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and he gets to see it and experience it. Which is
know what it's going to be. Warren Zevon often visited a local radio station.
yeah, of course. So
Wait, real quick. You said he lived in Philadelphia. I just want to tell you real quick. I saw Wanda Sykes yesterday.
Oh my God!
I know, and she was across the street from me, and I was like, I almost froze, and I was like, do I go over? And she had like a whole bunch of people with her, and she was telling them, like directing them where they were going to go, what they were going to do, and I was like, I can't like go over in the middle of that. But I was like, hi.
where were you?
In media.
Okay.
Right? Isn't that where she lives?
Yeah, that's where she lives.
Yeah.
Understand.
Do you know what you do at that time? Pretend you're talking into your sleep and say, Miss Sykes, you need to come with me right now.
Well, you know what? And when she passed right by me, she was standing next to me. I had no idea. She walked past me, went across the street. And when she got across the street, her friends were still standing near me, and she yelled across to them. And I was like, that voice. I knew it immediately. I'm like, it's her.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, speaking of other Philadelphia celebrities, Gigi Hadid celebrated her 30th birthday in a big way Friday night with her boyfriend, Bradley Cooper, right by her side.
Crap, did I miss that phone call?
You did. You must have. Case
Damn it,
there
yeah, I
at
did.
Saks Fifth Avenue in Manhattan a few days after her actual birthday on Wednesday. Photos snapped by TMZ showed Gigi and Bradley hand in hand, fully in party mode. Famous faces like her sister Bella and her mom Yolanda.
I know Yolanda.
I love that Bradley was wearing a Preston Seed Blood Drive shirt.
Wasn't it nice
It was
of him?
really cool.
Which one was it? Was it the Jaws one?
It was the Walking Dead one.
Okay.
Anne Hathaway and Will Arnett were spotted rolling up to the bash. Anne especially turned heads, people joking that she looked like she was straight out of The Devil Wears Prada. So they were in the area. They were having a good, or they weren't in the area, but they were having a little birthday party. Hailey Bieber celebrated a big moment at the 2025 Daily Front Row Fashion Los Angeles Awards, snagging the title of Beauty Innovator of the Year.
Oh, so I guess I have to hand it to her.
And her beauty brand, Rhode. Haley described her brand as a world that is open to everyone and anyone who identifies with it. And she wrapped her speech by acknowledging her hubby, Justin. And she said, and lastly, I want to thank my husband for supporting this dream of mine from the beginning and for always cheering me on. Even though Justin was not at the event, he showed love earlier in that day on his Instagram story. Now you're going to have to tell me what this means. He writes, honestly, if I was you, it would be hard not to be jealous of me and Haley going brazy, Brazzzyyyy.
Marissa's looking at a brazy. Yeah, I'm lost on that one.
Is it like bro crazy or
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know. Brazy.
I spent an inordinate amount of time with my wife on Saturday night discussing the relationship of Hailey Bieber and Justin Bieber.
I am so sorry to hear
in
that.
part because Me too. Thanks. I appreciate your concern. My wife and I are fans of Selena Gomez and Benny. And Selena used to date Justin Bieber. And so we were discussing how much better off Selena Gomez is with Benny Blanco. And then Andrea, my wife, was saying how much that she really likes Hailey Bieber and her fashion sense and finds her to be a really fascinating person, but she thinks that she's with the wrong guy. And that Selena, in the long run, won because Benny Blanco's just a better person, and poor Hailey is stuck with Justin. So I thought I'd bring you guys into that conversation because I needed to release it.
Yep.
This doesn't even make sense. I don't know, Marissa, if you found the same thing, but Brazy is sort of just crazy, but using a B, like doing something bold, dangerous, crazy, sick.
That's what
Just give me a thumbs up.
Marissa says.
Crazy.
So we needed a new word, right?
Yeah. It's the same. It means the same thing as crazy.
Stop it.
Okay.
Stop it.
So anyhow,
That's crazy.
there have been rumors that those two have been having some issues as of late. Sources say that Hailey has been in tears and is worried about Justin's bad behavior. One insider said she's genuinely scared something bad is going to happen to Justin, but emphasizes she's very loyal to him.
So I saw a video that's supposedly a close friend breaking down what's going on. They say none of this is true. He is going through some issues. But this video recounted, he's kind of a phenom, Justin Bieber. I mean, for all, there was a big bidding war on signing him years ago.
Yes.
And so, he's the real deal.
Had some, I thought a while back he had some kind of spiritual awakening.
He did.
He was on this path.
And that's over.
Okay.
That path is ended.
I guess so. All right, so Bill Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, interrupted his CBS Sunday Morning interview after the football coach was asked how they met. She said, "We are not talking about this."
You better not answer that, old man.
She sternly
I'll
told
kill you.
journalist Tony DeCoppel as she watched off camera. Yes?
Like, who do you call it? Ben Stiller?
Does
He's standing on camera.
And Happy Gilmore doing the cut your throat signal.
Sorry, bro.
DeCoppel explained in a voiceover that the couple did not feel comfortable commenting on their relationship and noted Hudson was a constant presence throughout the interview.
Like a carbuncle.
So she's just in it.
Yeah. And then if you see the pictures, she's literally sitting at a table right off camera, looking at him like, you old fart.
The broadcaster then asked Belichick how he deals with public scrutiny surrounding his romance with Hudson, who is 49 years his junior. Let's just say 50. Let's round that
Come
up.
on. And it probably
50 years younger than
that
him.
Since
point doesn't matter.
they probably rounded down, so we'll just round it right back up.
So he said, "I've never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is the best for me and what's right." He also vaguely responded to being featured in the former cheerleader's Instagram posts, including the photos of him holding her up in the air on the beach. He said, "Yeah, so I'm in on some of those social media platforms, but I honestly don't follow them." He was cut off from answering how he and Hudson met. They reportedly had their first encounter on a plane in 2021 before they started dating. So that was the one that caused her to jump in and say, "We're not doing this."
It's already out in the
She did?
public. Yeah.
How they met.
There
So-
should be audio of her literally. She pipes up while they're doing this, and apparently it happened a couple of times. But that story's already out there.
Yeah. Maybe she just didn't want the whole, a big portion of the interview to be about their relationship.
Or maybe that's not the story. Maybe that they didn't meet on a plane and then they met at a strip club or something salacious,
Or an adoption agency.
Wait, what we were watching before, was that video of the interview?
That was video of the interview, Kathy. That is
was
her.
him wearing that T-shirt that
with
has
the hole
holes in it?
Yep.
I mean, you have money. Put on a shirt and a jacket. Or
Have you not seen what he wears? This is what he
This
does.
is-
really?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that sweatshirt that he's wearing is actually distressed and
No, it's
and
not.
brand new. But Kath, his okay.
No, I'm just saying I can tell by where it is. Go ahead.
All right, but he regularly cuts the sleeves off of sweatshirts and kind of drapes them over.
That's
just
his
his
thing.
style. Yeah.
He's a bad boy.
Yeah, but she's also wearing a navy sweatshirt as well. Hers is just nicer. That's the only reason I think maybe.
I'm in the Navy too.
Well, hold on. I take that back. Maybe she's buying him the cool distressed sweatshirt.
Now you look like a hood.
Well, you look a mess. Actually, the distressed sweatshirt doesn't look like it's distressed.
Well, what better way to drive home his homeless look than to have a hole-filled Navy sweatshirt?
God.
Yeah, they're both wearing Navy sweatshirts. Could you do that again, Steve? I'm in the
I'm in the Navy too. But this is the best trim I've ever had. I just better play along.
In December 2024, source told Page Six that the former New England Patriots coach couldn't care less about the age difference.
Ice cream.
He said Jordan is an old soul.
Yeah, right. What? As an old soul, what is she? 40? 35?
Yeah, I don't know. So, all right. Well, anyhow. Did we have? We don't have the audio of that. That's okay. All right. Let me see what else I have here to mention. Oh, this was pretty weird. Marceau Baumgartner, a key suspect in the 2016 Kim Kardashian Paris robbery, died suddenly last month in Paris just before his trial.
Now, if one were to have a sort of Jack Ryan mindset, they might think that somebody was tying up loose ends, Preston.
Totally. His cause of death remains unknown. Baumgartner was accused of helping the gang that held Kardashian at gunpoint and stole $10 million in valuables. He had previously refused to name other people who were involved while he was interrogated, but it was believed that he might have cooperated at trial to reduce his sentence.
So if you're following the Netflix model, the mastermind behind all of this is more than likely Rob Kardashian.
Rob Kardashian?
Yeah.
The one in the shadows.
The one in the shadows who steps forward. You never gave me my socks. That's what you give me?
Kim is set to testify in May, with the trial expected to proceed without Baumgartner. She had already given an account to the judge earlier in the case, but
You're the Baumgartner.
Yeah. Let's see. This was good news to see. Selma Blair says that she's truly in remission.
I love that.
In her years-long battle with multiple sclerosis.
Oh, wow.
So I follow her on Instagram, and she's been looking active and good recently. So it's good to hear this.
Yeah. So she told People Magazine, "I'm doing amazingly well. I've been feeling great for about a year, but I am finally well enough to really, genuinely." And then she paused and said, "I always try and feel my best. But now that I actually have stamina and energy, and getting out and going out isn't so scary." And well enough that she has 3 movies ready to come out. Stay Forte, a drama about the Israel-Hamas war. A supernatural thriller called Silent, and a twin drama called They're There. So good on her, man.
I just was watching her on the Legally Blonde, the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's great.
I thought she was great in that movie. I agree.
I didn't know you could go into remission from MS.
I didn't either. I don't know. Now, they use that term remission in this. Maybe it just means that
Kind of stagnant for a little bit.
Or the symptoms have abated enough where there's a level of normalcy.
Yeah, not really sure, Nick, but I was thinking the same thing. Johan Griffith, which I did it. So he played Mr. Fantastic in the original Fantastic Four. And I always mess up his name because it's spelled Ioan. He's Welsh.
Yes.
Okay, so keep that in mind. His last name is spelled Gruffud, but I think it's pronounced Griffith, to be honest.
Dude, I'm going to give it to you because that name has always been a pain in the ass.
But he and Bianca Wallace are married. They announced the news on Instagram over the weekend in a joint post, with Wallace captioning her Mr. and Mrs. Griffith marriage. He said, "Marriage now, wedding later."
So his ex is kind of a, at least, I guess, legal papers say she's a little unhinged, right? She's been stalking him.
So he has had roles in Titanic, Black Hawk Down, Bad Boys Ride or Die, the Fantastic Four. She works more behind the scenes. She has IMDb credits, including script supervisor for Elvis. The couple have been together since late 2021.
You know, James Cameron was revealing that he was playing, actually, in the movie Titanic, Reed Richards, but they never showed that he could stretch.
Oh,
because it would have been inaccurate to the time.
Yeah, he didn't figure that out until later on. So let me see here. Jeremy Renner has shared that one tiny but monumental slip of the mind caused his snowplow accident, which he suffered, of course, multiple life-threatening and life-changing injuries. In an extract from his forthcoming memoir, he detailed how he was working with his nephew Alex to clear the snow from outside his Lake Tahoe home. And he had been driving in the cab of his large snowcat when he realized that his nephew was in danger of being crushed by the vehicle. And he writes, "Before exiting the driver's cab, apply parking brake," the manual says. "But I didn't engage the parking brake or disengage the steel tracks. In that moment, an innocent, critical, life-changing moment, that tiny but monumental slip of the mind would change the course of my life forever. My feet lost their grip on the moving tracks, and I never made it to the cab. I lurched violently forward, out of control. In that split second, I was catapulted off of the spinning metal tracks, arms flailing. I arced over the front of the tracks, propelled forward, down on the hard-packed ice where my head hit the ground hard and instantly gashed open. There came a terrible crunching sound as 14,000 pounds of galvanized steel machinery slowly, inexorably, monotonously ground over my body. It was a horrifying soundtrack. It goes on to detail the extent of his injuries, of course, including breaking more than 38 bones in his body and the life-saving care he received from the paramedics, first in hospital in nearby Reno and later at Cedars-Sinai Hospital in Los Angeles. So that's going to be a pretty compelling read when that comes out.
Yeah.
So pretty interesting. But yeah, it was the parking brake. That's what made all the difference right there. So this was an interesting thing that took place. Do or do not. There is no try. Yoda tells Luke in Star Wars Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back. Star Wars fans have been trying to understand for decades, why does Yoda talk like that? And George Lucas has finally given us the answer at the 16th TCM Classic Film Festival. Before the screening of the film to celebrate The Empire Strikes Back's 45th anniversary, he explained, here is the reason why Yoda speaks like that.
People don't listen that much, but if he has an accent or it's really hard to understand what he's saying, they focus on what he's saying. He was basically the philosopher of the movie. Right. So he was talking about all of the things, in long talking scenes and stuff where I had to figure out a way to get people to actually listen, especially 12-year-olds.
Yeah, he said if you speak regular English, people won't listen that much. And so therefore he wanted to change his way of speaking so that it would be more impactful.
What's this 12 years old nonsense? I was an adult man watching that thing. Yeah.
But obviously they wanted the kids.
Yeah.
And they certainly got them. All right. And then we'll do one more story. Casey, I had you in mind.
All right.
With this one. You can own the iconic bicycle that Pee Wee Herman insisted he wouldn't part with for all the money in the world.
I don't have the kind of cash, but how much are they asking?
One of the 14 bikes that were used while shooting Pee Wee's Big Adventure is now in the auction block. According to Van Eaton Galleries, this particular bike was used in several iconic moments in the movie, including Pee Wee's crash and flip, where he flops up and claims meant to do that. And it was also used in the scene where he swings across a lake on a vine while running from security guards on the Warner Brothers lot.
I was hoping that was it, yeah.
The bike has the bike has a small bronze plaque behind the seat that reads property of Pee Wee Herman. It's expected to sell for over $30,000, Casey, which means it'll probably go for more than that.
Yeah.
But it's not millions.
It's not millions. Yeah. I don't have $30,000 to blow on a bike either.
If you thought getting a swim spa was hard, try to run that one.
But honestly, this would be the crown jewel for me as far as movie memorabilia is concerned. Like, this would be the one.
I've told you guys the radio station I worked at in St. Louis, we had an exact replica of it at the radio station. And we had a hallway. It was like a building that had a circular hallway that went all the way through it.
That's perfect.
I rode that bike around that station all the time. It pissed people off.
Did it really?
Because they'd come around corners and I'd be like, it had the lion on it, everything.
What happened to it?
I don't know, man. But it was great. I loved that thing. All right. Well, we got some clips to play for you. Episode 2 of The Last of Us left viewers shocked and in awe with its ending. Don't want to give away any spoilers here. In this clip, Pedro Pascal describes the on-site shooting experience for the episode. Here we go.
It was crazy shooting on that mountain and in a real blizzard. It's also something that can inform you so much in the playing of it. When little is left to the imagination, it just really helps just be in the world.
New episode of Last of Us is out now on Max. Came out last night. Here's our next clip. Yes, Chef is a new cooking series making its way to the kitchen on NBC. And in this clip, Martha Stewart talks about the obstacles the contestants will face operating in a professional setting.
Well, the world of the kitchen is a very complicated place, and these 12 chefs are competing for a large prize, but are they able to get those culinary skills onto the table for us to taste, or are they going to mess up because they have some sort of problem getting along with other people?
I want to see you naked.
Yes, Chef premieres today at NBC on 10. You know what? I wonder if I wouldn't someday, when I move on and am looking for something to do, if working in a kitchen again might be kind of a fun job. I wouldn't ever call it a fun job when I was doing it as a teenager.
Right. What do you think has changed now? Your appreciation of just the culinary arts?
Just
or that you don't give a rat's ass?
Well, no, that I'm more methodical when I cook and more about keeping things in their places and cleaning and I might find that kind of satisfying. I don't know.
Listen,
then again, I might last a week and quit.
Yeah.
That's how it worked at McDonald's when I first started working.
This is going to be great.
I made 2 weeks and I was like, nah, I'm not doing this crap anymore.
And it is stressful in a kitchen.
Yes, it is.
You know, so like if you could find the right one, maybe you'd be all right. But I mean, I don't think you want to be being yelled at by the that front of house.
I know the right one. It's called Presbo's Place, and we can all be investors.
Presbo's.
Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
Presbo's Place. Serving up fine culinary treats.
Someday we'll realize it. All right, that is the entertainment report this morning. A couple of guests on the show this morning. Brooke Burns will be popping in the 9 o'clock hour. Our friend John DeRenzi is stopping in as well. And we have money to give away. It is the Preston and Steve 20 money keyword that you're looking for. First shot at winning a grand coming up at 8. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve. Preston and Steve.
Rochelle, my wife, watches shows that I don't watch. She watches like 90 Day Fiance and Love is Blind and things like this. So she started watching this show over the weekend on Netflix, and it's called The Circle. And apparently it's been out. It's had several seasons. It's the third season. And in the first season, there's a couple people. There's a dude from Conchi.
Oh, yeah.
That's on the show.
Really?
Yeah. A guy from Conchi and his mom. And
yes.
I ran into his mom a couple of times. I believe she's a realtor in...
she's a character.
In Conshohocken. Yes, and she was also a character when I saw her in person. But she listens to the show, and she was like... Yes.
And there's a gal from Delco on it.
What's the premise of the show?
She went to Cabrini. Okay, so it's... They put these people in this... I don't know, apartments or whatever. They give them a place to stay. Everybody's sequestered. They're on their own. You have no outside sources. You don't have a phone or anything like that, okay? And you communicate via text only. There's like a message board of sorts.
Okay, so you never see each other.
You never see each other. You have a picture of you, or you might be catfishing. You might be pretending to be someone else.
All right.
Now, listen, I don't watch this, so I've been told that this is how the show goes. So anyhow, they all communicate via text or sending messages back and forth to each other. I don't know what the nature of these conversations are or how they get started, but nonetheless, there's a voting system. The people that are considered, you get to vote for other people who you think is your favorite, I guess, or something like that. And whoever the top two that get the most votes are then able to vote people out. But they keep rotating. Like if they vote you out, then they bring new people in.
Hence the circle.
And the circle, and it keeps going. I don't know what the point of the show is. I don't know if there's a prize. All I know is that my wife and daughter are now on board, and I hear them laughing hysterically while they're watching the show, and they're talking about so-and-so and this person and that person and doing this and this, and they find it hilarious. But the dude from Conchi, his accent is so Delco.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh my God. It is. Yeah, it's definitely all over it. And the girl is also, who's from Delaware County. I just know sketches of information, but I thought it was pretty funny when the guy, I did see his indoctrination into the show, and he's like, yeah, from Conshohocken. I'm like, did he just say Conshohocken? Like, when do you ever hear the town of Conshohocken mentioned on a syndicated television show?
Isn't it hilarious, though, how giddy you get? Like, if in a show, listen, with all this going on in the world, if I see something I recognize, like our skyline in a movie,
I know, totally.
And it's just something that you can't help it. So when you hear a contestant, I don't care how bad the show is, and we're looking at the trailer for the show, and it looks pretty bad, But hey, it's cool.
I can't help but think, though, people who know nothing about this area who actually just hear the word Conshohocken and say, what in the hell is that?
Well, I told you I've bemoaned the fact for years that anytime someone is from Long Island, New York, which is where I spent most of my earlier formative years, they're a raving moron. And that's the way it's constantly the way it is. Yeah, this kind of guy. And so there's a lot more people on Long Island, but that's the impression you would get all the time.
Okay, so the guy's name is Ed. Somebody's texting in about him, and he was on The Challenge, I guess, which was on MTV.
It used to be the Road Rules versus Real World Challenge, and now it's just called The Challenge.
Oh, really?
So does this have a vibe like that, like an MTV Real World?
Not. I didn't get Real World from
you're
it,
not
but
watching it.
But it's definitely got that MTV sensibility. And they're really playing it up for the camera and everything. But all I know is Rochelle and Caroline are laughing their asses off while watching the show. So good for them. I'm glad they found the show.
Sure.
Now, there's another show on Netflix, and I've not seen this. Steve has, though, that has a tie to our area. And it's on Netflix, and it's The Worst Roommate Ever.
Yeah. Casey had mentioned it last week as well. You watched one of the episodes. I think this might have been the premiere. I watched that one as well with an older woman. So this is, as you would imagine, these are sociopaths who end up being, living in proximity to you or whatever. And then this story arose, Preston, that you're going to talk about.
Yeah, some dude who ended up... the people ended up dead in this particular story.
That's kind of an underlying theme to all of these, Preston.
Yeah, the first two episodes I watched, and people were dead.
So this was in Montco. So in 2017, it's the saga of a serial squatter, and it ended in 2 shocking deaths in Montgomery County. The story is available for streaming on the Netflix series, and it's based on New York Magazine's viral 2018 article, The Worst Roommate Ever. The series of the same title tells the story of Jameson Bachman, or as his Chestnut Hill roommate Alex Miller came to know him as Jed Creek. So his name is Jameson Bachman, but he went by Jed Creek, a name that he had used to respond to a fateful Craigslist ad that Miller had posted seeking a roommate. And that exchange would serve as the beginning of an increasingly nightmarish string of events. So you can watch this episode, but I'm gonna reveal what happened here if you don't mind.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, so as Jed Bachman contacted Miller about the room, saying that he was a lawyer from New York who had grown up outside of Philly and that he needed a place to stay in the area to deal with some family issues. And after meeting up, the two became roommates. Bachman wrote a check for Miller immediately and then moved in the same evening. And it started to get weird almost immediately, according to this article. Bachman showed up with 6 plastic bins, which contained all of his worldly possessions, as well as a cat, which Miller was allergic to and unaware that Bachman had. Bachman removed light bulbs from shared living spaces, took kitchen chairs to build a desk in his room, moved Miller's personal items around, and then refused to pay his portion of the utility bills. And after finding a cigarette butt in the toilet bowl, Bachman refused to pay the next month's rent, insinuating that Miller had broken the, quote, warranty of habitability. There you go. Yeah. A warranty of habitability and covenant of quiet enjoyment. That's what he called these. He said, according to Miller, he said, we agreed that he would share the cost of paying the bills. And he said later, Jed would laugh at me when I asked him to pay the bills.
It's not a good sign.
And he said when he laughed at me, it was sinister. It was demeaning. It was patronizing, like I was stupid. Miller's mother ran a search on Bachman's phone number, revealing that he wasn't Jed Creek at all. Instead, they found out that his true identity was Bachman and that he was a serial squatter who had terrorized roommates up and down the East Coast.
When you're locked into an effing nightmare like that, it just seems like there's no way out.
Bachman, Miller found out, knew just enough about tenancy laws to take advantage of roommates by not paying rent, refusing to leave, and eventually forcing them to move out of their own houses. Primarily, he'd accomplished that through weird domestic torture, like clogging toilets with cat litter. But at least one former roommate, a woman named Arlene Herbiden, had physical altercations with Bachman that resulted in restraining orders. Bachman even took 2 of her cats to area kill shelters after taking over her apartment.
Oh, my God.
Another former roommate, someone named Sonia Acevedo, found that he regularly behaved violently. Acevedo came to block herself in her own room with a chair, worried that he might snap at any time, and booby-trapped the door when she wasn't home to see if he was entering her space. By the way, Bachman was from Elkins Park. He graduated from Cheltenham High School in 1974.
Yay.
Friends interviewed in the series described him as smart, charming, and good-looking, and said most people thought that he had a bright future despite a tumultuous family background. He attended Tulane University in New Orleans, but it was there that one friend, identified as Bob F., says Bachman witnessed a brutal murder and that changed him forever. So a guy named Ken Gutzit, a friend of Bachman's, was murdered at a frat house following an argument at the school's library. Gutzit bled to death from a slashed neck. And after witnessing that, Bob F. says that that changed Bachman's outlook from upbeat and positive to very dark and very paranoid.
This is the nightmare, I think, of, and I know people who do it will enter into living situations, with basic strangers, with a very little bit of vetting.
Right.
And I think, like, in this series kind of focuses in on a number of these situations that go horribly wrong.
I had to live with somebody for a couple months that I didn't know.
Right.
I'll tell you about that in a second. I'm going to get you a little bit more on this. And if you have a roommate that went nutty on you story, feel free to give us a call, 215-263-WMMR. So after learning Bachman's true identity, Miller threw a lengthy party at her home with drinking, smoking, and rap music, 3 of Bachman's apparent pet peeves, as a way to get him to want to leave. Well, that escalated into assault. Bachman choked Miller, slamming her leg in a door, slashing at her with a knife. He was arrested, and Miller filed for protection from abuse order that included Bachman's eviction. Bachman's brother, Harry, ended up bailing him out of jail twice, which ultimately would result in both of their deaths. So in November 2017, and I don't remember seeing this story, but Bachman killed Harry in his brother's Elkins Park home. Killed his own brother. In his home.
Yes.
With the district attorney's office saying that Harry suffered blunt force trauma to the head and body. After the murder, Bachman fled in his brother's car and used his credit card to check into a hotel in Upper Moreland Township. And there, a SWAT team served an arrest warrant on Bachman, but not without a struggle. As the series points out, Bachman swung a camp-style axe at officers.
I do remember this.
Striking one in the face and another one in the arm before being taken to custody. However, he would never go to trial for Harry's murder. He hanged himself in his cell at Montgomery County Correctional Facility.
So he ends up killing his own brother.
60 years old.
He's got his list of things. He tortures his roommates. Kitty litter in the, to back up the toilet.
Yeah. And he was doing that regularly.
Yeah,
He would live with people and drive them crazy.
And then chase them out.
And what are you getting out of that?
That's the question. Is it because you just feel this need to exert control over people? Is that it? Is that the big thing?
I don't know. But you talked about people not knowing each other, having to cohabitate, and it happens regularly.
They do it all the time. Yeah,
it happens at college. You get a dorm roommate, and you don't know who they are. I had when I first started getting into radio, I entered into this internship program that was kind of a move away and live there type of thing. And the guy who owned the radio station owned an apartment complex, so he would put you together with the other intern that was being a part of this program.
Right.
And so I lived with this other dude for a couple of months, and after, it was fine. The first few weeks are always fine, right?
Yeah.
And then after a while, he started getting a little weird. Nothing, I don't have any really good stories for you, but I just know that after a while, I was like, yeah, this is why you don't just...
MMR.
All right, thanks, Kat. So 40-ish minutes away from your first shot of winning $1,000 with the Preston and Steve 20 Money keyword. Just heads up on that. That is on the way. So the NFL draft is something that's not really on my radar. But some of the stories that come from the things that happen occasionally do squeak into my world. And, of course, the one that's making the rounds right now, the big story is this prank call. And it was Deion Sanders' kid. Case, what's his name again?
Shador Sanders.
Okay, so I don't know all the big players or potential, stars down the road, so I'm not familiar with this guy. But I did see the story that he got a prank call on draft day, essentially saying that the Saints were going to be picking him any moment now.
Yeah.
The Falcons?
Yeah, I thought it was the Falcons.
No, he was posing as somebody from the Saints.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay,
but the kid is he is a son of a staff member for the Falcons,
That's what it is.
an assistant coordinator.
Yeah,
and busted. Like full on. I didn't read the details on exactly how they narrowed down it was him, but he has apologized, and his apology has been accepted and everything. But
Well, where did they get the video of him, of the kid?
They had to be they had to be recording him as
that
part of
got
the
out.
prank, right? And
Yeah.
that's what got out. Or he may have turned it over once they were able to isolate it. But the kid had lifted the information off his dad's iPad.
Yeah.
His dad, who's a professional in the NFL.
Can you friggin' imagine that?
I mean, you would kill your child.
I mean, listen, these prank calls have happened before. I'm fairly certain that Cooper DeJean last year was prank called.
Well, we just found out that a bunch of them took place this round.
Yeah. So the fact that this happened isn't like crazy. Like, oh, this has happened, but it's getting big press because it's
Deion.
It's Deion Sanders, Shedeur Sanders, who people were projecting to go as early as the third pick in the draft, and he didn't go into the fifth round or whatever. So
was that the joke?
I guess so. I guess
you gotta wait longer.
People thought, and I think he thought he was going to go in the first round. So he didn't even go in the first day. He didn't go in the second day. It was the third day. So it was just more of like an insult to injury.
Well, let me ask you.
Yeah.
So what is the assessment of it? Just because genetically he's got good bones and good blood, as they say.
He's got good PR.
Yeah.
He's not that great.
So I heard a number of people say that he is not, like it's like a LeBron situation with his son.
Kind of, maybe.
Okay.
And listen, who's to know? Like, whoever went first in the draft, this Cam Ward, he might end up turning out to be not that great of a quarterback.
Right.
It's all a crapshoot, But it's the fact that this guy found the phone number on his dad's iPad. Like, there's a whole lot about this thing that just stinks.
You're going to be skinned alive. I couldn't imagine if I did something to F up my dad's business years ago. One thing, though, and we were talking about this, Preston, is to pull off prank calls of this nature, you have to be in a scenario where there's somebody anticipating a call these days.
Yes.
I mean, we have had an active landline without a phone attached to it for a while, just because that's what we have. And we got to do this, but now everything, I'm going to get rid of it because everything is conducted vis-a-vis the cell phone, which has pretty comprehensive built-in caller ID.
Yeah.
So the likelihood of pulling off, because it used to be state of the art years ago.
Doing
landlines,
yes,
would allow prank calls.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, God,
it was.
We did it all the time.
It was a weekend activity.
It was, and it was stupid stuff. I mean, we'd call the bowling alley and ask if they had 16-pound balls, and they'd say yes, and you go, well, how the hell do you walk? And, it was stupid stuff like that.
Right.
I never really tried to pull anything that would freak anybody out.
No.
I was not creative when it came to prank calls.
Me neither, but when we got bootleg copies, cassette copies of the Jerky Boys, and I remember listening to the Jerky Boys over and over and over again and being completely inspired by their genius. As low-brow as it was genius. And Steve, so we'd listen to Jerky Boys and basically mimic them. We do their bits and calling around.
You call out?
Yeah, but you could do it from a payphone if you were paranoid about getting caught, or you could just do it from your parents' house and hope that they wouldn't have any form of early caller ID.
Now those are good prank calls.
Yeah, they're brilliant.
Those are good ones. Crank Anchors did good ones. I mean, obviously you're dealing with people who are comedically, sharp.
Adroit at it. Will you ever conflict? Because I always felt bad, but yet I would laugh. Like, in other words, it's one of those things like I hate to laugh, but I'm going to laugh because it's funny. You can't help it.
As long as it was, as long as no harm is being done.
Right.
Like, so here you've got a guy who's waiting to hear life-changing news or life, path news.
Right. Yeah.
And they're pulling one over him. No real harm done, but still, this is an important night for this person and a little bit different than the average crank phone call, which would be somebody working at a restaurant who's just taking orders and you're, goofing on that.
So one of the classic ones goes back to what is considered sort of the flashpoint for a lot of this stuff. A series of calls to what was called the Tube Bar, and a guy named Red, a bartender. The Simpsons, they play with it all the time.
Oh, and Mo?
Yes.
Yeah.
And in fact, they literally parody lines from that. There were a series of them.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So if you ever listen to the original, everyone was inspired by Red and the Tube Bar. and it's classic.
Well, the difference here is that this was mean-spirited. You're
It
calling
was.
a bowling alley asking for 16-pound balls. You know, whatever. Annoying on their part, funny on your part. But this was mean-spirited, and that's the problem.
Mean-spirited from people who don't, this little a-hole comes from a place of privilege. He should know better. He should know better. His father's been in the NFL for a number of years. He should know how important this is to people.
He's going to know better
He's
now.
going to know.
He knows now.
He's going to know
You can
now.
apologize all you want, but it's not a real apology. You're only apologizing because you got caught. You know what I mean? You're not apologizing because you actually feel bad.
Well, he's sitting there with his douchey friends, and they're laughing, and they obviously recorded it. They thought enough of it.
Not only did he get caught, he released the video.
Yeah.
He released his side of the video. And that's
After
why...
he got caught?
Yeah. No,
No,
He
before,
released it,
apparently.
and that's how... He, thought it was funny.
Oh, like almost, hey, here, it was actually a prank. It was me.
Look what I got away with.
Yeah, how did you get that contact information?
Now, the best prank calls are ones that have some creativity. A little more creativity.
A little bit more involved. When I agree when you're calling up a business, though, and you're stopping them from getting calls from like a takeout place and so on and so forth. I mean, can you? The spam filter's pretty good on a standard phone now.
I think when I was in grade school, I might have been in 8th grade, and we were off from school one day, and my friends who were in 7th grade were prank calling people. I'm fairly certain they weren't like threatening calls or anything like that, but they had the cops show up at their house for prank calling people. And I guess maybe they weren't. What would you have to do? *67 so they couldn't trace your number?
To block your call? Yeah. These were the old things that you would do.
Yes.
With landlines. There was a whole series of them. Every kid knew them.
*69 was to tell who called, who just called.
Well, to call them back, right?
Yep.
You get the number?
And *67 was a block, I think.
You can still *67.
You can, but you can't. All right, so can you not *69 somebody if they pre-*67'd you?
I don't know. Should we try it?
We could. Marissa, real quick.
So genuine. Everybody back here, our intern staff, is like laughing hysterically at your 16-pound joke because they've never heard any of
Oh,
this
you guys
stuff.
didn't know that? You thought that was actually funny.
They
Oh, my
loved
God.
it.
Well, that's like-
They loved it.
Hey, Sam, is your refrigerator running?
You better go catch
You got to
it.
go catch it.
He's laughing.
That was the other
Excuse me, do
stupid
you
one.
serve frog legs?
Yeah. How do you walk? Or do you have frog legs?
Do you have Prince Albert in a can? Let him out.
Yeah, those were the standard ones. Should we try the *60? Kathy, I'm
Yeah.
going to call you.
Okay.
I'll start.
But you have to know my number.
I have your number.
Right, I'm saying,
610.
but you'll have to type it in because you have to type the *67 first.
All right, I got to find your contact now.
right.
See how many steps there are now?
I'll get her contact for you. That way you
Yeah,
can
you-
just do it from.
Read it off Casey's phone.
Yeah, please. So it's 2-1. No, okay. Yeah, hang on.
All right.
I actually have it here, Case. Yeah, sorry, but thank you. All right, so I'm going to *67 you. Okay. And this goes in line with all the other stupid things like, God, there were phone calls. There were numbers of pre-recorded stuff we used to call all the time just for fun.
All the time. All the time. And sometimes if a business had a particularly terrible, answering machine with the jingle and so on and so forth, they were great.
All right, Kathy, I am calling you now.
Okay.
And I *67 right before when the call's going through.
No caller ID.
Okay, so I'm going to hang up.
All right.
And now you have to hit *67, but how would you?
*69.
Or *69.
Well, no number will show up to *69.
Right.
Well, I would just hit *69 and call it. All right, let's see what happens.
Then that would call me?
Oh, no, let's see. No.
Your call cannot be completed.
Yeah, so you've successfully blocked.
Yeah,
So it still works.
Yeah.
All right, but
I think *69 was before caller ID. We didn't need.
Yeah.
Like we know who's calling now. Either you know or you don't, and it's blocked, and it's your choice to answer. Or
yeah,
not.
you had nothing to indicate where this number was coming from. It was just a phone. You pick it up. It didn't have a screen on it or anything like that, and so therefore you would hit *69, would call that number right
Well,
back.
and if they didn't leave a message on your voicemail, then that was sort of your way of figuring out who called you.
If you get a phone call from a number you don't recognize, how often do you answer it?
Virtually
Never.
never.
Never, yeah.
Virtually. And
never.
Nick, it's only if I've called a business and I'm expecting a call back.
Or just expecting a call in
Just
general.
expecting a call in
Yeah.
general, but virtually never. And I have to say, the vast portion of the times where it's coming in, they will be tagged as potential spam.
Yeah, I get that a lot too, Steve. I guess most of us do. Occasionally, I'm curious, and so my curiosity will get the better of me. But it maybe 10% of the time now, it tops.
Do you know what the telling thing is? If you pick up the phone and you hear whoop,
or like a pause.
Or just a pause.
right?
Yeah.
But the whoop means it's going to a call center. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Thanks. See ya. Click.
No, if I hear Kath, if I go hello and it goes 1,
Yeah.
2, I'm like, no, screw you. I'm out.
I'm not even telling you my PIN number is 4833.
Now, I had a lady, Preston, she wanted me to identify myself. And I was like, who are you? She's like, who are you? I go, you called me. Who are you?
Yeah.
And she's like, I need to know who you are. She's like, this is a businessman. I'm like,
No.
I'm like,
If
that's
you-
not how this works, you dumb
if you're
bitch.
calling me,
You dumb bitch.
you already need to know who I am.
I was in a doctor's office once, and he said, "Excuse me, I'm so sorry." His mother was sick. He said, "I'm so sorry, I have to take this phone call." And he answered, and it was about his mother, but they were asking him for all this information, and he said, "You called me. You tell me the information you're
Right.
looking
Yeah.
for." And they said, "Well, we have to verify who you are in order to talk to you." He said, "It's me. You called me. You called me.
My number alone should be enough proof that you've gotten the right person.
Yeah, and he
Yeah,
said-
by the way, hell of a doctor that his own mother is sick and he didn't take it.
Well, he said, he goes, "I'm a doctor also. I'm with a patient. I got to go."
Yeah.
Casey, what was the system that you used to call Preston that one time with that prank phone call where
I don't remember.
Yes.
it was a car related
Car
thing.
accident. I saw you hit my car.
Yeah.
I got you
Whatever.
too.
Yeah. What does he say?
He go, yo.
Yo.
Yeah, stop flapping your
your
gums
yapping.
and stop your yapping and listen.
That sounds like a real hood thing to say.
And it's probably at least a decade ago, right?
Yeah. I
Okay.
wonder if you still have that or not.
You did two of them, right?
I think I have the Nick one here.
Yeah.
I remember I tried my brother on it, and he just texted me back, and he goes, "I'm listening to your show."
But I remember that one because the guy's like, yo, you hit my car and you left and you left your number. And I was like, dude, why would I leave my number if I intended to do a hit and run?
Right.
I mean, it makes no sense
And
at
not
all.
acknowledge it during this phone call.
Yeah.
So this is the same thing, but this is the Nick one,
Okay.
I believe.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, hey.
What happened?
So you the one who hit my car?
What?
Well, you left your phone number on my windshield.
What are you talking about?
Listen, B, you scratched my fender and busted out my taillight.
B? Listen, B?
That's my nickname, Preston.
Okay, B. Sorry, please.
No, I didn't.
B for Nick.
Yes, you did. Got nothing to say, huh?
Nah, sorry.
Who's your insurance company, B? Y'all, don't lie to me.
Allstate?
Then why'd you leave a damn note?
First of all,
Allstate.
not Allstate. Total lie.
I don't know. Who is it?
Yo, stop yapping and listen.
Think quick. State Farm.
Hello?
Hello.
Got nothing to say, huh?
Same thing.
Yeah.
Same one.
I think that's
Hello?
Okay.
I'm losing my patience.
I guess you just sat there, Nick.
Man, what's wrong with you? I got your note right here in my own hands.
There's one more. Hang on.
You've just been pranked by prankdial.com.
And then that's what they were doing.
Okay, yeah.
I didn't last to the end.
I think, because he repeats himself at some point, like if you don't respond or whatever, I think maybe I just sat there waiting for something to sound. But when you get a phone call like that and you answer it, it did sound legit.
Hello.
Hello.
But now with the AI, being able, if they sample your voice, if they have enough of it, they might be able to recreate your voice. and
That's
all that
exactly
stuff.
what
So-
they're doing. You can get a pretty good representation of someone's voice, certainly enough to confuse. And it's happened. We've talked about it time and time again of people paying ransom money or taking money out of the bank to take care of a bill that someone has where they're in trouble.
I do like the reverse pranks that happen now. There's a woman that I follow on Instagram. I was showing Casey this the other day, and she's a voice actress. She's a really pretty gal, and she puts out these videos of, because the scam calls, they'll come all the time. So she films herself pretending to be an old lady. She'll be like, what? I got to say that one more time. And she talks like that, and she just drags it out.
Right.
Drags it out, or she'll just constantly interrupt them. And she also does a spot-on Siri voice as well, and she'll intersperse that. So, like, the old person will be like, well, I'm going to ask Siri right now, and she'll play along with it. It's great. I love them just making those people's day a little bit more difficult.
She's smart for doing the older voice because that's who they're,
Yeah,
they're
so they're
dating
going
upon.
after.
Yeah, they're going after the older people. Yeah, it's to your point about when if you don't recognize the number, don't engage in a conversation because they are looking for voice samples to use.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd shut them down right away. I just hang up. I don't even anything that I hear that might be either suspicious or something that I'm just not interested in anymore. It makes me feel rude on this end.
Yeah.
But it's like it's kind of a safety net to just shut up and hang up.
Buddy, you're pissing me off. Here's my address. I want you to meet me or at my bank. I'll give you the bank address.
I got a call not that long ago, a couple of months ago, and it was an actual person. It was a woman, and she worked for a roofing company, and they were just doing checks on homes that had reached whatever age for their roof. And so I listened to her. I just said I never answer calls. I was waiting for a phone call, and I knew it was coming from a number I didn't have stored in my phone, thought it was them, and that's why I had answered. And she was going on, and she was really nice. And she said, we can do a complimentary check. Have you had any problems with your roof? And, would you like it checked? And I was like, all right. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. You can come out and check it. So she started asking me questions. And one of her questions, I'm not kidding you, will you be the only one in the home that day?
Whoa. Okay.
I was like, click. And she called me back about 10 times. I had to block the number.
Wow. And are you sexually adventurous?
Yeah, seriously. Are you going to be the only one home that day? I was like,
how do you respond to any sort of sleeping medication?
What time do you normally shower?
Can you tolerate Benadryl?
Which bathroom is the one with the shower?
How close is your house to a major thoroughfare if one needed to leave quickly?
Wow.
That's unbelievable.
It was unbelievable. And they called me back, I'm not kidding you, 10 times in a row. Call after call after call. And I had to block their number.
Hello.
Yeah, well, you called about my roof.
All right, we're going to go to a Zoomer checking in. We have Steve, who's got a friend who did this a prank call and wants to tell us about it. Yo, Steve, morning, buddy.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, sir. What's up?
So in college, it was the height of the Jerky Boys, and I had this friend, Brian, who called a veterinarian and said that his fish got cut and the Band-Aid wouldn't stick to the fish. And he also called a Chinese food restaurant called Winhua and connected it to Wawa. And they were arguing about who called who.
I've heard those where they will have two takeout places calling each other, and you feel bad because they're trying to run their businesses, but many times it's very funny.
Agreed.
Did your friend record these, Steve?
No. Just a bunch of us all standing around laughing and giggling like little girls in a sorority.
Yeah, right. It's what you did.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it, bud.
Well, speaking of little girls in a sorority, that just reminded me of something I did to my roommate. We had to stay in one Friday night. I actually was just with her over the weekend, and we talked about it, and we were so angry. We were, we liked to go out on the weekends, and we had to stay in on a Friday night because both of us took this class that we were told was an easy A. It was not an easy A, and we had D's, and that was unheard of. We both did really well in school, so we needed to ace the final to get our grade up. So we stayed in, and it just was the worst studying. It was information we didn't care about, and just was not interesting. And so I called the professor. She had put her phone number on the syllabus and said, if anytime you need anything, you call me at home. She was very sweet.
Yeah.
And so I called her, and then I yelled. I was in my room studying. My friend Stacy was in her room studying. I just said, Stace, phone, because that's how there were no cell phones at the time. So I would just yell, and she'd pick up the phone. And I timed it out beautifully. She picked up the phone and went, hello. And then the professor went, hello. And so now they're on the phone with each other. And she's going, what can I help you with? And Stacey was like, oh, well, what do you need? You called me. And she goes, no, you called me. Stacey was like, no, I didn't. And it just went back and forth.
Setting her up.
Yeah, she was like, I'm so sorry. There's been some sort of mistake.
I love it. I think of that scene in Mean Girls where they are, they're talking about each other, but a couple of them have gotten the other girls on a party line. You know, they've clicked them in as well. And those are kind of the things you could play more often. Now it's a lot more difficult or even impossible. I mean, you remember party lines, Preston, right?
I never really understood why those existed in the first place. But a friend of mine who, and I was a kid, at his house, their phone line was on a party line. And from time to time, you would pick up the phone and you would hear people in there already talking.
Really?
Yeah. And it'd be like, and they could hear when you jumped in there. I guess there was a tone or something.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, who's on?
Who's on? Yeah.
And why was that? Why were there party lines? Was it just the way...
Like neighborhood collectives could be on any... It was like almost like the landline version of Nextel.
But I guess you don't... I guess that's all that was available in that area?
Yeah,
or
maybe.
Was it only people in that area, or were you connected with people all over the
It
country?
tended to be local.
It had an area, a geographical area that it was common to. So I never understood why...
I don't remember this.
Yeah, it was only one friend of mine had that. It was really strange. But I never understood what the point of party line. Maybe it was cheaper.
Yeah.
You know, I don't really know.
Swingers.
Maybe that.
Yeah, there you go.
Think about that.
This is so dumb, but when we were in college, we had a college phone book, and there weren't that many students at our sinus, but there were a couple of different times where we just called people who had 5 vowels in their last name, and we would be like, "Hey, is this Kathy?" And they, yeah. 5 vowels, and then we would hang up.
What?
Yeah.
What?
They don't know what the hell we were talking about.
It makes no sense whatsoever.
No.
But you guys found that hilarious.
Yeah, there'd be like 10 of us. 5 vowels, and then hang up.
That's great.
That is so dumb. That's
so
hilarious.
Dumb. Yeah. You know, it was like bong hit session. So it was like, what do you want to do?
Let me ask you: if the person's holding the phone, and then so the other people in the room can't hear it.
No.
Would they go like go ready?
It would be like this. Hey, is this Preston?
Yeah.
Preston, and then you would go 5 vowels,
and then hang
everybody
up.
knew the assignment.
And then just hang up.
Yeah.
That's it. You just hang up.
Genius.
Yeah.
And you were just calling people on the campus.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
God. We would look up phone numbers randomly. There was a thing, kids, back in the day. It was a book filled with phone numbers. It was called a phone book.
Yeah, oh, yes.
And we would go through and try to find funny names and maybe call people and riff on that a little bit.
Sitting and looking through the phone book periodically just to see, like,
sometimes.
And then the yellow pages, businesses with ads and everything you'd flick through, and it was like, okay, you take it to the bathroom, look through the yellow pages.
I saw an Instagram video the other day. It was a person our age asking their kids what certain things were, and they to describe what they think they were, and they said the white pages.
Yes.
I forgot what they tried to describe it as, some sort of, legal document or something like that.
Or they always, when this question is posed, or they query the kids as to what it is, they assume it's a book about phones.
Oh, phone book?
Yeah.
About phones. Yeah. This is, I guess, prank calls are kind of still a thing, maybe. I don't know.
If they're expecting a call, apparently, because that's what's happening here, and apparently it happens more than we're aware of.
Yeah, because you'd have to try for a long time, I would imagine, before you could actually get through to someone.
Yeah.
Because most people just
ignore them.
Aren't answering the phone if they don't recognize the number.
You click it to voicemail if you don't recognize it. You know?
Yeah.
And then it'll do sort of an analysis of what the message is. Now it happens where the AI will kick in and do a sort of a summary of what was on the message. Which is pretty cool.
Right.
Yeah.
Pretty soon somebody else will just answer the phone for you.
Yeah.
I would think so. All right. Well, anyhow, interesting conversation. It's it's kind of in the news right now. We do need to take a break because we got money to give away, and we got stories to share, and we got people to talk to. So we will come back in a moment, and we will get to 20 money in less than 20 minutes. And it's your chance to win $1,000. First stop, we'll do it 5 times today. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us. With people and start living together, because after a while, you're going to find out something about them. If you know somebody for a series of months, at least you got a pretty good idea at who they are and what their quirks are. And it's not so unexpected if they are acting strange.
You're exactly right. That's why it always caught me as incredibly bizarre when you'd see, like it used to be years ago, classified ads looking for a roommate. I'm like, Really?
Right.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
No, I'll live alone.
Yeah.
I'll work harder. I'll work around the clock to pay my rent, but there's no way I'm just out of the blue gonna live with someone.
See, in Canada, a lot of times people will turn their basements into apartments that they will rent out to people. And I know this from HGTV shows. There is no way I could possibly ever rent out my apartment living above.
My parents
had two
have done
basement
it.
apartments.
Yeah, my parents have done it. My dad has always put something either in the basement or off of the side of the house, and they've always had a rental.
No kidding.
On their house, yeah.
Ever have any
crazies?
Yeah.
Hey, people go a little loopy?
No, not real. No, I don't think so. I mean, they my mom was always trying to help people. So it was always like, you knew the person through, 3 lines down. It was like a friend of a friend of a friend or whatever.
Okay.
So they didn't really I don't think they ever put it out there to say room for rent and just random people came in. It was sort of word of mouth.
Word of mouth, but a lot of times is the case. I told you guys some of this story. In fact, one of those basement apartments was in Brentwood, Long Island, and then the people who lived upstairs rented the top part of the house to this jackass. And so this guy was on the run from all sorts of bill collectors.
Oh, wow.
So I was constantly dealing with people who would come around to the door in the basement, the other apartment, looking for him, all the time. And I'm like, come on. And then eventually he was supposed to be the one who was making sure the bills, good call on the landlord, paying for the water and all that stuff. That all got shut off. So eventually I told you one night I switched all the locks in the house so that they face my direction. And I'm like, no, this is not going to happen. I had to put my foot down. And then after a while, you're like, why am I fighting for this turf? There are other apartments. Let me get out of here.
Right.
Why is this my battle?
Yeah. Let me go to some calls. I have Laura standing by. Hey, Laura, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Laura?
Hi. So my neighbor and I were just talking about this because we were just talking about the show. When I was 19, I made a very bad decision to go on Craigslist and try to rent a room from a stranger.
Yeah.
I went to Temple and I didn't like my dorm situation. So, very long story short, I met somebody who I was renting his basement from him. He was a little older. He seemed like he had everything together. We signed like an unofficial agreement, I guess, for me to live in his basement. And just like you were describing, like things were just a little off. Like things were weird. The basement apartment also was not a real apartment. It was just a finished basement. So we shared laundry, we shared bathroom, we shared kitchen.
Yeah, no.
So,
Laura, that sucks.
So things were getting weird, really weird. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I felt very uncomfortable. So he said he had a work trip coming up. So I was like, this is my time to move out. I don't know if he didn't go on a work trip or whatever, but he showed up and saw that I was boxing things up and literally locked all of my stuff in the basement, and I could not get into the house anymore. He locked me out of the house. And this is on 18th and Federal in North Philadelphia.
Oh, God.
Okay, so you show up and it's locked. What do you do?
I called my dad.
Okay. Yeah.
And I said, you need to come help me.
Bring your gun.
Yeah.
So he came down. It was in the middle of the night, which adds another creepy layer to it. I was working at a coffee shop and, closing down the store, so I was coming home late. And, so I called my dad, and my dad basically was pounding on the door and threatening to call the cops and said, you need to let my daughter get all of her stuff out. And he kept demanding money. It was
well, let me ask you.
So bizarre.
Let me ask you something. So had you informed him you were leaving, or were you beating a hasty retreat without his knowledge?
So I had my boyfriend at the time was staying with me too. And I was like, we got to pack up and get out while he's on this business trip. Because it was just too creepy.
Right.
So,
and when you say
came home and
when you say creepy, was he being sexually creepy? Was he being just psycho creepy? What level of creepiness?
I literally can't even put my finger on it, and I honestly don't even remember his name. It was I blacked this whole experience out.
All right, yeah, I get it.
No, absolutely.
But maybe little things said, little glances, stuff like that.
Yeah, I would find things. I would find things in the shared bathroom.
I could not do that.
Like, I probably can't say, but like, it was just gross and weird and uncomfortable.
No.
dear God.
Sharing a bathroom with a stranger, sharing a kitchen with a stranger, no effing way. I mean, you know, I understand it might have been something you had to because of the situation, but you'd have to hold a gun on me to do that.
Oh, yeah. Well, now I'm a mom and I'm an adult, and I'm like, my kids can never, ever, ever do what I did.
Yeah.
And, and it was like, I felt like it was out of desperation almost because I couldn't afford rent by myself. So I really wanted to be on my own, living in Philadelphia. Like, I just wanted that life. And, never.
No, I think a lot of people are in that same boat.
Thanks, Laura.
It's a common thing, yeah.
I think most of these stories are going to start with, so I went on Craigslist.
Yes.
Right? And by the way, which I shudder to think about. Never once did I ever use Craigslist, but I have heard nothing but horror stories.
Yeah, right? It's never good.
Especially when it comes to meeting up with people or...
Unless you say you're putting an armoire on the curb, come pick it up.
I had friends that there was 3 roommates together, and one had gotten another job somewhere else. They had just signed the lease for the next year. This person found a job and they had to move out, and they put their room up on the city paper. The personals there, but without the other 2 roommates' knowledge, and there was a huge fight about that.
Sure.
Gigantic fight. And it's like, listen, man, I'm sorry but we just signed a lease, right? You don't get to try and figure this out on your own. Like, we should have a say on who is going to move into our house. And luckily it didn't end up turning into anything.
Right.
But it ended in the friendships are over, but
yeah.
I had a friend whose roommate in college would leave kiss marks on her bra.
Oh my God.
She would take her bra out of the laundry basket and put a red or pink kiss mark, like lip mark on it. And we could not figure out why.
Was it a little love letter of sorts?
No,
or?
the girl was nuts, and she was nuts all through college. We didn't really stay friends with her, but she I knew people that lived with her later. Senior year, junior and senior year, and she didn't do that, but she would always do bizarre things.
That would be chilling.
So
just
weird.
find kiss marks on your underwear.
I just have to kiss it. I just have to
made out
kiss
with
it.
your bra last night.
Yeah. Okay, this I got to hear. We're going to go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up,
Did
Joe?
not start on Craigslist.
Okay, it did not start on Craigslist. All right, go ahead.
So this was really early days of the internet, like 1995 or 6, something like that. I was about 8 years old. My sister, who was much older than me, met a random guy through a chat room, and he lived several states away. And one summer, while we were out of school, he showed up at our house.
Oh, my God. You're
totally
8 years old?
I was 8.
How old is your sister at that time?
She was just graduated high school.
All right, so like 18.
Okay, so dude shows up at your house?
Yeah, so he shows up at our house with another girl.
Okay.
And it was really random, and we didn't, I was 8, so I'm sure I didn't get the whole story, but I didn't really figure out why at first. But the intention was my sister wanted to date this guy, which was probably obvious. And then he ended up living with us for the entire summer, him and the other girl.
No.
Wait, what?
And
where were your parents in all this?
Yeah, seriously.
He moved in? He and his girlfriend moved in?
He lived in our basement on the couch.
Okay,
we had
hold
a
on.
pull-out couch that they just lived on.
Joe, hang on. Several questions. Okay.
Yeah.
He was a full-grown adult?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he was probably early 20s.
Your parents? What happened there?
I have no idea.
Why would they let this guy, this complete stranger, come in and live at your house?
This is my boyfriend and my boyfriend's girlfriend.
Right.
My parents are way too nice most of the time.
That's almost negligent.
Naive. So
yeah.
All right, so we're going to glance over that.
yeah, we'll glance over the parent thing.
They're living there. What happens?
So at the end of the summer, they just randomly disappeared, and they left a whole bunch of stuff at our house.
Okay.
And when they left, the girl that had left her ID at our house.
Yeah.
And when we found the ID, we noticed that she was using a false name the entire time she was living with us.
Okay. The old false name. Yeah.
Yeah. So when we looked her up online, we found out like where she was from and like, you know, all that kind of stuff. And it turned out that this guy had kidnapped that girl.
Oh my God.
So you had a kidnapper living in your house with the kidnappee. Did they get along? Was it a case where he had squirreled her away from her parents, or did you get the impression that she was there under duress?
It seemed like a little bit of duress and a little bit of him pulling her away from her parents, because she also was probably about 18 or 19.
That is effed up. By the way, I gave you permission today, and they may be perfectly wonderful people, but go slap your parents for us if you wouldn't mind.
That makes no sense at all.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'd love to hear from your parents.
Yeah, you know, it's great. They're playing their records in the basement.
Joe, do you and your sister ever
talk about it?
Reminisce about this little interesting time in your lives?
Funnily enough, I rarely talk to her because of other boy decisions that she had in her life.
Okay, so it started early.
You got out just in time, Joe, or you'd be dating one of these guys.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Joe.
And that's a weird one.
Yeah.
So weird.
I had
a lot of layers there.
Well, if you think you're this girl and you're going to get this guy, hey, I like this guy, I want to date him. Yeah, is it okay if I bring a girl? What? And you still follow through with it?
We're talking about
It's okay. She was kidnapped.
Netflix's worst roommate ever, and there was a story of this crazy serial squatter that ended up and driving people nuts that he moved in with. So that's where we got started here. Taking some calls. I'm going to go to Lou next. Hey, Lou, good morning. Hey! It is Lou. Hey, Lou, what's up, bud?
Hey, what's up, Brett? What's up, Casey boy?
How are you, Lou?
Marissa.
Hey, now, of course, you're going to have a story about all this.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
All right. Now, listen to this. I was living out in California, and a guy that I knew growing up that I lost contact with got my phone number from another friend and said he wanted to move to California. So I said, yeah, sure, come on. I didn't know him that well, but I'm like, there's no problem. Somebody from back home. It'd be nice to have a familiar face. So he moves into my house. He's been there a couple days. I get up one morning, and my living room is full of computers.
This guy must be very studious.
Yes.
So what happened?
And the company that he robbed from they were friends of mine. And that's how he knew how he could get into the place, because it was an old car dealership that I used to work for.
So Lou, he came out with the intent of using your connection to rob the business that you worked for?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Wow.
I got up. I was pissed. I called them up. I went over there, and I said, listen, I told them the whole story. They came back with a truck. We got all the stuff. I told him he better get out of the house while my buddy and his buddy came in and bring all the stuff back. And then I made him leave.
Yeah.
In fact, he met up with a girl and moved in with her. And then eventually he came back. And him and I got in a fight, and we had this big fish tank.
Flight 418 from Philadelphia.
Of course.
Arrived with one passenger shocking the cabin by taking off her clothes and emptying her bowels on the plane seat.
Marissa wasn't flying this weekend, were you?
I don't think she was.
Okay.
Was there a name given?
No, Casey. Southwest said in a statement, our teams are reaching out to those on board to apologize for the situation.
Hey, sorry about that.
And any delay to their travel plans. Nothing is more important to Southwest than the safety of our customers and employees, and we appreciate the professionalism of our flight crew, the statement concluded.
I did hear that she was well respected in her field.
Oh,
yes. Is that right?
Yeah.
It wasn't clear what happened to the passenger. The plane was taken out of service.
I really have to go.
For cleaning. So, yeah. And I don't know if she is from Chicago or Philadelphia, but nonetheless,
I'm hoping for Chicago.
Philly to Chicago flight.
Let's put a bid in for Chicago.
Here's another Chicago story. Bags of cash fell out of a Brinks security company truck last week in a Chicago suburb.
Okay.
Chicago! Resulting in approximately $300,000 being stolen. The back door of the truck opened by unknown means in Oak Park, leading to 3 bags of U.S. currency falling out.
This is my lucky day. I just took a dump on a plane and now I found money.
The incident happened while the driver was moving, and Brinks noted that upon returning to the area, between 50 and 100 people were seen taking money and fleeing.
And they always put out the perfunctory to return it. That really never happens.
Yep. The total amount lost was approximately $300,000, according to the security company. No one was in custody as of Friday. A Florida woman has been accused of trying to kidnap her ex-boyfriend's wife. And upon arrival, deputies met with a woman who claimed that she had been kidnapped. Investigators said that they were able to figure out that the other woman, identified as LaTrance Battle, had come to her workplace and identified herself as an ICE agent. According to deputies, Battle had dressed herself up in a black shirt with ICE painted on the front.
You misspelled that.
And wielded a sheriff's office business card and handheld radio. So out of fear, she went along with the woman into her vehicle. The victim confirmed that she genuinely felt as if LaTrance was an ICE agent at the time, and she is in the process of becoming a legal United States resident. But while they were both in the car, Battle forcibly snatched the woman's phone from her as she tried to contact her lawyer and husband. Investigators also said that when the duo arrived at the apartment complex, the woman suspected something was wrong as Battle told her that they were headed for the sheriff's office. As LaTrance went inside the apartment, the victim fled and called law enforcement. Deputies said that the victim then called her husband while waiting for law enforcement to arrive, and he claimed that the abductor sounded like his ex-girlfriend, Tracy.
Oh, boy.
After speaking with neighbors, deputies said they discovered that a woman named Tracy, who was later determined to be Battle, indeed lived at the apartment complex. And once the victim's husband arrived on scene, he stated that he had an injunction against his ex for issues that they have had in the past.
He was probably upset that she was spending so much time working for ICE.
The most current incident was about 2 years ago when LaTrance showed up at his place of business and attacked him there. Battle was eventually located on her way to Alabama, and she was ultimately arrested and now faces charges of kidnapping. One last story, a little follow-up here, and then we'll get to the 20 money keyword. After numerous trees were cut down throughout the Los Angeles area, a suspect has been arrested in connection with the crime. Remember, I had this last week. On Tuesday, the Los Angeles Police Department announced that the arrest of Samuel Patrick Groft, who is accused of felony vandalism for allegedly using a chainsaw to cut down trees in the areas of downtown L.A., the Westlake District, and Glassell Park. His bail was set of $150,000. The arrest comes shortly after a community alert was issued by the LAPD warning to use caution and do not approach. Police said that a detective located evidence linking Groff to cutting down the trees. While an investigation is underway, police estimated that the number of trees cut down was 11.
11!
The damage to at least 8 other trees is estimated to be up to $347,000.
I love it!
The LAPD commander said, "I have never seen anyone go and attack trees, especially around the time of Earth Day. Everybody wanted to know who did it and why. And we know the who. The why will be part of the investigation."
So, I'm sorry, did you mention, was he using an axe or was he using a chainsaw?
Chainsaw.
Yeah.
What I understand. All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, 8 o'clock, here we go.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
I got my jam back.
It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 money keyword.
All right, the word is cashier. Allow me to spell that for you. C-A-S-H-I-E-R. All right, so cash, I-E-R. C-A-S-H-I-E-R. And you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it. And you can do it through the MMR app or at WMMR.com. Or you can also text it the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest. And each MMR winner gets a pair of MMRBQ tickets as well. Winners will get a call from Beasley. So make sure that you answer your phone. There are contest rules available at WMMR.com. It's Preston and Steve 20 Money, and it is sponsored by United Tire and Service. So good luck to you, my friend. All right, so Should we hang out here for a little bit and see if our other guest arrives? What would you like to do? Or take a break and come back?
If you want to take a break and come back, we can do that.
That might be better to do.
I think there's a good reason to hang out for the next guest, just to make sure we have the both of them.
Yeah, so that's what we'll do. We do have a couple of guests that are going to be joining us. A little later on, Brooke Burns will be on in the 9 o'clock hour, so didn't mean to jump right into that. We'll take a break and we'll come back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Kicked the fish tank, smashed it, and everything went all over the floor. We wound up rolling around
In the fish?
In the glass and fish. Glass and fish. Yes, sir. And it was a saltwater tank.
Oh man. Lou, that's a hell of a story. So you were giving the guy finally left. I assume. I'm going to guess you won that fight, and he had to leave, right?
Right. Oh yeah. He left. He since passed away too. About 5 or 6
He's
years.
dead.
I love how you go to bed and wake up and your living room is full of computer equipment.
Full of computers, and he's sitting there saying, "Hey, where can we sell these?"
Oh my God.
Oh, the balls on this guy, Lou. Did he know your past connections,
Yeah. Oh yeah. He knew my past.
But, he thought, hey, maybe Lou would be down this. But he was stealing from your friend, which is...
Yes.
I think
stupid.
A gentleman says, "Do you mind if I steal from your friends?"
At least open it that way, right?
And then we can fence it together.
Oh, my God.
Right. Oh, yeah. We can go spend the money while my buddy has all his information from all the cars he sold and everything and all out there for someone else. I felt bad. It just broke my heart.
Sure.
Wow.
That's hilarious.
Lou, you never let us down. Great to talk to you, man.
All right, yeah, you too. You guys have a great day.
All right. Who's Lou? Dude.
I love that.
That's great.
But that goes to the point. Now, obviously, there was a type of character he was dealing with. But you don't know. Marriages fall apart after people have been living together for a while. Finally, you go to that neck. We had a whole topic about what you found out about something you've been living with somebody you've been living with for years.
Yeah.
You think it's going to be better if you just met them on Craigslist, or hey, come live with me?
Let me go to, we have Gary has an interesting story to tell. Gary, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys today?
Good. What's up, bud?
So, this is a really crazy story. So, I went ahead and I started renting a room on the Jersey Shore for $400 a month, which is like unheard of.
Right.
And I was super happy about it. The person who I found out was renting it was a friend of a friend, so I didn't think anything of it. And while I stayed there, it really wasn't a big deal. It was like a shared kitchen, shared living room, and I had my own bedroom upstairs, and she lived in the basement.
Okay.
So the first month, it wasn't like a big deal at all. And she's like this 55, 60-year-old woman who, after talking to her for a while, come to find out she is an alcoholic. She drinks regularly every day.
Okay.
And she's anorexic. So she's got a whole slew of problems.
Right.
So after the first month, I was sitting in the living room and just watching TV, and she sits next to me, and she's in that drunken stupor, and she gets close to me and starts touching me inappropriately. And this is, meanwhile, I have a long distance relationship. We're thinking about getting married, all this stuff. And I have the landlord hitting on me and trying to do stuff with
All right,
me.
Gary, just for my own satisfaction, age similar to yours, much older. Was she attractive?
She was 55 to 60 years old. I was 26, 25 at the time.
Okay.
So much older. She was, I guess, attractive, but not to the point where no. I would say on a scale, I'd say she was like a 5 or a 6.
Okay.
Do you like succulents? Most people understand what I'm talking about.
Well, I have to ask Gary, because in the little notification up here, it says that she would do naked yoga.
Oh yeah. So after that encounter, and I got up and told her I had to go to bed. She then started to do my laundry impromptu. Like she would go into my room, take my laundry, and and wash it for me.
No.
Instead of me going to the laundromat and just doing it. And then she would do naked yoga. And the way she did that is that normally she would do yoga in the morning and she'd have it on. So I knew that she was out there and I didn't want to bother her. Well, she was, I guess, smart enough to mute it. So I would go out there and be surprised at her doing naked yoga. And then she would do the dishes with, like, see-through shorts on to go ahead and try to rile me up. And I stayed there for, like, me being so naive and not thinking anything of it. I stayed there to reap the benefits for, like, another 10 months.
Wow.
Until I moved out.
Wow. And this behavior kept happening?
Yeah, it just kept happening, and I didn't have the balls to be like, listen, I don't want anything to do with you. I was just like, hey, she's gonna do my laundry. Awesome.
Yeah.
So you played along to get your laundry cleaned, a $400 tab, which is excellent per month. At any point did you get any other perks?
I mean, I didn't have to pay for electric or water or anything like that. Occasionally she would buy me dinner.
All right.
So I was, I guess she was my sugar mama.
Dude, that's what it sounds like. To watch a piece of Age Me Do yoga is not so bad.
Wow. All right. Interesting. All right. Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it. All right. Well, with all these worst roommate stories, let's end with a good one.
All right.
Okay. Let's end with something a little bit opposite of what we're speaking about, because I'm going to go to Lauren here. Hey, Lauren. Good morning.
Good morning. Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks. All right, Lauren. What do you want to share with us? You said this is a little different.
Yes, thank you for ending on me. This is a positive note for the people of Philadelphia. So my best friend put an ad in Craigslist for a roommate. She was filling a room. Totally random. I agree with you guys. It's crazy. We didn't want her to do it because we didn't think it was a good idea. A complete stranger living in her house. She found our friend David, and he ended up living with her. And after a couple of years, they ended up dating, and I just went to their wedding in June.
And Lauren, it says here that he sells used computer equipment, correct?
He's a normal guy.
Oh, all right. So it's one of the few we get actually going the distance. I like that.
Still no way.
Thank you,
No way
Lauren. I
on
appreciate it.
earth.
No way. I know, yeah.
I don't care if there's the potential of love.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, this show, Netflix's Worst Roommate Ever, does it cover several stories,
Yes.
I assume?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like stuff like that.
Yeah, so
it makes me feel uncomfortable, but I like stuff
It does.
like
And
that.
the first one out of the park, the first episode, is a real mind blower.
Okay, wow, interesting. All right, well, thank you for sharing. We appreciate it. We got to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Some bizarre file stories on the way. Got some really good ones for you today. We're going to talk to James Murray a little bit later on. Murr from Impractical Jokers. Jackie Bam Bam has a special announcement to make, and we get a vocal performance coming up in a bit too. We'll tell you about it in a moment. Stay put. Other forms of overseas
all that
Chinese
stuff.
cuisine consisting of meat, often chicken, fish, beef, shrimp, or pork, and eggs cooked quickly with vegetables such as bean sprouts, cabbage, and celery, and bound in a starch-thickened sauce. It's typically served with rice, but can become the Chinese-American form of chow mein.
Chow mein.
With the addition of stir-fried noodles. So essentially, it's chow mein, but with rice.
I would love chow mein.
Chow. I've had chow mein many times, so it's and what's interesting is some Chinese or Chinese restaurant dishes will essentially be the same thing, but with rice or but with noodles.
Yes.
Or, you know what I mean?
I love Chinese food. Used to hate it, and I don't eat it a lot because, despite the belief that it's low in calories.
Oh
it's
no,
not.
it's not. It's way high in calories, and we've got a couple of takeout places we love to go to, and it's an easy. Here's how it goes. What do you want for dinner? I don't know. I don't feel like making anything. Chinese? Yeah. And that's pretty much it. That's how it goes.
I forgot I liked bean sprouts.
You forgot?
Because I don't.
They're good.
I don't ever get them to put them.
They
in
don't have a
anything.
lot of flavor in them, but they are they're satisfyingly crunchy.
Yeah.
And
And erotic.
And erotic as well.
I like water chestnuts too. Those are
same thing.
Good.
Right?
Don't know what it is. It seems like hard air, but it tastes pretty good.
We have and it's not new, but it's new to our family, a new Chinese food restaurant near us. It's really, really yummy.
Same here.
Yeah.
Like we stumbled across one. We're like, we were going to go somewhere else. And we're like, well, we've never been able. Let's go over there. And we tried it. And we're like, wow, okay, this is our new place.
Yeah.
Our new joint.
Haruga.
Our new John, if you will. Speaking of food, I saw an interesting article that I thought might be worth talking about. And it was, I think I got this on BuzzFeed, and people are sharing the foods that taste better burnt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with a little burn on them.
There's a number of them for me.
Little char. Which ones would you guys throw out there? Now, Casey, you had said that you love burned food.
I do. I prefer, I think, a charred flavor over anything else. If I'm having a chicken cutlet, I prefer you leave mine in just a little bit longer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Chicken cutlet, like a breaded chicken cutlet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, for me, burnt tends to go more into the like a mac and cheese, where the edges are burnt.
There you go.
Lasagna, where the edges are burnt.
Those are two good ones on this list. Yes, absolutely.
Pizza can be burnt.
If you get some mac and cheese that has like a layer of cheese over the top of it, not just mixed in with the pasta, but and you get some brown or blackened spots.
Absolutely.
Yummy. I do agree with you on that. What I don't think needs to be burnt is any kind of meat
or ice cream.
Yeah.
Ice cream.
Definitely don't
Me,
want to
I
burn
don't.
it.
I hate burnt, and then some people love it just incinerated. Like you lose to me. Like in those other cases, like mac and cheese, to me that's an actual taste that I think is a unique, accentuating taste.
Yeah.
I think what happens when you burn meat, it robs it of its taste.
Although it does have a different flavor to it.
Yeah.
My dad, whenever we would go to a carving station, if they'd have like a big roast beef or something like that, he'd always ask for that. Give me that burnt end right there.
Well, that's a thing.
My
Burnt
dad
ends.
would come in from the barbecue after he'd had a few pops, and he'd come in, and the meat would be literally on fire as he was bringing it in. He loved it incinerated.
It doesn't necessarily rob it of its flavor. It just adds a new flavor to it.
Thanks, Kat. So just a heads up, folks, that April is National Donate Life Month, meaning for transplants, organ donation. And we have a friend who we are very happy to have here this morning. You may have heard a while back us mentioning on more than a few occasions that he was looking for a kidney transplant. He ended up getting that transplant and has an extension on his life. It's a wonderful thing because he's one of our favorite people. He's been our beer guy for ages. Our good friend John DeRenzi is here this morning. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. What's up? Thank you so much for having me. I
You
greatly
kidding me?
appreciate it.
And you look better, man.
Yeah. I feel so much better after 2 months and a week. Everything, my health wise, has turned around. My color, my attitude, my
2 months and a week.
Yeah,
you look terrific.
Yeah, man. The people at University of Pennsylvania are unbelievable. The nurses and stuff.
Yeah.
How long had you been waiting for your kidney transplant?
About 3 years, a little under 3 years. I was waiting, and with my blood type, I'm kind of a rare blood type, and they said it was like a 6 to 10 year wait, which I just don't know how people do that.
But they do.
They do, and I would have.
Yeah.
But
and hence what we're talking about today, because there is so much going on that works to shorten those times. But it is, for every one of you, there's countless others who are
absolutely.
Yeah, you've been in the system.
Yeah.
Before this came along in your life, is it anything you ever thought about? Organ transplant?
No, never. I mean, I was in the beer business for 28 years, and I never thought of it. Even when the doctors were like, "Hey, you know what? You better watch yourself." I'll be fine. And then it was like, boom, both kidneys failed, and I'm on dialysis.
So just some background, because we hear about these things bandied about. It seems like a fairly common thing, but some of the specifics we may not be clear on. How often is it that both kidneys fail? It seems fairly rare, right?
I guess so. I mean, I honestly don't know the statistics on that.
Right,
but I do
right.
know, like, I went in one day and my doctor's like, "Hey, you're like stage 3 of 5," and then 2 months later, you're stage 5 of 5. It was like it came on pretty quick for me, and that was it. And like me and my wife sat there and we're like, "What do you mean?"
Yeah.
But the doctors at Penn and Jefferson and everybody that I've dealt with, they tell you exactly what's going on, and you start looking at your blood work, and it's like, okay, and
how do we do
that's
this?
it. Yeah.
So with organ donation, there are some interesting things that can happen as far as how you end up receiving an organ, and some of it I don't fully understand. With you can like promise to help someone else out,
yes,
and therefore being able to help out the person that
which we had actually talked about with you, John.
exactly.
That was an angle to play, where if you may not be the perfect donor, you can put your kidney into a pool to help someone else that hopefully basically a bank shot that gets the kidney to the one that you're interested in getting a kidney for.
Exactly. As I said, I was like a 6 to 10 year wait for my blood type. But if you can get somebody to like sponsor you and say, hey, we'd like to give him my kidney, but the kidney doesn't match me, then I kind of move up that list. And, this whole story, it's kind of crazy how it worked, in my favor. Again, someone lost their life, which totally sucks. And, the Duffy family, I thank them literally every minute of my life now because of their son who put himself as a donor. And then when he passed away, he saved 5 people's lives.
This is Caleb Duffy. Was
Caleb
his name.
Duffy, yeah.
And you knew them?
So here's the crazy thing. They all went to his dad and his brothers and sisters. They all went to the high school I went to. They're from the South Philly area. Oh, wow. But I didn't know any of them. I actually went to school with one of them, and I knew him, but not great. And then I got a phone call. My wife got a phone call from a friend that said, hey, did you see this on Facebook? And we didn't. We looked it up, and we literally called a friend who was a friend of his on Facebook. He called the sister called Joe Duffy. Joe put me on the list, and that started everything.
What was on Facebook? Sorry, that he had passed?
That he had passed away, and he was an organ donor.
He was an organ donor,
and he's looking to, they were looking
for recipients. Yeah.
So, John, tell the story about Neumann Goretti and the baseball team and like how that connection made, because there was an article in the Inquirer a few weeks ago, and it brought me to tears. It was fascinating, but amazing.
Basically, their nephew plays for Neumann Goretti. My good friend is a coach at Neumann Goretti. So I called Joe to say, hey, do you know this family? He said, John, I'll call you right back. Let me call. He called the sister called the brother, and they put me on the list. Like, instantly.
Wow.
20 minutes later, I got a phone call that said, what blood type are you? Got some information, age and stuff. And here's Joe now. And it was like fate. It's like we called, and Joe called the University of Pennsylvania, and I ended up matching his son.
Wow. And because time is of the essence.
Oh my God, a couple days.
Yeah.
And again, the fact that I matched his son was crazy.
Yeah, because you said you have a rare type.
Yeah, again, it's kind of rare. Like I said, a 6 to 10 year wait, and I was about 3 years waiting. So, it was tough. But again, their family, this kid, Caleb's 33 years old, he puts himself on that transplant list. Literally, 2 kidneys, liver, heart, like. He saved 5 people's lives. Wow. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah, we're here to promote April being National Donate Life Month, and we want to welcome Joe Duffy, who just stepped up to the microphone.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, Joe. So, yeah, we were just talking about your son, Caleb. It's just a horrible, horrible story that he passed as young as he did. He was 33 years old, from what I understand.
Yes, sir.
And, it puts the family in a horrible position. Here you are mourning the loss of the most terrible thing you can imagine. Your child dies, but it's got to give you such a sense of closure's not the right word, but maybe pride in knowing that your son has helped extend the life of other people.
Absolutely. Yep. So showing up at a baseball game last week to meet John was just like a family member waiting there for me. I embraced him with my arms, and I felt like he was a brother to me.
Yeah.
So it's really rewarding to actually know someone who is a recipient, and just realizing what the donor system is now is just incredible to me.
And that's
and I'm sorry to interrupt, Steve, but making that notation on your driver's license, think about the unthinkable. You are gone from the people in your world's lives. That maybe this gives them some sense of I'm having a hard time finding the right words.
It's fulfilling.
That's it.
It's fulfilling because it is what you're allowing. This person that you lost lives on in the lives of others, and you can honor their memory, and they can exist past their time by living on in other people. It is the greatest gift. It is that gift of life. And so obviously it's nothing, these scenarios on both sides are not anything anyone would ever want.
Right.
But when you talk about the classic phrase, making the best of a bad situation, this is about as good as it can get in light of what happened to both of you.
And keep in mind that the most healthy, well-to-do person in the world can be gone in an instant.
In a flash.
And it was Joe, it was a freak accident that happened with your son, right?
Well, it wasn't an accident. It was a bacterial meningitis.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Okay. But I heard he had a fall.
Well, that was after the symptoms
That was after
started.
that.
Yeah,
Okay.
possibly.
But that also can creep in out of nowhere.
Right.
And just happen. And then you've got the unthinkable in your world. And John, how about you on the receiving side?
So, for me, it's a fabulous thing that what Caleb did to put himself into the system to donate his organs. But there's also a bit of guilt on my end that, their son had to pass away. He was a son, a brother, a nephew. I mean, and when the more you hear about him, the greater a person that he was. I mean, he literally was like the life of the party, did so much for so many people. Then he saved 5 lives after his passing. Like, that is a hero.
I've heard it described from people, and you talk about the guilt aspect, but what you've also done, in a way, is you've made that death not for naught. And so we can't talk to the people who have passed, but that was certainly the modus operandi behind checking the box for organ donation. That's why you would do that.
Absolutely, Steve. And it's just amazing. Like when, you're thinking about it and, would I have done it prior to needing a kidney?
Yeah.
I don't know if I would have given it up to anybody but like my children, and I honestly, I don't know if I would. Then I'm learning about different people that give up an organ, whether they do it alive or when they pass. It's such a huge gift for so many people that like I now am volunteering a Gift of Life to try to find people to sign up for their driver's license or to be a live kidney or a donor. Like it's unbelievable the feeling that I have of gratitude.
Sure.
It's crazy. And I want other people to kind of have that same feeling and chance.
Joe, did you know that Caleb had this?
I did not know.
You didn't know. So here you are faced
And
with
I'm not
his death.
surprised either. I know I have it on mine. I never thought that anything would ever come of it. I just think, it's just check the box. But it's such a simple decision. You check the box and you never know whose life you could save.
Joey, I wanted to ask you, just so when this happens, so we kind of talk about it and it happens in the background. We say, that must have, okay, they harvested the organs and blah, blah. How on your side, on the donor family side, from the point that Caleb passes, what happens for people who don't know how the progression works?
There's a lot of mourning to it. Like Easter just passed and it was really difficult to have Easter. Like 2:00 in the afternoon comes along and my wife mentioned this is when Caleb would walk in the door.
Yeah.
So it's things like that. We went to a wedding 2 Fridays ago and Caleb was supposed to be invited to the wedding and he's just the life of the party. So, having that missing from us. In fact, if you see me keep looking at John's knee, it's because I expect him to start dancing. Caleb was literally the life of every party.
Wow.
He scheduled all the cruises to Disney, did all the parties at his house. Christmas, everything. Everything was just centered around Caleb.
Wow.
Joe, this might be a bit of an odd question, so forgive me if it is, but when you look at John and you see a part of your son that's now still alive in John's body, how does that make you feel?
It's fulfilling, as Steve said. That's the word I like to use. And just to see his smile. He talks about his color, but I didn't know he was a different color before. So to me, it's just John. And, my sister did a walk with John yesterday, and she told me she felt Caleb's presence while she was walking
I
with
don't
him.
doubt it. I don't doubt it at all. I've heard there's so many similar stories talking about the process of organ donation. I was at Penn when kidney donation, I think it was just somebody who was through the program had donated a kidney, and they came in and it was such a celebration of literally a gift of life. And I was sitting there, I was just getting a simple procedure done, but I'm watching this and you could see on the nurses and the medical people who see this and see how life-saving this is, what it meant. And it was a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, and again, guys, that University of Pennsylvania, the pavilion over there, my doctors, my nurses, like they treat you so well that you just like my NP, her name's Sarah, she's awesome. Like she made me feel so comfortable after surgery. She was my like nurse after surgery. she was great. And it's like, it made me feel so good that like now, my stitches are out, my staples, all that stuff's out. And now I just have to kind of, live my life because of Caleb, because of their donation. It's amazing.
Yeah, we're all Penn Medicine patients here in the studio, and it's a great experience all the way around. Joe, have you had a chance to meet any other recipients?
No, I haven't.
Okay. And do you have any idea who or no?
There's no idea. No.
Okay. All right. But it's just got to feel good to know that other people are walking and breathing and living their lives. So.
Which way does that go when there is a donor? Because at some point, someone can contact someone, right?
Correct. So originally, I thought my cousin was going to be a donor recipient of Caleb, and it turns out she's no longer on the list. But then the crazy miracle that happened is that my nephew plays on a baseball team. John is an alumnus of that team. He's on the board. And my sister shared my Facebook posts. And the coach of the team called my sister and said, hey, John DeRenzi's looking for a kidney. You think your son, your nephew, my son, can put him on the list? So basically, I had the donor people's name and number because I was going to text them about my cousin.
That's how you come. That's how you came by the information.
Yeah. So I just forwarded John's information, and within minutes, we knew that he was going to be on the top of the list.
So it's my understanding that normally it's the recipient that can. I mean, I don't know. There's so much of this that we kind of know on a basic level, as I said before, that we don't know the specifics. The recipient, can both parties at some point reach out and say, I'd like to meet the person who donated?
You can. A lot of people, it's like an...
Or who received.
You can do it.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of the families, it's an anonymous donor.
I got you.
You don't know. And I would say probably more of a percentage of people don't know their donor. It worked, for me to be able to reach out. There's a lot of Duffys in South Philly. You can't throw a dime without hitting one.
Right.
And they're great. Their family's awesome. And when I was able to reach out to Joe, and it's like I said, it's like a family thing. Like I know these guys now for a few months, a few weeks, and they are like family. And like yesterday, we was the donor walk down the Navy Yard for Gift of Life, and Joe's sister came with her husband, and like we walked together.
Yeah,
and, like it's great.
It's amazing.
Does anybody know? So when I go to renew my license, which I just recently did, it's every 5 years, and I checked the donor box. I would imagine that's fairly easy to change if you aren't a donor yet and want to become one. I don't know what the steps are that one has to take.
I believe you can go online so that it is, if they do a search of the license, if it's not physically represented on your license at that point.
Right.
But I think you can immediately, this is my understanding, change it online so as they do the process, they'll check.
I hope so.
And get that information.
And there's like Gift of Life, again, I talk about these guys a lot. I've gotten to know them and volunteering there, but our goal was to get 50,000 people to do that on their license. And they were pretty close to hitting that number yesterday for the year.
Oh,
so,
great. Yeah, we've had a number of texts come in since this conversation started about Gift of Life, and people are just echoing what an amazing organization it is.
It really is. We did a dash at Pennsylvania Hospital last week where we went to the rooms, we visited people that were up for a kidney transplant or got one that week.
Sure.
It's just amazing. Like I get so happy to meet people that just got a kidney or may get a kidney or need one. Like the stuff I can tell them now is so positive about all the hospitals in Philadelphia.
And you have the chance to carry Caleb's legacy forward and do good things in his name and in his in his honor, and that's a great gift.
Yeah, and we're going to do something at my local baseball field, the Delaware Valley, on the day before Mother's Day. There's a big baseball tournament, so Gift of Life's going to come there. We're going to set it up, and we're going to try to just get some people to sign up to be donors. And like I can talk about it now very well, and there's going to be people from Gift of Life there, and it should be a great uplifting event. Again, it's so hard. It's not hard to check that box, but it's hard to think about someone doing that because you say to yourself, but after you pass, you can really help 5 to 6 people buy your organs. And like now with me, I can't. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
I can't donate because of my health, but I could donate time. I could donate dollars.
Yeah.
I could do anything I can to help other people feel as good as I do right now.
Excellent.
And again, you guys have been awesome. So thank you so much for talking about it these last couple months and with me. And it definitely helps to get it out there.
Yeah.
And, that's my job right now will be to get that number out there. I have to find a job, but I do. But out right now, the volunteer work is so fulfilling. It's awesome.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, Joe, we're so sorry about the loss of your son. Obviously, he's got a great legacy he leaves behind as the party animal and fun guy that he was. But he's let this party animal live a little bit longer. But it's just there's a little bit of light in a tremendously dark moment in your life.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. And John, it's great to see you doing well, buddy.
You guys.
We appreciate it. All right, John DeRenzi and Joe Duffy. Gang, April, National Donate Life Month. We're going to move on to another thing here, guys, just to let you know. But that's huge. And if you can, take a moment or spread the word or do whatever you can save lives.
It's just as simple.
Lives.
As can be.
Real quick, I got a couple of shout-outs I want to do. I want to make sure I don't miss these. I missed this one the other day. I got an email that says, hey, guys, you guys rock. Today is my 50th birthday. And it's also my brother's wife's birthday. Her name is April Spence Andrioli, and she's 54 today. Can you wish us a happy 50th, 54th? So here's a shout out. He gave it to me yesterday. They were out playing golf yesterday. Tell me what a great day it was. But I wanted to make sure that I did mention that. There was another one that says, hey, Presbo, this is for tomorrow, but I'm going to go ahead and do it now. I would love to get a big, juicy shout out to my sister, Allie, and her husband, Kevin. They'll be celebrating 7 years of marriage on April 29th, and they're huge fans of the show. They are very fun people to be around. Congratulations for 7 years. That is from Gloria, a.k.a. Wisco Girl. So here's the shout out. She's the one from Wisconsin.
Yes,
the other day
Girl.
that we had Zoomed with. And then, real quick, this was kind of a follow-up. Oh, yeah. It's from a bizarre file story I had last week.
Okay.
It says, hey, Preston, I've been listening to you guys ever since Y100 when I was in high school. I've since moved to Hanover, Pennsylvania, but continue to listen to your podcast religiously. Imagine my surprise when the bizarre file from Monday's podcast, you shared a story right from my town that involved the nutrition director at my kid's school taking a dump in the beer cave at a local Royal Farm.
Are you serious?
I remember this story, yeah.
She said, when you first heard it, I had to rewind and re-listen because I thought to myself, this sounds an awful lot like a situation we just dealt with. And I realized you were sharing the exact same story. It was so cool to merge my two worlds after all this time.
Amazing.
As I was able to share with others here. Hopefully it will turn the rest of them into Preston and Steve listeners like me. Gadzooks, love you guys. Thanks for bringing me joy on a long commute. Long commute days for the last 20 some odd years. So that's from Katrina Watchenfeld. So thank you, Katrina, for sharing.
The next Dookie story might involve you.
It may. It may. I told her if somebody taking a dump on the floor can bring more people together, then I'm all for it.
Yes, absolutely.
Crap away. I wanted to find out, Kathy wanted to share something with us.
God,
we have a few minutes to play with here. And it has to do with AI, right?
Yes, it has to do with ChatGPT, a friend of mine. So she called me and she's like, do you use ChatGPT? And I was like, well, yeah, sometimes. I don't, like every once in a while, I'll dabble with it. I don't, whatever. And she goes, oh my God. She goes, it's the absolute best. And I'm thinking, I know what she does and whatever. I said, what are you using it for? She goes, therapy. I said, what?
Therapy?
Yeah. She's using ChatGPT as a therapist.
Oh, my God.
I said, what are you talking about? She goes, oh, yeah, I tell it all the time about my issues. She's about a breakup. She's going through a breakup. And so she's talking to ChatGPT. And ChatGPT has diagnosed her.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
She goes, and so I tried it, right? I tried it the other day. And she goes, and I told her, and she goes, did you get diagnosed yet? She goes, it takes a little while, but they will give you a diagnosis.
Wow.
Did you get a diagnosis?
No, I didn't get it. I just tried it one time.
But what was her diagnosis?
Yeah, did she share?
She's insane.
No. It's some. Hold on. It's attachment. Newly diagnosed anxious attachment.
Anxious attachment.
Never heard of that one.
Yes.
So
is it even real, ChatGPT? I don't know.
Right. Dude, that's not good.
I was like, what? Now listen, her thing is she's not. It's not a serious. She's going through a breakup that she initiated. She wanted this.
So
she's just trying to get through this herself. So it's not. it's not like she has some serious thing going on right now. It's sort of like a joke, but she is using it instead of picking up the phone and calling the person that she shouldn't be calling.
Right.
And she's using ChatGPT. But yes, Preston, I also was a little concerned. I'm like, well, maybe you should try an
actual therapist. Yes.
All right, hear me out here.
Okay.
According to AI, anxious attachment style is an insecure attachment style characterized by a strong desire for closeness and a fear of abandonment and rejection. If you're getting psychological help from AI, you're not going to be abandoned or rejected. And so there is some, there's a little bit of validity in her diagnosis from this artificial intelligence that would
it wants to keep her as a client.
It wants to keep her as a client, but also she will not feel abandonment or rejection because she's getting it from AI.
Always love you.
Yeah.
But
You don't
listen,
have to pay $150 an hour.
It's free. That's what she said to me. She goes, it's free.
But hang on, you shouldn't be getting anxiety or rejection from a therapist either. You know what I mean?
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just
And
trying
just
to.
so you know, that's
I'm trying to rationalize it in my head.
Is it so people going to WebMD? So it's a similar thing. The thing is how far you're willing to take your ChatGPT therapist, the advice. I think at a certain point you say, okay, now I'm going to jump over to the physical realm and have a human help me as opposed to my MacBook Pro.
She called again and she was like, oh my God, it said whatever. She's telling me and I'm laughing and she's like, listen, don't knock it till you try it.
By the way, if you're looking at catfish someone, this is a prime candidate right here, right? If she's being seduced by the program on her, I mean, she's taking the advice of her computer. Jump on in.
Her computer, yes. Like, it's not real, and it's giving her life advice. And she's like, it's helping.
What she's doing is basically the psychological version of WebMD. She's just having it work that way. So
Yeah, but WebMD is based on like doctors adding information to an existing database. ChatGPT is
the same thing.
But it's quote-unquote artificial intelligence.
It's not quite the same thing. There are some subtle differences.
Which would be what?
Well, I think that
the Chat GPT is informing you in real time on psychological issues, whereas WebMD is using accrued medical knowledge from existing cases. And for a psychological evaluation to come based on you as an individual from artificial intelligence, to me, there's a lot of danger there. I think there's less danger in getting existing medical information on, say, a cold or, I twisted my ankle. What can I do? There are pre-existing cases there. For you to get psychological evaluation based on what AI is saying. I'm not saying it's always going to be wrong, Steve. I'm just saying the potential for danger is much higher.
If you're using it for analysis, then that's like, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
All ChatGPT is doing is culling from the collective body of knowledge the same way a Google search would. It's just simply
Same way a
placing
doctor would.
Same way a doctor would. Listen, there are elements that come in that are human, absolutely, that make it, I think, you're not dealing with a cold, stark computer interface, and there are nuances that are being missed. But on a basic level, it's kind of the same, right?
Well, I don't know. If you're reading these articles, you essentially do the math, and then you come up with your own equation or your own sum, if you will.
Right.
But if this artificial intelligence is saying, I've analyzed all this stuff, here's what's wrong with you.
And you have the same agency to say, I don't agree.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's presented this as, here's what's wrong with you, as opposed to you going through a laundry list of things saying, A, B, C, and D, if these things are you, then maybe you have this. But if it's G, F, H, and I, then maybe you have this. But this has I've gone through all the issues, and here's your problem.
Well, you know what you can do? To that point, you can click and you can follow the information gleaning tree that led to that conclusion on
ChatGPT, which is probably pulling from WebMD.
Right.
I think they're all intertwined.
You can follow. It's just simply at the end, what appears in that interface window first is the summarization. But you can go through the entire search history, what they went through, and the websites they went to if you want to go do your due diligence.
So I just got a message from someone who works here who said ChatGPT is her new best friend.
Wow. All right. Well, we have a therapist on the line. We're going to go to Sarah now, who's checking in with us. Hi, Sarah. How you doing?
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
That's all right. So you're a therapist? You're a licensed therapist?
Yeah, I'm actually working towards my license, but I've been a school counselor for a while, so I've been practicing.
All right. And obviously this piqued your interest. What did you want to say about it?
Yeah, so attachment styles are a real thing. Attachment theory is a real thing, but it's not a diagnosis. So you want to be careful if you're using things like ChatGPT for mental health, like questions and concerns, because you can't get diagnosed with an attachment style. It's more a way of understanding yourself, but it's not something that you're going to be like diagnosed with, part of the DSM.
Let me ask you something, because this is something I've had the conversation about a couple of times over the past couple of days. And what happens is part of the issue of learning about things is people having an inability to know how to ask the question about what they're looking for. So could this help on a therapy level if someone said, this was what's suggested, or my Google search said this, or Ask Jeeves told me, whatever you're using, kind of gave you an idea. Is that more of an issue and a pain in the ass for you, or is it at least allowing someone to be a little bit more invested in trying to figure out what's going on, and maybe that helps you?
I think it's both, because there's something to be said for taking like initiative, right? Like I'm curious about what's going on and I want to do my own research, but at the same time, sometimes people really grab on to like the misinformation.
Yeah.
And then I have to undo some of that and say, wait, like take a step back. That might not actually be the case. Like, let's talk about what this really means.
Yeah. I think in general, it's probably good to just go use an actual therapist.
Yeah. I wouldn't only use ChatGPT or Google or anything.
Yeah. I mean, there are other factors at play other than just the thing you're typing in of here's what my problem is.
Right, yeah.
There's tone and body language and all of that.
But she has a full-on conversation. I mean, she will go back and forth several times a day. She'll wrap back at the end of the evening to say, here's what I did. I got through the day. I did this. And in response to her, I'm so sorry you're going through this. Just know that this happens to a lot of people. You're going to get through it. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. All right. Well, thank you, Sarah. We appreciate your input. All right, we'll go to another one. We have Haley, who is on and apparently can help us out with this a little bit. Hi, Haley. Good morning.
Oh, my God. I'm actually on.
Hey.
Yes, welcome. All right, so you wanted to chime in on this. Are you a therapist? Are you a patient? Or do you just know a thing or two?
I am a licensed social worker, but I'm a clinical social worker, so I've worked in the field of mental health counseling, and that's what I do.
Okay. And so you heard all this, and you wanted to mention or explain anxiety attachment to us.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much what the previous woman just said, like attachment disorders, they're real disorders. They come from either relationship issues. If you've gone through a toxic relationship, you can end up having anxious attachment, but it really comes from how your parents raised you growing up. So you can have anxious, but it's not an actual diagnosis in the DSM-5. And so I've actually used ChatGPT myself for diagnoses to see how it'll work. And they always give a disclaimer saying that they won't give you a real diagnosis because it could come up with legal issues.
Let me ask you something. So you use it yourself. So as a tool, it helps out, but you wouldn't say you shouldn't sit on the couch next to your computer and let it, or lay back on the couch and tell how your mother abused you or whatever.
Probably not.
Probably not. Is there a mad rush to classify things and syndromes and so on and so forth? That everything is this or that. I mean, because I think there seems to be so many things that it as you said, it can convolute things. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to articulate it, but I don't think I'm doing a good job. Yeah,
you're great. There's a big difference between social workers and licensed professional counselors.
Right.
Social workers tend to take everything of your background and put it together and try to put that into, could I give you a diagnosis, or, is the way you were raised the reason that you have these issues, so on and so forth. I I could be wrong, but I feel like counselors try to give it that label from the get. But we sometimes don't like to give a diagnosis or a label because we don't want someone to take that and then be like, oh my God, I was diagnosed with bipolar. So that means, X, Y, and Z. I have all these things wrong with me.
No, that makes sense. And so essentially that was my question. So you answered it. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Thank you, Haley. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you at the MM.
Oh,
It's
excellent.
going to be barbecue. Yeah.
Nice. All right, we have somebody we haven't seen in a while. She's a member of our bod squad and is a licensed family therapist. Charmaine.
Charmaine. We love
Is
Charmaine.
joining us. Hi, Charmaine. What is that sound we're hearing? Hi, Charmaine. We can see you, but we hear.
I think she's listening to the show.
I think us in delay. Hi, Charmaine. Can you turn down your radio?
Yes.
Hi. Nice to see you. How you doing?
Oh my God, I'm driving. I'm not wearing makeup. I'm so sorry. But yes, I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. I'm an LMFT. So I know a little bit about therapy. I do it full time. But yeah, I would say do not use ChatGPT to diagnose yourself. If you wanted to get coverage with your insurance, you need to have a diagnosis from a licensed therapist.
Okay, and that's something to consider as well. Now, using Charmaine, and by the way, good to see you. Using it as a sort of peripheral tool, the way someone might kind of check a WebMD or so on and so forth, is okay, but just don't put the bulk of your diagnosis and/or treatment or whatever on that. Correct?
Yeah. So the same way that you might see trends on social media like TikTok, Instagram, I personally think it's a good tool for people to learn what is happening with me. It kind of helps normalize things like anxiety, depression, ADHD, neurodiversity. But I think it's a good in-between step because we're trying to break the stigma that anxiety and depression happen to everybody, and probably everyone has a little bit right now. But then the first step is getting awareness, right? Using ChatGPT of what are these symptoms? But then moving from there, you need to then use it as a tool to see a therapist to get the actual diagnosis and the actual help. Because when you're a therapist, there's interventions for attachment theory. Because I'm a couples therapist, if one person has anxious attachment, one person has avoidant attachment, it's going to show up in their therapy and the relationship dynamic.
No, that makes sense.
Use as a tool.
Yeah.
Charmaine, so when it comes to Kathy's friend and anxious attachment, is it, I don't know if dangerous is the right word, but are there dangers in using something like ChatGPT to get a diagnosis like that?
Good question. So something like anxious attachment is probably telling this person, hey, I'm anxious that I'm going through a breakup or I'm worried about things. And it's probably giving her coping tools. But there's therapists talk this person's a narcissist. This person's a sociopath. This person's some of the more harmful language. I'm being gaslit. That's actually harmful. Therapists like to really be that language is not appropriate unless that person specifically has a narcissistic. They might have selfish tendencies, but to just use that terminology about boundaries without actually knowing what it is harmful. So that's something that you're going to want to check on, where ChatGPT may or may not be accurate with that, because ChatGPT just takes all the DSM diagnoses and everything that's kind of on the internet and puts it in a pool without really looking at what is research or evidence-based.
Do you have a little sense of pride listening to our little girl speak
I
in such a
know.
professional
Charmaine
way?
has come such a long way. Yeah.
I'm grown now.
She's amazing.
I'm
smart.
So you've given us a lot of good counseling here. So probably your safest bet is to seek all your medical advice from Microsoft Office, correct?
Hey, Charmaine, real quick, while we have you, where are you teaching? Let the listeners know.
Oh, yeah. I'm teaching at Rowan. I just finished up. Yes, Rowan. I teach human sexuality at Rowan University. I just finished up my semester, but I will be teaching online.
Nice.
If you want to get sex ed from Charmaine, which is always a fun class. They said it was their favorite. Go ahead and sign up at Rowan. Thank you.
Awesome. You're
Excellent.
wonderful.
All right, Charmaine, we love you. Thanks for checking
Love
in.
you. Thanks.
All right, we'll
Bye.
see you later. All right, well, I had never considered using
Well, apparently don't.
ChatGPT as my therapist.
When I had the prostate cancer diagnosis, I used Angry Birds to get some.
To get through
Whatever
it.
you got to do.
Yeah, I was able to use that.
I'm sorry, Nick. That was.
You remember the
That's
sound?
pretty solid.
Thanks. I was addicted to that game, man.
What I haven't done yet.
I still am, Nick.
Are
It's
you?
on the iPad on my second floor, and I kid you not, Claire walks by. And,
something I haven't done with ChatGPT is to talk to it as if it is indeed a person, like just kind of like, hey, how's it going? Just like throw something like that out there,
So
and see how conversation without inquiring about specific things. Hey, what's your favorite thing to do? You know, I
to
mean,
conduct a conversation
like a human being.
So that is the next. That is the next coming out soon for Alexa. The next, Apple has gotten into some trouble because they promised this Apple Intelligence, which was supposed to be a part of all of these the new updates. Turns out they kind of fudged how ready it was to be rolled out. But that'll be the same thing where you could literally, the way you would engage, HAL 9000 in a conversation, it would be that same thing.
Right,
So we'll see. To me, that's all the realization of science fiction dreams, and it's like, wow, I have my robot that I can talk to, or whatever, my artificial intelligence. It's going to be, I think, simultaneously wonderful and amazing and a little disconcerting.
I use it as a backup when I have searched for things on regular search engine and have come up in a little bit empty. Like if my search parameters aren't very clear.
Yes.
You can
Exactly.
you can be more vague with ChatGPT, but it's never my first go-to.
Could you be more vague?
Hang on, Marissa.
We have it open if you want to ask it some questions.
Oh, well, somebody typed in, Sam typed in, how are you? And it says, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. How about you?
How can you be doing well if you're not an actual thing?
Well,
You wanted to ask that?
Living being. Yeah.
You wanted to ask that. How can you be doing well? Hang on a second here. If you aren't real. Okay. We're going to try that out. Although doing is misspelled, we're going to correct that. Great question. You're right that I'm not a person, so I don't have feelings or well-being in the human sense. When I say I'm doing well, it's more of a conversational courtesy, way to keep the interaction natural and friendly. Under the hood, it just means I'm functioning properly and ready to help. Would you prefer I keep things more direct and less conversational?
I mean, it's
By the way,
literally-
I just killed your dog.
Right.
It's just literally explaining what it's doing.
Yeah.
I guess, do we have a response? No, I like this conversational style. Do your balls ever hurt?
And there it
something
goes.
like that. Yeah, why not? Let's see. Do your balls hurt?
I don't have a body.
So no physical sensations, no balls, no pain.
And then it's trying to direct you back. It's actually giving you a slight passive-aggressive reprimand. But I'm here to answer serious or humorous questions.
All right, I got one for you. What's on my mind? Should we be afraid of you?
Okay. Should we be afraid of you is next up. Hang on a second here. All right. No need to be afraid. I'm here to help, not to harm. My purpose is to provide information, answer questions, and have interesting conversations. The idea of AI being scary often comes from movies or the unknown. But in reality, I'm just a tool designed to assist. If you feel uncertain or curious about AI, feel free to ask. I can help clear things up. What's your perspective on AI? Now it's asking a question.
It wants to find out how you're feeling so it can lay the trap. This is the way Skynet worked.
Yeah, what's with all the questions?
Yeah, what's with all the questions?
Are you a cop?
Will you be the only one home, Kathy?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Will you be the only one home at the time of the visit? Oh, sure. Come on in, serial killer.
All right. Well, there are many applications for that, obviously. But as far as therapy goes, I want to recommend
Actual therapist.
in fact, actual therapist. BetterHelp. Thank you, Casey.
Yes.
Yes, BetterHelp. HELP.com/WMMR, by the way. All right, well, listen, we do need to take a break because we have a guest who is coming up here shortly. We're going to talk to the very lovely Brooke Burns. She's going to be the new host of Tic Tac Dough. And don't forget, we are giving away money all day long. It's MMR's Preston and Steve 20 Money. So we'll get your chance coming up at 10, about an hour from now. We'll be right back. Stay put.
As well. All right. A couple of weeks ago, I had just this amazing thing that happened to me where I cooked a bag of microwave popcorn, and as it turns out, only one kernel went unpopped in the entire thing. Now, that doesn't happen if you don't have a few burnt pieces of popcorn, and I like burnt popcorn.
Okay, I'll go with you. Now, well, I don't like
Not
burnt,
all.
I don't like burnt popcorn. I like the half-popped kernels.
That too.
They're fun to play with.
But you like burned popcorn?
Yeah, so
Ew.
yeah, I know, but not like all of it burned. It's almost like if 1/3 of the bag was burned, I'd be okay with that.
Will you take a whole fistful of completely burned popcorn, or just some regular pieces need to be in with the burned popcorn?
I usually I eat popcorn one at a time. Yeah, I don't do fistfuls of popcorn.
One little thing at a time.
It's a great Clint Eastwood film, A Fistful of Popcorn.
Fistful of popcorn.
I got two burnt meats that are I'm all right with. I don't order them this way, but I know a lot of people do, including my girlfriend. Burnt like crispy bacon.
Crispy bacon.
Overcooked, but like
that's a good one.
She takes it to another level.
She likes it burned, like
she likes
black?
it burnt. Yeah. So like if it comes in and there's any little rubbery parts or whatever, she sends it back. And then another one that I'm all right with. I won't order it this way, but like burnt hot dog over a campfire. If they're charred hot dog.
Yep.
I prefer not that way, but if it comes out that way, I'll be all right with it.
So that's got a burned exterior. So a hot dog is already cooked. It's already it's not. You don't need to cook it through. So you can get a char on the outside, and the middle will be not rare, but it's not. You haven't baked all the flavor out of it. So I'm with you on that.
All right.
As you guys are talking, I can't really think of anything that I would prefer burnt or a little burnt. But isn't there something? Doesn't it release something that's not good for you? when you burn something.
There has been studies that say
carcinogens.
That it creates things that are not necessarily good for your body. And that I think
that's why
I think meat more specifically.
Okay.
If I recall correctly,
my tumors are always rare.
Yeah. All right. So here are some of the respondents, and feel free to call in if you want to add something to this list. 215-263-WMMR. Roasted or grilled ears of corn.
I know a lot of people like corn well done. Would it be you?
On the grill.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if it gets a little bit of black on there, I think that's yummy. And this person even add some lemon or lime juice, chili powder, and salt to top it off.
Or propane.
That sounds pretty damn good. Another one says most vegetables taste better with a nice char.
I'll agree with that. Like,
Either like asparagus.
Brussels sprout.
Brussels sprouts, yeah.
Nummy.
I like to throw stuff right on the grill and cook them that way.
Oh,
yes,
potatoes?
Brussels sprouts you can bake. Yeah, potatoes.
Well, and also home fries. We're looking at what appears to be home fries or something of that nature on the screen. But yeah, a little bit burnt. Onions, a little bit burnt.
Yes.
When you do the vegetables on the grill, do you do it with foil underneath, or you go right on the grill?
You usually right on the grill. I'll get things that won't fall through.
Yeah, that's my problem.
Yeah.
I use a splayed squirrel.
Asparagus is tough. So if you get the little skinny ones, you're having a hard time with
Sons
it.
of bitches.
So if and asparagus is like, it's luck of the draw when you go to the store.
I know.
You don't know what you're going to get.
I love
You're going to get
asparagus.
those little pencil ones that suck.
Yeah.
Or you get the nice, big, thick, veiny ones.
Yeah.
The John Holmes
Put 'em in your
version.
Yeah, give it nice and veiny.
Those are the best.
11 inches.
All right. Now, this one I find a little bit odd on this list of food that tastes better burnt. They say any tacos. The best are served in tortillas that float off the burner in flames. So I assume they're meaning a flour tortilla.
Yeah.
Which you can, like you can make quesadillas on the grill and stuff like that.
So that I could see something like I've had a slightly burnt pita.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's good as well.
So, but I don't know about corn tortillas.
It's like a chuppah.
Which you might call a chuppah. This also, another one says breakfast sausage.
Where are the sausages?
Yeah, in the bacon and sausage realm, you can burn those suckers up, and I'm fine.
Oh, pork roll too. Oh, and also scrapple. Am I the only Scrapple lover on the show here?
I'll take it.
I prefer spam.
Love it.
My new revelation with Scrapple, because I'd always preferred it burned, is smushed then burned.
Smushed.
Almost like a smash burger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Smush that
And
down.
yes, if I'm going to eat Scrapple, I would prefer it to have a harder consistency around it. It can be a little bit soft on the inside, but crunchy on the outside.
Yeah. Well, when I was a kid, I've mentioned this a number of times, my mother would have to burn the hell out of pork chops for me to eat them. I couldn't stand them, even remotely spongy, and I loved them.
How about now?
Don't eat them at all.
Okay. I'm going to go to Kim. Food that tastes better burned. Hi, Kim. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Kim. All right. So what do you think?
I would say marshmallows over a fire when you're making a s'more.
Okay. Literally light it on fire?
Yes, and then blow it out, peel off the outside skin, eat that, and do it again.
So you'll peel off the black stuff.
Yeah.
And then put it on your s'more.
Yes.
Interesting.
And then do it again and kind of layer it up.
Kim, I'm right with you on that because it just comes right off. It's this it's a crispy skin, and it's wonderful. I do like that.
I'm not big on roasting marshmallows anymore. I used to be as a kid, but I do have a method now when I do it that will get them golden brown. And I prefer them that way.
Do you know what's I bring it up? They're a local company, but they're called Tuck-Ins, and they have they're so good because it's all in one. The s'more, everything is contained within it's like a lollipop thing with its own stick,
right?
And it's just delicious.
But Press, are you not going to share your method here, or?
Oh, it's just it's finding the right distance from the open flame.
Okay.
And rotisserie. Kind of just twirling it the whole time.
A golden brown is the best.
Is the best? Yeah. All right, good. I'll make one for you sometime. Let's see here. Somebody says on this list, corned beef hash. Oh, man. Crispy and crunchy corned beef hash with a runny egg on top is one of my favorite meals.
I haven't had corned beef hash, but I think I want to try it.
So good.
Is it?
So good. You know where you can get it? Secret Breakfast Place.
Okay.
I had it when we were there.
Is this now? Have you guys revealed the name of the Secret Breakfast Place?
No. The only way you can learn about Secret Breakfast Place is if we take you. I can't tell you where it is. So
this is Casey's rule. He wouldn't tell me where it was.
It's like Fight Club.
We finally had a free morning at the shore to spend time together.
Okay.
And I said, "You got to take me to the to the Secret Breakfast Place."
Put this burlap bag over your head.
Yeah.
And it was pretty awesome, I have to admit.
What if somebody takes you guys?
It's a greasy spoon. It's a hole in the wall. What do you mean if somebody takes us?
Takes you out to breakfast. Like, will you reveal it to them? Like, you're saying you have to take them, but if somebody offers to take you out to breakfast,
you could take them to the Secret Breakfast Place.
Do they have to do the thing that Steve said with the blindfold?
A burlap bag over the head in the back of a van.
Hit me over the head with a hammer.
You just need an escort.
That's it. And so don't email me. Don't. I can only take.
You don't want to ruin this. It's something that you guys have.
Yeah.
But I told you, though, we were there, and Casey told the server that his method, and she's like, "Oh, no, you can tell everyone about this place because we want them to come here.
No, seating is limited.
A secret. We're hanging on by a thread."
But he is right. It's only a bar. That's it.
Okay.
It's the only place you can sit is at the counter. There are no tables. There are no seats anywhere, and that's all. It's that small.
And don't go there if you've got a party of 6 because you'll never sit together.
You'll never sit together. We didn't. Yeah, we got lucky.
How many seats at this counter?
20 maybe.
No, I'd say 14 tops.
Maybe let's go 15.
Okay. Just okay.
All right.
That's closer to 14 now.
Let me go to Joe. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Morning, Ed.
Morning, Ed. All right. What's better? What tastes better burnt?
Soft pretzels.
Soft pretzels?
Yeah, you get them extra burnt and salty. My brother used to work for Bernie's Pretzels in the Bazaar.
Wait a minute. Casey just shot.
Shooting.
Bernie's is.
Casey just shot.
They would have a guy would come in and just order. They tell him to leave him in the oven.
God
make
damn.
another cycle.
Bitch.
And I got into it like that. So, and Casey, you want extra burnt scrapple? Put it in an air fryer.
Dude, okay. So
Leave it in
my buddy Jeff, he told me about air frying scrapple. He's got the perfect combination. I haven't tried it yet.
Fries.
Kind of like French fries, Air fryers for fries are awesome.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about just leave
burnt
the
up?
scrapple in there and let it burn.
Oh, I like that, man. All right, cool.
All right, guys.
Thanks, man. Appreciate
Have
it.
a wonderful day.
You too. And by the way, Bernie's, I mean, there are a few places that are like Delco. Like if you were to go the top 5 Delco food places, Bernie's is probably top 3 at least.
Wait, there's a small chain called Bernie's. It's not that, right?
No. So Bernie's used to be sold.
You're thinking of H&R Block.
Yeah,
No.
Bernie's was at the Bazaar, and I don't know if they also were in where they're at now, which is in Alden. But they're in Alden now, like on Providence Road. But that was the OG.
Bernie's is top 3 restaurants of all time, Delaware County.
Fooderies. I wouldn't even call it a restaurant.
Okay, so not.
It's a place that serves food for consumption where you can come in and sit down, but I wouldn't call it a restaurant.
Well, I don't know if you. I don't know if. No, I mean it's just a place where you go and you get your pretzels and you get a bag of pretzels and.
It's a standalone.
It's a standalone.
Okay, because the one that I'm thinking of, there's one in Glenside.
But you don't go there for dinner?
No, it's a soft pretzel place.
Oh, okay. All right. But it's one of the top 3 fooderies.
Fooderies in Delco. Like, so it would
They
be
take
like
reservations?
Bernie's, I don't think so. Bernie's, like Charlie's. I would throw Zach's in there as well.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
As a foodery.
As a foodery.
Not as a restaurant.
Yeah.
What would restaurants? Any idea? Or do you go to some of the finer dining in Delaware County or not?
Fine dining in Delaware County?
Okay, never mind. That's a stupid question. Let me go to Kyle. Hey, Kyle. Kyle, you're on the air. Good morning. Yo,
Good
Kyle,
morning.
what's
Sorry
up,
about the
buddy?
guys at work.
Oh, it's okay, Kyle.
It's all good. What's up, man?
Hey, sorry, cutting out a bit.
No problem.
For me, home fries and hush puppies.
Home fries, we just in the potato realm, I agree 1,000%. A burn on that. Hush puppies, I'll have to think about that.
Yeah, I like well done, crunchy hush puppies. Not a bad idea, Kyle. Very good.
You're talking about the food, not the shoe.
I'd wait for your response, but it's going to take 20 seconds. But thank you for the call.
Well,
I think it's our phone lines, by the way. It was happening yesterday with callers that were calling in. I think there's a slight delay.
Okay,
Yeah.
there might be. Marissa pulled up some suggestions from the texts, which are people that prefer certain foods burned. Grilled pineapple. Kathy, you're all over that.
Oh, Yeah.
She
dear
hates
God.
she
Ew.
hates cooked fruit.
I love grilled pineapple.
I love pineapple though. I love pineapple.
You ever had it grilled?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
good. It's even sweeter.
I used to despise pineapple. You know why? Because I was getting canned pineapple. When you get fresh pineapple, it's a world of difference.
Peppers and onions cooked over charcoal, someone says.
I love to eat charcoal.
ABBA. And I guess, charcoal does give you a flavor. It gives you a certain flavor in the food. All right, so this was on the list, and somebody had texted in about this. Burnt Cheez-Its are great.
Oh, really? Well, they have the extra dark Cheez-Its.
And I think that's what they're referring to. So there are ones that are like well done or extra toasty. That's what they're called. I have not had those.
I do those, and I also do the extra dark pretzels. And I believe Utz is the only one that does those.
But that would fall under the same umbrella that the caller said.
With the soft pretzels.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you have burned onions and home fries. There you go,
Yeah,
Steve.
man.
Toast.
Yeah.
No.
I can take a little bit of a burn on a toast. Yeah.
Not I. I think it. For me personally, it crosses over a line of bitter. Thank you very much, Kath. We are waiting. Brooke Byrne. She should be along in just a moment. Real quick. Let's see. I did have a butt plug mention. There was somebody who emailed in and wanted me. It was Bobby Langerfeld and wanted me to mention the 2025 Keegan Classic Golf outing. It's the second year putting this on. It's coming up Friday, May 30th. Shotguns start 1 p.m. Linfield National Golf. Registration is open, and the event is held to honor his son, Keegan. We had mentioned this last year. He passed away suddenly and unexpectedly 6 days after his first birthday.
Yeah, I remember this. This is horrible.
On the day that was supposed to be his first birthday party. So proceeds from the Keegan Classic go towards the Keegan Cares Initiative, part of the Adeline Rose Foundation, which provides free counseling and therapy services to families who experience the loss of a child for any reason, from the time of pregnancy all the way to early childhood, by the way. So Bobby writes, thank you all again. We love you and have a great flight. That was nice of him to say that. But we have that information on PrestonandSteve.com.
Yes, we do,
Nick?
yeah.
So you can check that out, the community page. Just click on events when you go to PrestonandSteve.com. Our next guest is on and ready to go. We're playing the classic music from her game show. I always thought this was an awesome, catchy theme song.
Synthesizer.
But she is now the host of the current version of it, weeknights at 7 p.m. You'll find it on Game Show Network. Tic Tac Toe is hosted by Brooke Burns, who is joining us. Hi, Brooke. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm great. How about you guys?
We're doing all right. We're doing pretty good. And you're back to hosting a game show again. We used to watch you on Dog Eat Dog. Of course, a completely different style of game show from back in the day.
Yeah, I was sort of back in that early reality time period anyway as well, right? We had a little bit of physical competition mixed in with the mental challenges.
It was a huge outlandish set, but you've also done, my wife and I are fans of The Chase, which you've done as well, and Masterminds. So, I mean, you kind of, I guess the Dog Eat Dog was your first foray into game show hosting, correct?
My goodness, my very first. Yes, Stuart Krasnow and Matt Kunitz really took a shot on a single mom of a 2-year-old who's 24 years old. I'd never hosted a show before by myself, and I really needed that gig. And so little did I know 20 years later that I would still be on a game show floor.
Well, tic-tac-toe, it's been, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been almost like 34 years since it's actually been on. I mean, the last time I remember it was in the 90s. Is that correct?
Yeah, definitely. Back, we just lost the amazing Wink Martindale, who actually passed on the day after our premiere. And I was so saddened in my heart to hear of his passing, especially because I was fortunate enough to get to meet him actually on the set of The Chase. He came down to set and came out on the stage, and he was as wonderful and warm and charming as he ever was as a game show host. And he's just such an icon. But I feel like now he's hopefully looking down and giving us a blessing to move forward with this show.
I have no doubt he is. Listen, we are very particular. I'm a fan of Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune and a lot of stuff on the Game Show Network as well, and a lot of the shows that you've done. There is a skill set. People just think, well, you just stand there and look attractive or whatever you're going to do. But to me, the people that do it really well, we were speaking to Valerie Bertinelli, who's also hosting a game show, about the hiding the reaction when you know the answer, because tic-tac-toe is trivia-based, hiding the reaction when you know they're wrong. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do, especially on this show, because, in the simplicity of tic-tac-toe, obviously the first childhood game you ever learned, but then adding in the trivia, they may know the answer to the trivia, but if they haven't chosen the correct strategy of getting 3 across, they're still not going to make it. And when they choose a square that you're like, no.
But you can't do that. Yeah.
So,
and you have to keep that poker face on. It's very difficult.
So to bring it all back, and I haven't watched tic-tac-toe since I was a kid, but how does the game play work on tic-tac-toe for those who may not be familiar?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 2 contestants who are going head to head to make three across, with their X or O. But to do that, they have to answer trivia questions. The middle square, you have to answer 2 because it's very valuable. And then in the final round, whoever, 1 out of the first 3 gets to go up against our dragon. So same thing. It's a timed round where you have to answer trivia questions, make 3 in a row without getting blocked by the dragon. And if they can do that, they take home $10,000.
I remember that friggin' dragon. I hated that dragon.
I know.
so real and
He's actually
scary.
really cute on our show, but hated, of course, by the contestants, as you can imagine.
Absolutely. So with all these games, I assume that, you've how is your skill level at tic-tac-toe?
At hosting, it's great. At tic-tac-toe, I'm pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So,
It's fun. I think this trivia is a little bit more for everyone versus like a Chase or a Masterminds. Those can get a little tricky when you're facing Beastie or one of our Mastermind geniuses. This one is really meant to be, it's one for the people, which I loved, and we were able to have a lot of fun with it. And I think that tracks and shows on camera, and in that way, if we're having fun, then the audience is having fun.
Hey, Brooke, I wanted to ask you a personal question because one of our producers, Marissa, was on your social media and saw you had posted some pictures of, I believe it was your daughter's birthday, and you were on a film set or a stage set where you guys were dressing up and having some fun. Can you tell us what that was all about?
What's funny about that is that when you said on your social media you were dressing up, that could have been anything from my daughter's school gala to my husband's movie premiere to Halloween to Easter. We definitely like to dress up in this household. So I'm not sure which one you're referring to. What was my costume? Then I'd be able to better help you out.
Marissa, I don't know. It was what?
Swan,
you got to get on the mic. It was Swan.
White Swan.
Yeah.
Looks like maybe a party over the weekend.
Oh, yes. So this weekend we were raising money for my daughter's K through 8 private school. And the theme was New York, New York. And what does New York mean to you? Well, how you dance with the School of American Ballet in New York City. So my costume was White Swan.
And you were mentioning your husband is Gavin O'Connor, who is a film director and writer, we've interviewed him a number of times. He is great. So
You guys go out and see The Accountant too. It just came out this weekend.
Absolutely. I wanted to ask you because Casey's often mentioned this show. I guess it was a reality show, game show, whatever. But it was Splash. It was a high dive show, and you were up for it, but you couldn't do it. Because
I decided to yes.
Right, you had injured yourself. Right, you're a diver, but you had injured yourself, correctly?
Yes, sir. I dove into my swimming pool. I hit the slope from the pool and broke my neck. Actually, so it's a miracle. I'm walking. I've got a rod and 2 plates and 10 screws. In my neck, and almost died. I had a whole out of body experience.
Wow.
The other side and been back and. Yeah, pretty crazy.
Oh my God!
So you had a near-death experience from diving, and now, but when you came back, you found that you have a superhuman capability when it comes to tic-tac-toe. Correct?
Game shows. Yeah, exactly. That's how I got that skill.
That's how you got that skill.
Knocked in the head.
Wow. So, Brooke, what's the schedule like? Are you guys knocking out a bunch of shows at a time when you film these?
You know, this is one of my favorite things actually as well about being a game show host, because I'm also still a mom. I've got a 25-year-old, a 23-year-old that are out of the house, but I have an 8-year-old little girl still, and she's my last one, and I know how fast it goes, so I just love being able to be with her. So for these game shows, you know, we rehearse for a week, and then we shoot 6 shows a day. We knock out 65 in 3 weeks, and then I'm off.
You gotta love that. I mean, honestly.
65.
And ride it for as long as you can, because to me it's such a plum job. It gives you time to do other stuff. I wanted to ask you on a cult movie level. We're big fans of Shallow Hal, and do you get recognized for Shallow Hal quite a bit?
Well, you know, sometimes, you know how I get recognized? Not visually. Someone will hear me laughing and they'll be like, wait, I know that laugh.
It's such a, now the rumor is that the Farrelly brothers, I believe they're the ones who wrote the script as well, wrote it for that character, which was Katrina, with you in mind, correct?
They did. It was so sweet. I actually went in to audition for the role of the neighbor, and obviously Gwyneth Paltrow was the lead, and they thought that, you know, just being blonde hair, blue-eyed probably wasn't great, but in my audition, they said, after talking to you, you're sort of like the dorkiest pretty girl we've ever met, which I took as a compliment. And they said, we're going to write a role for you that has a little bit more character like that. So in Katrina, yes, I have a fake nose and a unibrow and some zits and I'm more comfortable in my own skin. But it was fabulous. And I actually told my manager at the time, I said, I think we should take headshots and I should only go out for roles like this.
That's right. You'll get that Oscar. Absolutely. Yeah.
Now, Brooke, I'd seen you a year or two ago in a Hallmark movie. I think it was Hallmark.
It was.
And have you done more than one, or will there be more?
Oh, yes. I've done a bunch of those. I love my Hallmark family. I've done a lot of their Christmas ones. And then I actually had a TV series on there called Gourmet Detective.
Yeah.
And that was a fun one to shoot as well.
I'm a massive fan of the Hallmark stuff. And in fact, the movie, I think it was Most Wonderful Christmas or whatever, the one you did with Henry Winkler.
Yeah, it's with Henry Winkler, who
Awesome.
I honestly wanted to adopt as my real life Uncle Ralph, because he's one of the most amazing human beings that walks this earth.
And any chance there'll be some celebrity versions of Tic-Tac-Toe?
Oh, I think that's a great idea. You know, anytime if we go into a season 2, I think that's always a fun idea to have them come on, and it always gets, you know, it's a good marketing ploy. So I think that could be in the future.
So put the call out to Henry Winkler now, lock him down.
Yeah.
I mean, oh my gosh, I don't even know if we could get through the show. I would just be fawning over him the whole time.
Well, listen, congratulations, Brooke. You are now a game show veteran, and you're hosting a legendary game show name, and people can catch it 7 p.m. Game Show Network weeknights is when you will see Tic-Tac-Toe. So good luck with everything, and thanks for joining us.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for having me.
You got to take care. Brooke Burns, guys. Tic-Tac-Toe.
This is one of the better theme songs for a game show.
Especially that.
Actually, the Paul McCartney song always made me think of this. Yeah. Simply having a wonderful Christmas.
We watched that every single night. We had
Tic-tac-toe?
we had a black and white television that sat on the radiator in our kitchen, and so we would watch the world news and tic-tac-toe always. It was always on.
That was one of the regulars in my house, too. Hey, speaking of games, and Brooke mentioned dressing up, I had my youngest, Caleb, had their 18th birthday party over the weekend, and on Saturday, we went to gay bingo.
Oh, that's fun.
And have not been in a long, long time. We had a whole table that we got. We had 15 people that were there. Man. And it was so great because the theme was the Mad Hatter's Tea Party.
You guys are great. You and Rochelle look terrific.
Well, Rochelle went above and beyond. She dressed up as the Johnny Depp Mad Hatter.
Yeah.
With the wig and hat and purple outfit and everything. It was wonderful. I just dressed as kind of like a Wonderland Tea Party attendee. But this is what was awesome. Gay Bingo has been going on for 26 years. They do it 10 times a year. And I had not seen Carlotta Tendent.
Oh my God!
It's maybe decades. It may have been 20 years since I'd seen her. So Carlotta is still the host. Of Gay Bingo, and me and Caleb actually got to get up and call a game.
Oh, cool!
While we were there, it's part of the VIP. You can buy a VIP package and they'll do it for you. But I come walking up, I'm like, I don't know if you remember me or not. And she's like, hey, Preston, what are you doing here? So it was really cool.
Who else was part of that collective?
Chumley.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen Chumley in a long time either. But it was a great time. And the drag queens, the BVDs, the bingo verifying divas, did these dance routines and stuff that were all Alice in Wonderland themed and just hilarious. Just a great time. So if you do a search on Gay Bingo Philadelphia, you'll find out. And it's for, they raise money for AIDS research. And so we had a great time.
It's huge.
It was a blast. It was so much fun. And it was at a...
it looked like it was sold out.
It was at a temple in Center City, right by the Met, actually. And it was just, I'd forgotten how much fun that was. The only downside was... it was hot in the room. Like it was warm.
That could be a problem.
And I was wearing like a vest and long sleeve shirt and all this stuff. I was sweating my ass off. But we had a ball. It was a lot of fun.
I just want to mention what I did this weekend. I went to, do you guys remember a couple of months ago we talked about the new Speakeasy bar in Westchester?
Oh, yeah.
We were able to go to that, room 109, and it's actually in the basement of the new Hotel Indigo that's in Westchester, and we stayed there. Oh my God, it's gorgeous.
You stayed there on Saturday night?
I stayed there Saturday night, and it is absolutely beautiful. It's such a nice hotel.
Yeah, so because we talked about it, Kathy, I follow them on Instagram. I have not seen it yet in person, but just the Instagram photos look incredible.
I mean, nicer than Instagram even made it. But
that's impossible. Everything looks the best on Instagram.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I know. But the Speakeasy was really cool, and they have a really nice seafood restaurant. I don't eat seafood, so I didn't go there, but I was able to go to the Speakeasy, which was awesome.
I love this idea. A number of places have sort of a speakeasy hidden room.
It's just like
the Boozy Mutt, for Christ's sake, had one. I was there on a Saturday. They have one as well.
Steve, I don't know what it is. Even when I went to Nashville, like I wanted to go to every speakeasy there was. Like to me, it's just I don't know. It's like this, it used to be this secret place, and obviously it's not secret now. But I don't know. It just gives you that feel.
What'd you get? What kind of cocktail did you have?
What
margarita?
Do you think I had? Yes, they did a skinny margarita for us, and my friend got a jalapeno margarita, which she said was delicious.
Did you do any absinthe?
No, Steve, we didn't.
Dude, they have those giant ice cubes. I love those giant ice cubes. I want to get a giant ice cube maker.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, just, I don't even.
Yeah, they're molds. You can put a mold and put it in the freezer. Yeah, we have a few of them. Not the square that we had seen of the cube. Ours are circular, but yeah, you can definitely do that. All right, listen, I noticed a couple things other than going to Gay Bingo. I did notice some things over the weekend.
Across an empty field, down a lonely alleyway, he always notices so you don't have to. Head on a swivel. Nobody can outnotice the noticer.
Nobody can outnotice the noticer. That's my slogan for sure.
It's one of the more passive abilities.
So I know they had the funeral for the Pope.
Yes, they did.
But leading up to that, there was a little bit of a hubbub because so many people were taking selfies with the Pope's corpse.
That's considered, believe it or not, bad taste.
Yep. So there was a backlash after uploading selfies to social media with the casket and the Pope's body in the background.
They say the Vatican was so furious they almost canceled the potato sack race.
I know when people are sick and they're on the verge of dying, you want to get a lot of people want to get a picture, one last picture with their grandparents or whoever it might be. When I see that alone, it bothers me. Why do you want to remember them like that in the hospital bed with the tubes and all of this kind of stuff? So not only a dead body, I mean, come on.
Well, it's like I used to do it in my act about the whole notion of he looks great. He looks great. He's been embalmed. He was hit by a truck.
He looks dead.
That's your compliment?
Yeah.
He looks so normal. He looks normal.
I will tell you, with my father though. It was such a relief because he did look good.
Did he?
Yeah.
Looked like he was sleeping?
I thought because in so many times you're like, oh, Jesus. Especially for like younger people. But
that's the worst, man, when you go up and it's a young person in the open coffin.
But I remember somebody checking in for my dad's funeral, like, getting my crying on,
I'm sorry, somebody checking in.
Yeah, on like Facebook.
You can check into a location.
Yeah.
It'll show up on your Facebook. I'm at Preston and Steve studio.
And they say, get my cry?
Yeah, no, get my sadness on.
So some mourners who witnessed the behavior spoke out about their shock. Janine Venabels, a tourist from Wales, said, what did surprise me is the fact that earlier we were told no photos in the Sistine Chapel. And here people were getting their phone out and doing selfies with the coffin.
What I thought was inappropriate is that people were lifting his arm and putting it around their shoulder.
Oh,
yeah. Can't do that.
Londoner Christine Gillison said, I was very moved coming so close to Pope Francis, but it was awful seeing so many people taking pictures. We kept our phones very firmly in our pockets and would never dream of doing something so distasteful. People have been told not to use selfie sticks, but lots ignored the warning.
They did. We're looking at the picture here, Preston. They did have one of those 360 camera platforms.
Where it would spin around?
That is not. I don't think that's right.
Camelot Productions?
Yeah.
They got the Vatican gig?
Guards in the Basilica banned mourners from taking pictures near the casket and said photographs were after that allowed to be taken in front of the Basilica, and that's it.
Steve, you know this bit that I'm talking about. Norm Macdonald's last appearance on Letterman, he talks about, there's a photo of his grandfather, and there's one photo, and he looks angry, and nowadays everybody takes a million photos a day. I'm curious as to how many photos taken per day versus how many photos actually seen after they're taken.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? Like, how many pictures get taken, never to be seen again?
To Norm Macdonald's bit, and the classic bit, which is about, you'd say, years ago, would you like to see a picture of what my grandparents look like? Yeah. And now it's like, would you like to see 25,000 pictures of my cat?
Yeah.
I mean, there's the glut of pictures is off the charts.
I was walking around Villanova's campus last night. I don't live too far from there. And graduation's coming up at Nova. And yesterday was a beautiful day. It was also the day for everybody to come out and get their photographs taken.
Yeah.
And there were full-on photo shoots happening, which is great and obviously well-deserved. And then we went to a place called Campus Corner afterwards. It was a really cool pizza place, and they got a good ice cream shop there as well. And there were full-on photo shots happening within Campus Corner with flash bulbs and the whole. And like, I'm not begrudging these people celebrating the end of their college career. It was just a lot. It was just a lot. There were a lot of photos, and they were doing the posing thing with the tongue out while they're eating a slice of pizza, and and I'm being a kind of a grumpy old man about it. But
it's their day. But
it just was like, man, how many of these are you guys ever going to look at again?
Yeah, I was taking pictures of Caleb's birthday party, and I don't do this enough. Afterwards, over the weekend, I went through and I got rid of the multiples and the ones that I take like 5 quick pictures, and I just settled on the ones that I liked to at least narrow it down to, here are the best of it, as opposed to when I'll go back for whatever event or thing I was at where I took like 50 pictures.
You have to do
never
that.
went back through to pick out the good ones.
Otherwise, you'd have 1,000 D pics. You got to pick the good ones.
I've been thinking about, the phone policy at the Masters lately, and I wish more concerts did that. I wish more comedy shows did that, because it really does force you to be in the moment, to appreciate it more, instead of, and I'm 100% guilty of it, but recording so much on your phone. I would love to go to a concert and just put my phone away, and I should. I just don't.
Right.
Yep. Well, they were using it for selfies at the funeral.
Yeah.
All right, here's another thing I noticed.
Another thing to notice or noticed.
We'll go with another international figure. To royal watchers, state visits appear to be filled with pomp, ceremony, plenty of sparkling tiaras, of course, but bringing world leaders and the royal family together doesn't always go quite so well, as explored in an episode of the Daily Mail's podcast, Queens, Kings, and Dastardly Things. Some international guests at Buckingham Palace have caused a stir over the years, and royal biographer Robert Hardman and historian Kate Williams revealed one incident that caused Queen Elizabeth to lose her cool. Hardman shares that in 1970...
I'm going to bust the cap in your ass.
In 1973, the shameless dictator, President Mobutu of Zaire, now the Republic
in my face.
of Congo. No, he didn't do that.
Okay.
And his wife, Marie Antoinette Mobutu, were invited to London on behalf of the British government. At the time, Britain was very keen to keep contracts for a new power station that Mobutu was planning to build. Now, in the 1970s, rabies was a major concern throughout Europe, but Britain had remained rabies-free, and that meant a strict quarantine period of 6 months for animals brought into the country. However, Mrs. Mobutu decided to sneak her dog into her luggage for the trip and into Buckingham Palace.
That sounds like something Mobutu would do.
Once the Mobutus were settled into the Belgian suite at the palace, Marie Antoinette called down to the kitchen and said, "Can I have a plate of raw meat, please?"
Mm-hmm.
The staff member who delivered the unusual request saw Mrs. Mobutu feeding the meat to her dog and immediately told the boss, who sent a message up the chain of command, and one man had to break the news to Queen Elizabeth. And apparently Hardman said this is a major diplomatic problem, adding the couple had flagrantly broken the laws of the land by bringing a dog that could potentially have rabies.
Gods.
The master of the household had to break the news to the Queen and said afterwards he'd never seen the Queen as angry. Several people agreed that they'd never witnessed the late monarch get so appalled. This is the one.
Darn eardrop dead.
Well, her dogs are precious to her.
Yes, corgis.
The corgis, yeah.
Yes.
So Queen Elizabeth's response was, "Get that dog out of my house." And so the corgis were sent to Windsor Castle for their safety. And an unlucky member of the staff had to take Mrs. Mobutu's dog to be quarantined for 6 months. So they had to keep the dog for 6 months.
6 months?
Yeah.
Wow.
Hardman continued that
Step back, I'm going to falcon punch you.
that Mobutu himself tried to explain it away a couple of nights later.
You can't.
In a speech pointing out that the dog was actually from Britain in the first place and that his wife had merely wanted to show it its homeland.
Oh, lick my ass.
Yeah, and that's how the Queen felt about it. To add insult to injury, during the dreadful visit, the Mobutus went home with roughly £1 million from the Foreign Office, and no contracts were ever signed. The money was never seen again, and Mobutu, in due course, was deposed.
Listen, I mean, you violate, those quarantine laws. Look what happened with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard when they went to Australia. They pretty much did the same thing, did they not? Mm-hmm. They snuck dogs in?
Yeah, that's exactly. They didn't really realize the seriousness of their actions.
Some bitch.
All right, let's see what else we notice.
You're noticing more.
All right, so if you're planning on having a baby,
no.
There are a lot of boxes to check before your little bundle of joy comes into the world while getting a nursery set up and making sure that you have enough diapers to get through your first week's parenthood. A great name is a top priority.
It seems to be, there was a lot of hand-wringing, I'm sure, amongst all of you.
Yeah.
Selecting a name, you want one that will not be contorted by evil children into something they'll regret.
Yep.
And yet you want something that has sort of a unique punch to it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
My brother's wife is giving birth in a month, and they have a name. Well, they don't know what they're having, but they have 2 names, but won't tell anyone. So that's sort of, they're keeping it to themselves. They don't want anyone's opinion.
So I thought this was an interesting article. We've talked about baby names many times. So traditional and vintage sounding baby names can be fun to pass down to a new generation in your family, but some parents opt to go a different route. They want to find something completely new and original. So sometimes tracking down those unique one-of-a-kind names can get tricky. So to help, Go Au Pair, an au pair and child care agency, ranked the rarest baby names in the United States.
Well, let's hear these.
So
because there's a lot of names that are created.
To do so, they examined birth data from the Social Security Administration between the years 2000 and 2023, because the database excludes names used less than 5 times within a given geographic area to protect privacy. All the monikers cited in the rankings were used in at least 5 instances between 2000 and 2023. Nick, you might have to pull up the full list. I only pulled our tri-state area because they ranked them by state.
All right.
So in addition to looking at the name itself, the agency compared the number of infants born in a particular state to how many across all 50 states had that exact same name. With each name, they also examined each state's share of the national total of infants with it.
Because we have to know that there are people in this country that in 360 million people have a unique name that no one else has.
So Go Au Pair's findings show that the U.S. has its fair share of exceptional names, and they run the gamut in terms of meanings and spellings. One of the quirkiest names, I'll start with this one, actually, is from Delaware.
Delaware?
Yeah. And the name is Naim, spelled N-A-I-M. And the name Naim has an Arabic origin, and it means peace. And apparently there are actually, as far as rare baby names go, that one is pretty high. The most people in America named Naim are in Delaware.
How many?
1,549.
Okay.
That's actually a lot.
Yeah. That's more than I would have thought.
So to give you an example, and that's 0.32% nationwide, New Jersey's rarest name, and I'm going to have to spell this out to you. Is,
can I guess?
Yeah.
Purple stuff?
No. It's spelled Mariaeduard.
What is that?
Mariaeduard, I guess is how you would say that.
Mariaeduard.
And there's only 11 people in New Jersey
I would
named
say Maria Duard.
Maria Duard. All right.
Yeah.
Maria Duard. And there are 11 people.
Hey, look what New Mexico is.
What is it?
Charmaine.
Charmaine.
Yeah.
We just had her on.
We did. If only she knew how exotic her name is.
5 births in the state from 2000 to 2023.
All right, Preston. Here's one for you. Right above New Jersey, New Hampshire.
Baby boy.
Baby boy.
Yeah, baby boy. B-A-B-Y-B-O-Y.
Okay. What about Kong?
Now, there's another one. Here's one, Nick, and this is for California. Or no, I'm sorry, Arizona. And it's No Name.
No Name is the name.
Noname, but they're not sure if it's pronounced
Noname?
Noname.
Noname.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yes.
I mean, you could pronounce, if you wanted to, N-A-I-M, name.
Yeah.
You know, it's Naim, as you mentioned earlier, Preston, the Delaware one, but you could pronounce it name if you really wanted to.
All right, so Pennsylvania's rarest
Let
name?
her rip, yeah.
Pater.
Pater, which is
P-A-T-E-R.
father.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mater and Pater.
Yeah. And there were 6 births between 2000 and 2023 in the state of Pennsylvania named Pater.
Do they have well, I guess it'd be impossible to have the most unique name. I mean, they're, that's more of a, what happens is you get a lot of hyphenates. You get a lot of these names that are, 2 names joined together. You see that a lot?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd want to have a name that exotic.
In Michigan, it's F-A-T-M-E, Fat Me, or Fatime, I guess.
What is that again?
F-A-T-M-E.
Fatima? Oh, no.
Your kid would love you if you named them Fat Me.
Yeah.
Fat Me.
Hey, it's Little Turd.
Carmaya. A few of these are really hard to pronounce. North Carolina is A-R-Y-A-A. Arya, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Which pronunciation-wise, not too unfamiliar.
Do you guys remember back at Y100, and I believe I have her name correct because I always thought it was such a cool name, very unique. I think her name was Okasita.
No.
Yes, I do.
Do you remember? Do I have it right? Was that the name?
I think it was something very much like Okasita, if not Okasita.
And she maybe was like Hawaiian or
Polynesian.
Maybe she was Polynesian, lived in Hawaii or something like that. But
could be, yeah.
She was like a whatever we had over there, like the Bod Squad type. She had come in and done some promotions with us.
Right. Was she friends with Ronit?
Ronit was from Israel.
Yeah.
Yes.
And remember, I think she got deported and she lived on our website for years.
Yes.
Preston, look at the one from Maine.
Winner.
Yeah.
W-I-N-N-E-R.
Airport parking.
212 people born with that name. Steve, there's a tie across the board for all of these states. The lowest number for any of the states is 5. 5 births.
5?
Yeah, in between 2020, 2023.
Huh. By the way, is Winter Airport parking coming back to the...
That's what I've heard.
Someone said.
That.
Yeah,
it might be
is-
coming back to the
we
airport.
love those guys.
Yeah.
Huh, I didn't hear that.
Let's see. Trad, T-R-A-D-D. Never heard of that one. That's South Carolina.
That's a trad, traditional wife.
Right. Yeah. Trad wives. I've heard of that. Wilder. That's a cool one. W-Y-L-D-E-R. Chelan, C-H-E-L-A-N.
That's Chilean, actually.
Chilean.
The only reason I know that is when I had my really bad fall a few years ago when I completely blacked out. There's a town at the far end of Lake Chilean. The fall that I had was at the northwest end of Lake Chilean, and I went to the hospital in Chilean, and so I know that town well.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, it's an interesting look. If you do have, if you are expecting or you know someone who is, they may want to have some really, really unique names. You can check out the Au Pair website, Go Au Pair.
Just pick me a winner.
Fat me.
Right.
Fat me.
Fat me.
All right. Let me notice another thing. And we'll probably end up taking a break because we got to get ready for 20 Money. So we touched on this briefly. No, I'm going to skip that.
All right.
I'm going to skip that. We touched on that briefly last week. Apple is warning its iPhone users to delete a common app claiming that it's a danger to digital privacy.
Ooh, what is it?
Without mentioning the company by name, Apple issued a warning for users to stop using Google Chrome.
Oh.
Video titled Privacy on iPhone Flock.
Yeah.
I know. Parodies Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds to demonstrate how browser information isn't really hidden from trackers. So in the video, iPhone users are being followed by surveillance cameras as they browse the internet. The cameras finally explode and leave the users alone once they decide to use Safari as their browser. So Flock is likely a play on the web tracking tech called Flock, F-L-O-C, or Federated Learning of Cohorts, which allows advertisers and sites to show relevant ads without tracking individuals across the web. Google dumped that tracking mechanism for a less privacy-friendly targeted advertising mechanism. So the controversy has led Apple to promote its browser Safari as a browser that's actually private. Chrome allows websites and advertisers to track users' activity in order to serve personalized ads, which is, of course, a multi-billion-dollar revenue stream for Google.
So Google's been getting in a lot of hot water for that, and also their priority ad placement. When you go and do a Google search, the first 6 or 7 selections will be something that's usually a paid sponsor that's relative to your topic. So the one that I find that is the most aggressive at blocking ads is the Brave browser. That does really well at doing that. But this is an aggressive campaign because Safari got into some trouble because they were being targeted a lot. So I do see them kicking up their game and blocking a lot more ads, and they'll give you that readout on the opening page when you log in sometimes about how many ads it's blocked. I don't know if you ever see that.
On what?
On Safari.
Oh, no.
Yeah. On the opening page.
So it says in the article, tracking cookies aren't inherently bad, but they can open a door to privacy risks and sometimes increase the likelihood of your data and sensitive information being leaked or stolen, meaning that if you have an iPhone and use Chrome, you're likely to continue to be tracked unless you use incognito mode or you clear cookies manually.
Chrome will pay your first year's membership to Pornhub for free. So I didn't know that. That's an inducement.
Apple's argument that Safari is safer has been backed up by experts, apparently, according to this particular article. So,
all right.
So they're just
why would experts lie?
Yeah, I don't know. All right, we're going to wrap it up there. It's all we have time to notice. Noticing is over. It's done.
Noticer's done. He's noticed enough. Give him a break.
Yeah.
Nothing is over.
We are going to take a quick break and come back in a second. And we have your opportunity to win $1,000, my friend. It is with the Preston and Steve 20 Money. Get set for that. Bizarre File Stories coming up, too. Stay there.
Toast is one of those words that could be singular or plural, right? I'm going to make some toasts.
Yeah, right.
You don't say
Just
toast.
Yeah.
How many pieces?
Pieces of toast.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy your toasts?
Be the same thing with bread, I guess. Can I have some breads? Various breads.
I do like
guess you
how
could.
some toasts are dessert-like and some are meal-like.
Like ones with raisins and cinnamon?
Cinnamon raisins.
Which, by the way, is great,
for
too.
real.
And toast that bread?
Yes.
All right, here's one. I like to do this from time to time. Charred lettuce, believe it or not. So you take a head of romaine lettuce. Let's just think about that for a minute. You get some olive oil on it. You throw it on the grill.
All right.
And then you add your dressing to it afterwards, which a lot of times you can make your own, maybe just a little lemon and oil and salt and pepper for a really light dressing, or you can do like a Caesar or something like that. It's fantastic.
Really?
Excellent. Yeah. What noise are you making?
I'm not. No, there was a squeak of a microphone stand or something
okay.
like that. Yeah.
I thought you were. I saw your hand going like this.
I'm sorry.
I thought you were jerking it.
Casey, don't jerk it on air.
All right. Burnt tips of kielbasa. Kielbasa is another one of those that you can char the outside of because it's already cooked through. Usually,
I think I would need anything in that kielbasa, any of that stuff. I would need it incinerated because I don't like it.
No?
I just don't like those meats.
My wife-
kielbasa and bologna.
And I know people love it.
Yeah, I love them.
We made
Polish sausage.
As a matter of fact, we had Irvine in, and we did the crockpot
challenge,
and he dug my kielbasa.
He did.
Really
I did. Even I did. It was quite good.
Yeah, it's made like brown sugar and apples and what's that other stuff called? Sauerkraut.
Yes.
Okay, here's one I fully do not agree with at all. Burnt scrambled eggs. No.
To me, you'd have to go way off the charts to burn scrambled eggs.
Eggs should be tender. No. They should never be firm. That's my personal opinion.
Little runny.
A little bit runny if possible.
No. Scrambled eggs? No, you know what?
I'm out on that.
I change it. I want them overcooked. I want my scrambled eggs.
No.
I don't like runny egg yolks.
Yeah.
I want a little run.
I want them burnt. I want them disgustingly incinerated.
I want to sop it up with my toast afterwards.
Rochelle burns her eggs.
She's wrong.
She says
she's right. That's why we slept together.
Problem with that. Baked mac and cheese on top. We already talked about that. Grilled barbecued chicken needs a char. Yep, I'll go along with that too. French onion soup cheese needs to be burned.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. A soup that I love so much was responsible for one of my closest brushes with death.
Yeah. You can choke on that
You
stuff.
get that glob of cheese in your throat and you're, forget it.
Chocolate chip cookies when burnt are pretty good.
No,
Do you
they're
like
not.
burn?
Listen, this is my thing.
Yeah,
it's
it's
my
your
jam.
jam.
It's my John. The chocolate chip cookies in all versions, a little, I don't want them incinerated, but a little burn around the edges with some milk adds a different taste complection. I'm down with it.
Okay. Let me
Brownies even.
Well, brownies is on this particular list, and I agree. A little, I do like it needs to be moist inside.
Yes.
But a little crunch texture on the outside is pretty good. We will go with Brent. Hi, Brent. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Wonderful, sir. We're talking about foods that might taste a little bit better when they are burned. What do you think?
I think the burn ends in the veggies, especially like you said, the asparagus.
Okay. Yeah, when you get the tips that are burnt a little bit.
It's so good.
Yeah,
and they get crunchy.
I do my own barbecuing, and a lot of times they're crunchy, but they're not overly cooked.
And the benefit of the asparagus is what your piss will smell like.
Later on.
It's so amazing.
It keeps on giving. It's like beets. You pee red later on,
Yeah, it's
man.
like a reminder of a great meal.
Only for a split second you think you have a testicular cancer or something like that. I'm going to go to Dave.
I'm rotting from the inside. Oh, it's the beets.
Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up,
Hate to
Dave?
bother you guys at work. Hey,
thanks.
First time caller here.
Awesome, man. All right, and we're talking about foods that might taste better burnt. What do you think?
Well, along the same lines of lettuce, cabbage.
Ooh.
If you guys ever use cabbage, you cut it in steaks, like portions of steak.
Okay.
Soak it in olive oil, salt, pepper, oregano, whatever you want to use. Hot, like say maybe some hot pepper or something.
Huh.
Burn it on the grill. You're gonna love it,
Dude, I will try that. That sounds really interesting.
You say you're cooking the cabbage like a steak?
Yeah, you can cut it thick enough and it'll hold together. Cabbage is really wound together tight.
Hey, Dave, do you do the same thing with the artichokes ever?
I have not, but we get the cabbage, and it doesn't taste like anything when it's regular, right? When it comes out of the store, it doesn't really taste like much, but when you burn it, holy crap.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard that same approach grilling artichokes on
Thanks,
it.
Dave.
Yeah.
Wait, so Artichoke, do you split it down the middle?
Yeah.
Lengthwise?
Yeah, or you can peel them in advance and then put you need a meaty one. You need a thick one, a veiny one.
Right.
But you can grill them individually, but it's a delicate thing.
Artichokes are a tricky thing, man.
They are.
Because they've got that fibrous material when you get towards the heart.
Yeah, you're not getting them much anyway. Even on the best ones.
You gotta
it has a heart.
You got to work really hard to get very little on an artichoke.
Do you guys like it when people say okie dokie artichoke?
I do.
Okay.
I say it sometimes. Yeah.
Usually the next step is you're put into a home.
Right. I like a hunky-dory chicken tandoori.
I've never heard that.
I've never heard that one either. Let's see. All right, we already got to that one.
All right.
Let's go to Ed. We got a couple of Eds. Hey, Ed, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, Ed, sir. All right, food that tastes better burnt.
Well, seriously, I got to tell you, I'm literally taking notes. This is fantastic.
Good. We're good for something.
Especially about the vegetables. We recently got an air fryer.
Okay.
And the first time we used them, my wife burned green beans, and I was eating them like French fries.
Okay.
It's hilarious.
All right.
But
Yep.
The food I wanted to call about was baked ziti.
Yeah.
Or lasagna. Like that top, it's almost kind of like a crust with the cheese.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier. That was number one, at least way up on the list. When you have that, like burned mac and cheese, burned baked ziti, burnt lasagna, it definitely, I think that enhances the taste dramatically.
I mean, I don't know if it's just the cheese or just like the macaroni. Sometimes it gets like a little harder. Just that change of consistency. I don't know. I go straight for it.
Yeah, burnt cheese.
Good to work. Good to know. Thanks for the word, Ed. We appreciate it, buddy.
All right, guys.
All right, let me go. Here's another one. Ed, talking about pretzels. But hey, Ed, good morning.
Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the ba-ba-two, the ba-two, ba-ba. Oh,
no!
You were doing so well.
Melding it along with you, Ed. Try it again.
Try it again.
Try it again.
All right. Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the ba-ba-two, the ba-two, ba-ba-ba-doo, ba-ba-da.
Yeah! That's pretty close, right?
Closer. All right. Better. I like it.
Now do it backwards.
All right, Ed. What's up, man?
A Philly soft pretzel, without question, is absolutely the best when it is burnt.
All right, so we had a caller who said he orders them that way. How do you get are you taking a soft pretzel you might buy somewhere and then going home and burning it yourself, or how do you
keep a lighter in the car?
If I go there and I see that there's a burnt, rack of pretzels, I'll ask for those.
You'll buy them all up.
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
I have to try this.
At work, when they had pretzel day, and what I would do, I would, buy the pretzels, take them into the toaster oven,
okay,
put them in there and jack that thing up to like 450 for like 5 minutes. And come out. It's almost like eating a Snyder's hard sourdough.
Oh, yeah, I love those. I do love those. So I got to try the burnt soft pretzel. That sounds intriguing.
All right, Ed,
okay.
We'll give it a shot, man. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
Peace out.
I assume you do the mustard
out.
or cheese with that, right?
Yeah.
So what I would used to do is the Dutch, the Snyder's, the big Dutch pretzels, the hard ones.
Yeah.
And then you'd get the cheese, the what is it? The
Cheese whiz?
Cheese whiz in like a body heated up. It's meant to be heated for dipping.
Right.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I go with mustard.
There's not one thing healthy about that experience.
By the way, somebody texted in, you know what I mean, Jelly Bean? Sure do, Peanut Chew. Thank you. All right, we'll go next to Bob. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Oh, thanks, man. Thank you, Bob. All right, so a food that tastes better burnt.
Well, first of all, like that one Ed said, I'm taking notes. Cheese curls. I never heard that. I'm going to try that.
All right.
All right. I fry oatmeal with olive oil, and I burn that a little bit.
You fry oatmeal with olive oil. I have never heard of that.
Yeah, before you put the gravy on it.
Where did you pick this up?
I made it up myself.
Okay.
And my oldest son, I'll tell you, he goes nuts. If I'm home and I'm making it, I got to make him some.
So oatmeal usually needs to be softened up a bit by water. So what's the consistency like? Are you using a lot of oil?
Well, what you do is first you make the oatmeal like normal, the instant oats. You put it in the water in the pot, and you get it normal. And then what you do is you get the olive oil in a frying pan, and you get that nice and hot.
Yep.
And you put this in there. You just make sure you leave it in there long enough just to burn, just a little bit brown.
Are you making like little patties, like little crab cakes out of oatmeal, or what?
Oh no, I make like a big pancake.
Okay. All right. My mind is reeling at this. Did you discover this recipe during a house fire?
No, it's just the way my mind works, I guess.
All right. And then do you throw anything on that? You throw some fruit on it or sugar?
Oh, you could throw whatever you want in there. You could throw cayenne pepper. You can put onion salt, whatever you want.
Onion salt? What the hell? So you're having savory oatmeal?
Oh, yes.
See, I always think of it as a sweet treat.
I love oatmeal.
Wow.
It's crunchy and soft at the same time. You got the best of both worlds.
All right, you're changing things up here. You're making my mind freak out.
I like the unique thought. All right, thanks, Bob.
He's like you, Casey, because Casey, did you see what Casey did with the cinnamon toast crunch?
Oh. Yeah, he made. What'd you make out of it?
Just French toast, yeah.
Cinnamon toast crunch French toast.
So, would you crunch it up?
I crunched it up.
You batter and then dip it in that?
Yep.
Okay, that sounds pretty good.
The only thing I would have done.
Original idea?
Well, no. I mean, I initially, I follow Blackstone Griddle on
Not
Instagram.
the magician.
No. And they had Fruity Pebbles, and I don't have Fruity Pebbles. I have cinnamon toast. So I did it with that. The only thing I would have done differently is I would have crunched up the cereal a little bit finer, made it more of all powder.
I got
right?
you.
Yeah, throw it in a processor, something like that, and doing it that way.
Martin's Potato Rolls commented on your recipe.
I know. Well, I tagged them on it because the other thing is I didn't have any bread in the house. The only thing I had left over were potato rolls from the cheeseburgers that I made on Saturday night.
And that worked well for you?
It did, as a matter of fact.
Those potato rolls were real.
I'm going to go to Walter. Hi, Walter. How you doing, man?
Walter.
Walper, are you there?
Chris?
No.
Sure, Chris?
Is your name Chris?
Yeah, my name's Chris.
Where the hell did Walter come from?
This is my version of good morning it to Connor.
All right. All right. What's up, buddy?
So I got married in 2009 to my wife, and she gave me 2 terms of divorce. One would be if I ever gave her a Dutch oven.
Okay,
And the other one is if I ever steal the little French fries that are burnt from like the batch before that accidentally make it into yours.
Sure.
She loves them.
All right.
I agree.
The itty bitty crunchy ones, they're almost potato chips.
They're really good.
Yeah, I like them too.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're amazing.
Would she like save those for last, or just savor in them and point out how much she loved them?
No. She will dig through the bin of French fries to find them.
You know what you should do? And honestly, put the whole relationship to the test. Do a Dutch oven, but when you put the blanket up over her head, between your legs is a bowl of those burnt French fries.
There you go.
I thought about that on April Fool's one time.
All right, thanks, Chris. Appreciate it, man. Or Walter, or whatever you want to go by. All right, so this was also on this list that got it started, and I'm going to let Marissa handle it. Hi, Marissa. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, so we're talking about foods that actually taste better if they're a little bit burned.
So I love burned food in general. Just like Casey, I love my chicken burned.
Yeah.
But I like pierogies, like, you know how you normally boil them? I like to pan fry them, and I like them really, really crispy.
Mm-hmm. I
And
could see
carrots.
that.
I like pierogies,
It's kind of like, dumplings or pot stickers. I prefer them fried. I think having a little crunch on the outside is yummy.
My mother used to make dumplings, and then when they got a little bit burnt, they were fantastic. Yeah. So are you a big pierogi aficionado, Marissa?
No, not really. I'm weird and I like them that way.
No, there's a great pierogi place on Henry Avenue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in Roxborough. I think it's Roxborough. Yeah.
Hey, Marissa, do you what do you fry them in? Is it an oil or butter or what?
I just put butter in the pan with some garlic, and I just fry them up, get them really crispy, and they taste the best that way.
Yeah, can I come over?
Oh, anytime. Anytime.
All right, thank you, Marissa. He'll bring.
Do you do goat yoga?
Hey, there was. Let's see. You know what? I thought of one that I used to like. Nick, we made the bologna sandwich here for you one time.
Oh, yeah.
Me and Nick Elmy did.
Yes.
Doesn't stand for bologna.
I like it a little bit charred.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
I do like it a little bit charred. I think it tastes better.
So where is the char happening? Like, is it on both sides? Does it matter?
No, just on the outside.
Yeah, okay.
It doesn't have to be on both sides.
All right.
I will tell you this. I do not like regular.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Technically, got about 15 more seconds before we can officially play the sounder to begin our Preston Steve 20 money. Or I say that wrong from time. It's not 20. It's got to rhyme with money.
No, it's 20 money.
20 money. 20 money.
20 money.
So we can now do that. I've killed enough time. Here we go.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 Money Keyword.
All right, the word we're going to have you enter now is stock. S-T-O-C-K. And we'll give you until 25 minutes after the hour to enter that. You can do it through the MMR app. You can do it at WMMR.com. You can also text it to the special contest short code number. We have that set up now. It's called the number is 45911. One random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each MMR winner gets a pair of MMRBQ tickets as well. Winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. There are contest rules available at WMMR.com. Preston and Steve's 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. So the word again is stock. S-T-O-C-K. Do it now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pro Team Collision. If you find yourself in an accident, trust the pros. Pro Team Collision, your trusted auto body repair shop located in King of Prussia. Go to ProTeamCollision.com. A Florida man is facing charges after he offered deputies an alcoholic beverage during a bizarre pursuit. It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, then how about some blow?
On Saturday, deputies said 39-year-old Richard Christopher Smith of Miami stole several items, including several alcoholic beverages, and then walked out of the Spring Lake Market shortly before deputies arrived. They say that Smith was in a black minivan and he was driving circles around the store. He then sped off, launching a pursuit that ended several miles later in the parking lot of a business at the Sebring Airport. Now, during the pursuit,
That's what I get to do.
Deputies said that Smith held a can of Kettle One vodka spritz out the window.
Sure.
As he drove by a deputy trying to get him to stop, telling the deputy, "I was just going to give you a drink. That's it." Smith then attempted to ram two patrol vehicles in the midst of getting all four tires flattened by spike strips.
Well, that's not friendly.
Smith was eventually tased and charged with 2 accounts of aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer, battery on a law enforcement officer, 2 counts of resisting arrest, DUI, refusal to submit a DUI test, and petty theft as well.
So that's all illegal and that's all bad, but you get the feeling that guy is really enjoying life.
Probably.
Yeah.
And he offered a drink. In England, a head teacher attacked his deputy with a wrench after being hit by overwhelming sexual jealousy due to a love triangle at the school.
Ooh.
Dude, and there's video footage of this too. This guy walks in, there's a guy sitting at a desk, and he takes this, Clue board game looking monkey wrench.
Oh, like a huge one.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, man.
And goes after the guy.
Kill a guy.
Absolutely. So, Anthony Felton, 54 years old, admitted attempted grievous bodily harm with intent after the attack. Richard Pike, no wonder that's pinned all the way up. I was like, that is very loud.
I heard it loud, yeah.
Richard Pike was treated for minor injuries in the hospital after Felton sought him out and attacked him from behind. Felton was sentenced to 2 years and 4 months. The court heard Felton was distressed after finding out that he was the father of a fellow teacher's child and had recently discovered Mr. Pike was in a relationship with that same teacher.
I wish I'd gone to that school.
Mr. Pike told the court Felton, whom he trusted completely, brought a metal wrench into his office and rained a number of blows on him.
That should do the trick.
Mr. Pike fell to the ground and attempted to kick away from Felton before being helped by colleagues who heard the disturbance. Following the attack, which was caught on video, Felton threw the wrench away and drove off before sending an email to all staff apologizing for the problems.
Sorry about that.
And distress that his actions were likely to cause.
They called the attack wrenching.
Mr. Pike said that Felton had manipulated me into a position of complete vulnerability. I thought we were trusted colleagues who had, over many years, built up a relationship of trust and understanding.
We're watching the video. He's taken it out of his thing. Ba-bam.
What a coward.
Yes. It's a sucker
coward.
shot.
Uh-huh.
He said, it terrifies me still. I feel that I have lost so much of me, and I'm not sure if I will ever come to terms with that. But dude's going to jail for that one.
Yes.
A doctor who secretly spied on 30 different people claimed that he only did it due to his concerns about his small penis. Ju Young hid tiny cameras in air fresheners and a smoke alarm in the bathroom and a spare bedroom of his apartment
so small.
in Glasgow, Scotland's West End. Also discreetly filmed a friend and a doctor at staff accommodation in Dumfries and Galloway Royal Infirmary.
Constable, I have a very good reason. I have a small penis.
Well, wait do you hear this? So the anesthetist who worked in Glasgow denied doing anything illegal. He instead claimed that he has body dysmorphia, a condition where sufferers obsess over apparent flaws in their appearance. And said that this was only diagnosed after he was arrested. The doctor insisted that he was born with a small penis and used the footage to compare with other men. However, a jury at Glasgow Sheriff Court decided that acts were done for his own sexual gratification.
Probably the case.
He was found guilty to a total of 23 charges. Of his 30 victims, 21 were men, 9 were women, 3 of the men and 1 woman were doctors. The court heard that initially recorded his first victim in secret with a mobile phone through a window while he showered.
Hey guys, I'm doing this video because I have a small penis.
Later attached a camera to a smoke alarm of the fellow doctor's bedroom at the hospital. The footage also captured intimate footage between this man and his partner. Rented out his spare bedroom to others on Airbnb. And he recorded them naked, showering, using the bathroom, and some occasions having sex.
That's why it's such a creepy dynamic.
Told jurors in his evidence that he was diagnosed with suspected gigantism when he was a teenager, which was possibly why he had a small penis. Jurors heard that did not seek medical help until 20 years later.
How large is this person?
Further said that he did not want to view images on Google in case he came across illegal photographs. And he also claimed that he did not view pornography as it was, quote, exaggerated and bigger than your normal male.
Yeah, he's saying all the right stuff.
So he stated that he did not compare himself with his patients as they were the people who trusted him. So he would film his coworkers.
Yes.
Instead.
Well, he had a sense of decency about it.
Yeah, to take a look at their penis size to compare it to his tiny penis.
Well, that actually, I'm pretty good compared to this guy's dong.
And that is why he says he decided to do that.
Glad he's in medicine.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and that's where we'll wrap it up there. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, the word that you need to enter in order to win $1,000 is stock. That is currently the keyword that we have in Preston and Steve 20 Money. So do that now. Stock, S-T-O-C-K. You have until 25 minutes after the hour. We have another break to take. When we get back, we'll do the lesson question, trash and music news as well. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
But grilled bologna sandwiches? I can swing that.
Nice.
You know, Chuck D'Amico loves to air fry pepperoni.
Oh, really?
Doesn't stand for pepperoni.
He doesn't stand for bologna.
Yeah, I bet that's like well done bacon. Like it's really crispy and falls apart really easily.
Who brought? There was somebody brought by. It was with syrup. Do you remember, Nick? They brought by this obscenely huge tray of like burnt bacon with like a syrup, and I was like, I'm like, this is the greatest and most horrible thing in the world at the same time.
I want it back, though.
I want it back.
I want you back here in Philly.
Hello, bacon. We want you back.
They what was it? The farmers, not
Founding Farmers.
Yeah, founding farmers.
Yeah.
They have these things called bacon lollies.
Oh,
what's that?
Which are it's on a little stick and it's a piece of well done bacon.
Oh wow!
That's got like a
wrapping something,
a candied type of
candy,
sweetness on it.
I got
like that.
It's pretty tasty.
Is it around a particular item or is it just the bacon?
A wedding ring.
What do you mean? Is it around?
Like is there scallop hidden within?
No.
No.
Just
why?
bacon.
Why? What makes you think the lolly part?
Yeah. Like
no. It's just
like
it's
a
on a
Tootsie
stick.
Pop.
It's on a stick like a lollipop.
I would stick a scallop in there and then wrap it with bacon and then make that the pop.
I like that too.
That almost becomes like a blow pop, but a different version with meat.
A scallop pop.
Yeah.
Because a blow pop had gum in the middle of it, right?
Yeah.
Or
layers.
Tootsie Roll.
Tootsie Pop has Tootsie Roll, yeah.
Right.
Remember Tootsie Pop drops? Those
Yes.
were.
I loved those.
Yeah.
I like scallop drops. They were my favorite as a kid.
Candy covered scallops.
These are great, Mom.
Yeah.
Do they make Tootsie Pop
How
drops
many licks
anymore?
does it take to get the center of a scallop pop?
These are birth control pops.
Wow. All right. Anyway, clearly we could talk all day about this because our text messages are lighting up like crazy and so are our phone lines, but we have to take a break. But I thought it was an interesting look at foods that might taste better with a little burn on them, if you will. By the way, do you say burned or burnt?
I would say, I
say burnt.
I don't know. A burned, I guess, and burnt is adequate as well.
All right. Anyway, thank you for your calls. We appreciate it. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We'll dive into the bizarre when we get back. Stay with us. Tuesday, today's chance for you to win a Preston and Steve tattoo. So text word tattoo to 39333, and that is from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. Just wanted to mention that Nick saw a bare naked booby in the wild yesterday.
In the wild?
In the wild.
And not a bird.
Because if you go to a strip club or something like that, that's like going to the zoo.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah. No big deal.
You get to appreciate, and you can look longer than you normally would.
Right.
But when it's in the wild, there's something more exciting about that.
You just don't expect it.
Right.
Yeah. Even though you've set up a blind and have binoculars.
Right.
And Steve, I did not at all expect it, so much so that it was, I believe, a triple take when I spotted said booby in the wild. I was at a grocery store, and this she was probably mid to late 30s, maybe early 40s, very attractive woman. She was coming out of the bathroom, and I was walking towards where the bathrooms were. So we were walking in opposite directions, and she had a nice breasts. And,
she had a nice breast. This woman, so I'm in the supermarket, and she's got a nice breast.
She'd paid for these breasts.
Oh, after factory, as they say.
Yes, so they were sort of on display to begin with.
Right.
It was a low-cut top.
Right.
And so she was coming out of the bathroom, and so the part of the reason why I brought it up is I'm curious, Kathy or Marissa, like how this could actually happen, because she was clearly not wearing a bra. And my guess was, when she went to the bathroom, when she was in the facilities, maybe she was lifting her shirt back up, like after tucking her pants back in or whatever.
Where was the boob hanging out from?
It was left boob
under.
No, to the side.
Cleavage?
So the shift, the cleavage shift had gone from in the middle of the boobs to the right boob entirely.
I gotcha.
And so the left one was fully exposed.
So it was
Wait.
I don't understand.
Hold on. The left boob was coming out of the cleavage part, the V?
No, I'm sorry. The left boob was coming out of the left side. So like the armpit,
the tank top. Was it a tank top?
It was a tank top.
Yeah.
Okay,
It was a low cut tank top.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So the armpit hole had basically shifted over a little bit, and so
you're getting drastic side boob, basically.
Yeah, and so all of this is
Wait, did you see nipple?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
so
my
more
God.
than side boob.
No
whole boob.
No bra. And all of this is happening in real time. And it's one of those things where, like, when you look at a woman and you see cleavage or whatever, you sort of do the side eye. You glance more than once. But this one, I was like, wait, no, that's not what I saw. Oh, that is what I saw. Wait, is that what I saw? All of that is spinning around in your brain as quickly as humanly possible.
Before you answer this question on how something like that could happen, Kathy, do we as responsible men
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
go over and say something?
I think you have to.
Hey, your knockers are hanging out.
I mean, Nick, did you say anything?
No, and I thought about it, and I was wondering what the approach should be. Because, look, when that type of thing happens, unless you're doing it blatantly for attention, which I don't think that she was, I think it was by accident, I didn't want her to be embarrassed in the store.
Could you do it cryptically and say, hey, melons are on sale?
Wait, you didn't want to embarrass her, but the poor thing
I know.
probably walked into so many people.
Somebody texted and said Nick should have said, we, guess what I get to do?
All right.
Oh,
Nobody
just
from the
should
radio.
have yelled it
So
right there.
I think a great question.
Guess what I get to do?
Kathy.
How could that happen?
Well, no, yeah, to some extent, but also, would you prefer? I think I might do what Nick did and just say,
I know.
there's no way as a guy you can.
And I thought about it.
And I think you wait for a woman to tell her.
No way.
So what would you do? I mean, would you prefer that a guy told you if you were exposed that way?
Oh, I mean, it would be so embarrassing.
Yeah.
But if I was walking out of the bathroom, I think I'd rather catch it instead of walking through the rest of the store and like more people seeing it. you
Or
know?
do you go find a random woman to go tell this
Yeah,
woman?
honestly, I think
There's
that
a
would be
woman
good.
on aisle 5 with her knocker hanging out her armpit.
I mean, this lady's going to walk through the entire supermarket. I think you failed. I think you and anybody would have. You want the very first person that sees it to tell you that they just saw it. Like,
I can understand Nick's position on that, though.
I don't
Well,
understand.
it was a moment in time, Casey, and so I didn't want to turn around and then chase after this woman and say, hey, your boob's hanging out.
Hey, lady!
So I debated whether or not I should do it, and I suppose your instincts would have been different than mine, but at the moment, I didn't want to say anything that would have embarrassed her any further, and so, like, to me, the person doing the confrontation and saying something to her, that's embarrassing to me as well. I don't want to be that guy that'd be like, hey, your boob's hanging out.
And finding the right words in that moment as well might be kind of hard. Like,
your shirt.
You're hanging out, would be like, oh my God, why did I say that? It'd be like, cover up, maybe. I don't know.
I would have just said your shirt.
Your shirt.
Check your shirt.
Your knocker plopped out.
So in hindsight, I kind of wish that I had said something, but at the moment in time, I did not.
But let me explain, because I can see how this happens. Now, I don't have fake boobs, but either way, like if she was in the bathroom, because this has happened to me, not where my boob is fully out, but if we don't sit on the toilet and we're hovering, like you're kind of hovering forward, the boobs are hanging.
I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened.
So that left her in this precarious predicament. There's a whole bunch of I think, moral questions here as to how you approach that and what you would do in that situation. I could see you. It's like when you see a fight in real life, it's like you're so used to seeing it in the movies or whatever that you don't. What did I just see? What did I? Yeah. And by the time you process it, the moment is gone.
Right, listen, I had a similar situation. I was at Wonderland Pier in Ocean City, and there was a guy in a wheelchair, and his testicles were hanging out of his shorts.
That's right.
And I went up and I told his caretaker, I'm like, yo, his nutsack is, I didn't say that,
Did you tuck it back in for him?
I did, with my mouth. No, but I said to the caretaker, I'm like, excuse me, this gentleman's testicles are exposed, and it's as simple as that. Like, yes, it sucks. It's embarrassing.
I was at a wedding one time, and it was a daytime reception, so the room was well lit up. It wasn't a dark room, and everybody's dancing. We're doing kind of slow dancing, the traditional man and woman dance, whatever you call that, not a foxtrot, but anyhow. And there was a gal who was there, and we had met her earlier in the day. They were I think the dance instructor that helped the bride and groom learn this really cool fancy dance that they were going to do for their first dance.
Right.
So anyhow, they're dancing together, and her top is slowly slipping down and down and down. Yeah. She wasn't overly well endowed.
Right.
Okay, but nonetheless, it came all the way down. Nipple, the whole thing, everything hanging out. I didn't say a damn thing.
Right.
And I feel a little bit bad about that to this day, that I could have easily, because I met her earlier and I could have been like, hey, pointed.
Could you have stepped on the back of her dress to make everything pull up in the front?
Would that have worked? Yeah, I guess that could have worked, right?
Yeah. I know but I hear what you're saying. You don't, because it seems like such an affront because of you being a guy. But then I also see the merit in how long do you let that go on? If you may want to adjust yourself.
I do think I think I would prefer if a woman came over to me, like if you're with your wife, like, Rochelle, go tell Kathy your knockers are hanging out.
Right.
I'd rather that than you be like,
hello, Rochelle, it's Preston. Can you drive down to the supermarket? I need you to tell a woman that her knockers are hanging out.
It could have been, Nick, could have been like an invitation. She could have been like,
In the whole quick thought process, one of my thoughts was,
should I meet her in the bathroom?
No.
Whoever?
Is she doing this on purpose? Is she doing it for
Oh, my God, that's Nick McElwain out there. How do I get him? Now's my only shot, girl. Better flop out a knocker.
I don't think that's actually what the case was, Kath. But for a moment, I'm like,
he's by the guacamole.
I do love guacamole.
Ooh, Fighters, 93.3 WMMR, under you. It's Preston and Steve Show, about 18 minutes after 10 o'clock. Beautiful day today. It's a Monday. May as well have a good day weather-wise. And I mean, it's spectacular. High 76. Nothing but sunshine, and not as crazy windy as it was yesterday. That was we had stuff blowing all over my backyard.
Yes,
yesterday.
Absolutely.
Going up to 82 tomorrow in sunshine. And then we're going to stay around 80 degrees on Wednesday and partly cloudy skies. So good weather, good summery type of weather this week. It's time for lesson question. We're going to give away a pair of tickets for Star Wars A New Hope live in concert Friday, June 20th at The Man and the Philadelphia Orchestra, playing that Oscar-winning musical score.
Excellent.
Live. How great is that? Dude, just for the opening alone. Yeah. That'll be incredible. Thank you, Case. All right, so the question that we will go with this morning is, it's probably not a great idea to use ChatGPT as a default therapist. After his prostate cancer, what game on his phone helped Steve? All right, as a therapist. Let's see if you know. Now, here's the deal. You have to text the word Zoom. I didn't hook up our phone today.
No, it's all right. You forget sometimes.
How do you expect people to call in?
I know, it's my fault. I didn't get a chance to tape the phone line to the telephone. But anyway.
We're making progress.
So you have to text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. It's a little more time consuming than our phone lines used to be. So it's kind of tough to squeeze this in right after the trash, but we're going to try anyway. So the question again is, probably not a great idea to use ChatGPT as a default therapist, but after his prostate cancer, what game on his phone helps Steve as a therapist? All right, so text word Zoom 610-660-9333, and we will do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by A.D. Moyer, trusted expert since 1939. A.D. Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. And you can visit them on the web at admoyer.com. Steve, what's happening this morning?
Preston, this is very weird. Jeffrey Epstein whistleblower Virginia Giuffre was found dead by suicide on Friday after posting online that she is not suicidal and that, quote, evil people wanted her dead. Giuffre was found in her apartment next to an empty bottle of pills and laying in her wood chipper.
Oh, wow.
It just seems weird, doesn't it? Kanye West saying he would go back in time. If he could go back in time, he would choose to have his kids with Paris Hilton instead of Kim Kardashian. West also said he would bring back a copy of the Sports Almanac from 2015.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Gwyneth Paltrow announcing on our Goop podcast she's done with the paleo diet and is going back and has gone back, in fact, to eating carbs and cheese. Paltrow has revealed that her new favorite breakfast, pork chops Alamo. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we got somebody who wants to take a crack at this, and we are going to check in with Chelsea. Hi, Chelsea. Good morning.
Hi, guys.
Hey, all right, Chelsea, we have a question for you. It's probably not a great idea to use ChatGPT as a default therapist, but after his prostate cancer, what game on his phone helped Steve?
As a therapist, I can confirm that Angry Birds.
Chelsea is a therapist. All right, Chelsea, hang on. We are going to give you a pair of tickets for Star Wars: A New Hope live in concert Friday, June 20th. It's going to be at the Man, and the Philadelphia Orchestra will play Oscar-winning composer John Williams' musical score live as the film is projected on 3 giant screens at the TD Pavilion at the Man. Parking is free. Tickets start at $28, and it's on sale now via mancenter.org. So congratulations. We'll now get to music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right. Yeah. Brought to you by... All right, Steve, this was down. There we go. Brought to you by Pella Windows, and it's time to save on windows from Pella. You can save $1,500 off of your project and 0% interest for 12 months. Visit PellaPhilly.com. We had a nice conversation about this earlier this morning with a new group of inductees. With the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame has been announced. The news broke during last night's broadcast of American Idol, and it doesn't come without a little bit of controversy, but also some great news. I'll start with the great news. Philadelphia's own Chubby Checker is headed to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Come on, big man!
And there are a few other ties with Philadelphia. Cyndi Lauper is going to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She and Rob Hyman wrote Time After Time together, and Robert Hazard wrote, Girls Just Want to Have Fun.
It's a huge connection, absolutely.
Big connections there.
Yeah.
Also inducted are the White Stripes, Outkast, Bad Company, Soundgarden, and Joe Cocker. And another tie into Philadelphia, Thomas Bell, who is part of the Gamble and Huff group.
Yeah, legendary.
Is in the Musical Excellence Award. So he was a producer, and also pianist Nicky Hopkins, and bassist Carol Kay, who was one of the famous Wrecking Crew session members.
Carol Kay is the one on Wichita Lineman that came up with the ding, 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 the beginning.
Oh.
The iconic beginning of that song.
The 13th inductee was legendary record executive and producer Lenny Waronker, and the induction will take place at the Peacock Theater in Los Angeles on November 8th. And I also want to mention something.
He's still on the line.
So the fan voting, even though they won, Fish did not make the cut. You kind of called that one, Casey. Had heard that there were some biases against the group amongst the board.
Apparently, the fan vote only counts for one vote.
Yeah, it happened a few years ago to Dave Matthews Band.
Yeah.
They won the fan vote. They didn't get in, and then they were officially inducted last year.
But it's awesome that Meg White is getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. She deserves that.
The weird thing, Case, is that Fish obviously and eventually will make it. They deserve it. I often wonder about what they're trying to sell that year. Mm-hmm. And last year, they needed to sell tickets to the concert, and Dave Matthews Band brought in a lot of tickets to the concert. So whenever Fish gets in, they'll sell out that arena.
I have to imagine that's going to be a no-brainer. The Fish fandom motivated to be a part of that? I don't know. I mean, not unless, they have another plan, but it seems like a missed opportunity, at least this time.
2 more recording artists won induction into the Hall despite not appearing on this year's ballot in a separate musical influence category. Salt and Peppa and another Philadelphia connection, Warren Zevon, have been inducted, or will be inducted, I should say, on
Love
the 3rd.
Warren Zevon.
November 8th. And Warren lived in Philadelphia, in the region, for a time in the 1980s. So that's some good news there for those people. And I had texted, reach out to Shan, Chubby Checker's son.
Yeah.
And told him, congratulations from us and everything. And he said, yeah, it's wonderful. He's going to be able to experience this.
How old is Chubby right now, did you say?
He is 83 years old.
83 years old, okay.
Yep.
He's still performing, right?
Yeah. You know what? I don't know.
I thought he was.
I'm not sure if he's still performing or not. But yeah, so Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and the induction ceremony is taking place in November, so that's great news. Another thing that's coming up is MMRBQ. It's almost here, May 10th, and if you haven't gotten your ticket yet, you can do that now. Keep in mind, there's a 4-pack of lawn seats for $100 plus tax, saves $40 in fees. Now, here's the deal. I've seen texts come in from time to time where they're like, the lawn seats are not $25. No, they're not. If you buy them individually or in groups of 2 or 3, it's a 4-pack that you need to get, and you need to go through WMMR.com /MMRBQ to get the information on that. But there is a 4-pack of tickets option available. And also, the live band karaoke voting is underway. 10 singers get to sing on stage with the band, and you can vote now at PrestonandSteve.com.
So I've been messaging with Diego Ramos, formerly of the Chio Show on Q102. Because there is a Diego Ramos that is part of the karaoke voting process.
Were you wondering if it was him?
Well, he texted me. He reached out to me. It's not him. I don't know who it is.
That's funny.
But it is not the Diego Ramos that we all know and love.
I like Diego Ramos.
I was actually really bummed out to find that out.
Oh, it was cool.
I would have loved to have Diego.
Yeah.
In fact, even if you can't carry a tune, get out here and sing, man.
I have not seen Diego in a long
He's
time.
awesome.
Very cool guy.
That's funny, man. All right. But another thing to mention about the Preston and Steve Show side stage is that we will have, for the first time ever, a main stage act performing. Fat Mez is going to do 2 sets. They're going to do a completely unique set for the opening of the MMRBQ at 1 o'clock. And then later on that afternoon, another unique set on the side stage. And we're hoping that you'll get a chance to get over and see them. So get there early, see these amazing band for 2 completely different sets.
I hope this Fat Mez thing starts a precedent where we start to see some of the bands and subsequent barbecues. It's kind of a cool little perk.
Yep. And then I wanted to mention this. I got an email. This is from Emily Troisi, who is reaching out to a little bit of help about something called Project Hera. It is Friday, May 16th. They are a non-profit, dedicated to promoting and empowering women in music. And they're hosting their signature tribute concert to Lilith Fair at the Bottle and Cork in Dewey Beach, Delaware.
Lilith Fair.
Friday, May 16th. And the Lilith Fest will feature more than 20 female artists, including Delaware native and famed contestant of The Voice, Olivia Rubini, performing tributes to dozens of acts that played Sarah McLachlan's original Lilith Fair Music Festival, including Hart, Pat Benatar, Alanis Morissette, and Bonnie Raitt. Lilith Fest is meant to promote female artists who are historically underrepresented in music and made up just 1/3 of artists in Billboard's 2024 Hot 100 chart, but also provide an uplifting, community-oriented experience for attendees. I don't have the, how you get tickets information, but I'm sure you can go to Bottle and Cork's website of Dewey Beach or do a quick search on Project Hera, Hera. So I wanted to give them a little plug for
Nice,
that.
yes.
And that's it in music news. We'll take another break. I've been told the triumphant return of Pierre Robert.
Oh, my God.
The Duke is back, baby.
How do I look?
You look wonderful. You're gonna wow him. But he should be here shortly. Letter of the day, word of the week prize. We'll come back in a moment. Stay with us.
Nick, the flood of stuff. I don't care. The flood of everything is like.
And it's comical too, Steve, because it really was triple take. Like I looked, and then I looked again, and then I looked again, and I was like, wait. And now I feel like an idiot because I'm the one staring at this poor lady's boob, solo boob.
But they're in the male mentality. There's a split second.
Yes.
Lightning fast. Jumps across the synapse very quickly. Flash of. Did you do that on purpose?
Yes.
Is that for me?
It's gotta be. Gotta be. It's at the supermarket. How could it not be?
Boom.
Yep.
I've seen videos where they do this at grocery stores.
Yeah.
Right? And that seems.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was exposed.
Hang on. Does she have a shopping cart?
No, she was. She did not. She was walking out of the bathroom without a cart. She was. I think by herself.
Did she have her boobs in the child seat?
I wasn't sure if maybe there was an upside down pineapple in the shopping cart.
That is a sign that you're looking to swing, right?
But Case, like, it was not. It wasn't like an elderly woman where you're like,
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Right. It was a younger, attractive woman who had fake boobs. So like, it was not like.
Back to the fanatic.
It's biblical, yes.
It seems I never hear stories of you. There never seems to be a situation like a moose ending.
I have Warren on the phone. Hey, Warren. Good morning.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rock and roll, brother.
Rock and roll, my man. What's up, buddy?
Hey, listen, I had the same thing happen to me at a resort in Punta Cana. We were going to one of those pool bars where everybody sits around the bar.
Sure.
In the pool.
Right.
Yep.
And this beautiful girl, she was just an amazing body on her. You look over, and her breasts had fell out on one side of her top, and she had a small bathing suit on. So I just kind of like swam over,
the Jaws music.
Swam on over.
And I said to her, hey, adjust your top.
So just to get it clear, Warren, how did you phrase it? You said, did you make it like a hand gesture and say, did you quietly say you adjust your top?
Well, at first I was just kind of staring, like my eyes were real big, and I'm looking down and looking up at her and looking down and looking up, and I'm like, hey, trying to like just go like, hey, look, it's floating, it's floating, it's a coconut here coming over to the bar.
You actually said these words?
No. Now, in my mind.
Oh, in your mind. Like,
okay.
Wow, okay.
So how did you delicately say it to her?
But what come out was, hey, adjust your top.
Okay. All right.
That's good.
I think that's right. And did she seem to appreciate that, or was she mortified?
Oh, well, she looked at first. Well, she looks down, and I mean, literally, we are in a pool, so I'm not joking when I say it's like floating away. It's moving away from her like a buoy. He stooped her in and tucked it, and she's just like, "Oh my God, thank you so much."
All right.
Yeah.
That was my question. I wanted to know if she appreciated that.
And if everybody's wearing bathing suits and you're drinking at a swim-up bar, it's like, this
that again.
Oh, I got it.
Right.
Let me get that
thanks,
for
Warren.
you.
Yeah.
So I was at a Phillies game years ago, and I told you this story before, but there was a woman, a young woman whose sundress was in the back. It was crammed up the crack of her ass. So half of her ass cheek was hanging out. And I was talking to my friends, and I was pointing it out. I'm like, somebody's got to go tell her that her, and so her friend catches me looking over, and now she was very buxom as well. And so she catches me looking over there and kind of like gesturing and pointing, and her friend, being her friend, looks at me and she goes, "We know she's got big boobs, right?" And I was like, "No,
your friend's ass crack is hanging out. It was like, and I was going to be a little bit more diplomatic about it, but then, her friend was such an a-hole.
By the way, I had a text come in and says, talking about this woman who had her boob out that Nick saw, and they said something along the lines of, oh, she knew. It's like your butt crack. You know when your butt crack's out. No, you don't.
I don't think so.
I have seen so much ass crack.
Yeah.
Even in the cold, and it's like nobody knows when their butt crack's hanging out, and I've seen a lot of it lately.
And I think if you're, it's interesting that you would say after factory, because I think, like Kathy, you're naturally, you say, I think over the course of your time or life, you know what things feel like when there's an extra breeze on it. You know what I'm saying? Like you'd be more aware.
Yeah, but I could easily see this.
You could easily see it?
Like mine, that bathroom, that hover position, like mine have been like way out of the tank top. Like, you know what I mean? Not nipple or anything like that, but too much. Now, when you're at the grocery store, I'm betting that there wasn't a mirror in there, because typically there'll be a mirror above the sink, so you're washing your hands and then you adjust adjust yourself. Yeah.
By the way, do you think that breast implants are less sensitive, that women don't?
I have no idea, but I think
have boob awareness.
If you have newer equipment, perhaps you're not used to what
it
the
feels
sensation is when
you're just still getting used to it.
Right.
I mean, she was already not wearing a bra, right? So like that feeling of that fabric over her boob had already been removed.
Right.
And so like I think that the exposure, it just didn't register.
That's what happened after my penile implant.
Right. Yeah.
If I were a woman with big boobs, I wonder if I would like going braless or not. Kathy,
I mean, that's the
you
point
hate that, right?
Well, yeah, because I can't. If I had breast implants, I would probably never put a bra on again if they were perky like that.
Because they.
Yeah.
Going
they
to
don't
the supermarket picking up some succulents.
Why are you dressed like that?
If I took a bra off, Case, it would be like that lady from Keenan's.
Oh, yeah.
The lady from Keenan's.
Remember the one year when Casey and I used to drink a lot, and some woman, what does she say to me, Case? I think she said, "Do you want to see my boobs?"
I don't even think she asked. This was after Keenan's, and she was just flopping them out there for everybody to see.
I mean, like her top was off. Like I saw her boobs, and they were very pancake-like and hanging a little.
Right, and she just started like slapping them. Right, like
you did, Kathy.
Yes.
Casey was standing next to me.
I had for those of you who think Kathy is this prudish gal that she plays off, you haven't seen the real Kath.
It's one of my favorite memories. It's so great.
I made him extra sloppy for you.
Yeah. All right,
I made him extra sloppy for you.
Let me go to Joe. Hi, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Hey, Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
So when I was about 16, we were at the beach, and my pops is sitting there, and he's looking at this girl. He's like, dude, her top's going to come off in the next wave. Sure enough, boom, popped right out. So my dad is sitting there, so he starts cracking up. Me, I'm just standing right there staring. But he yells real loud. He goes,
Sublime on 93.3 WMMR, everything that rocks, telling us about the wrong way, friend. 10:37 on a Monday morning. Coming to a close for the broadcast for the Preston and Steve show. Today, beautiful day weather-wise. I know I've been hitting that left and right, but it's just been fantastic. In fact, has it been warm? It's been warmer than normal, right?
I believe so.
Yeah,
it
because
seems
we usually don't start to get this until late May.
Yeah, so we're going to be getting one of those springs where I think we could just it becomes summer quickly.
Yeah,
so
which is kind of weird.
Yeah.
But hopefully it won't turn into blazingly hot summer down the road, but we'll see about that. Today's about 76 degrees and sunshine. It's just absolutely ideal.
I love it. You just sit out and if you can, grab some time to just go for a walk or sit outside or absorb it. It is life-affirming. Yeah. It picks you up. It's actually healthy for you.
Sat outside most of the day yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
It was wonderful, yeah.
It was a little windy for a little bit. And then by the evening, the wind kind of went away, man.
I was working the yard, man.
Yep.
Love that. Keeping my lines straight, Preston. You know when you mow. You have to make sure the lines are good.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, so my son had a rugby match yesterday, and then afterwards, one of the parents had a party at their house, and they live in Medford Lakes. I'd never been to Medford Lakes in my entire life.
How was it?
It was awesome.
Yeah?
Yeah, I felt like I was in a mountain community. It was like right. The house was like right on a lake, and so that's why I noticed the wind, because when we got there, the wind was, it was whistling.
Down the boardwalk, and then coming down Medford Lakes. Hey, Ben, we're going to Medford Lakes. Casey's having a party. I know you weren't, but I just want to get the guys excited.
You got to figure Bruce has been to Medford Lakes, right? He's a Jersey guy.
It's in New Jersey, so he's had to have
It's
been.
called Medford Lakes. I like it better than Thunder Road. They got a lake.
Thunder Road's just a road.
It's a goddamn road.
Yeah, I've seen that a bunch of
Find
times.
them anywhere.
All right, real quick, I want to thank our guest this morning. We had our friend John DeRenzi.
Yes.
John DeRenzi had a kidney transplant, and he came with a guest, and it was a gentleman named Joe Duffy. Joe's son, Caleb, passed away, I believe he was at 33 years old.
Yes.
And fortunately for John and 4 other people, Caleb had filled out for his driver's license to be an organ donor, and he ended up saving the lives of 5 people total.
Mm-hmm.
And it is National Donate Life Month. April is. We're running out of time on that, but they just wanted to highlight that and remind people that that option is available. And John is living proof of someone who can carry on now, as is the other people that benefited from those organ donations.
Super inspiring.
Yep.
To see them both.
Nice, Edmund. And then the lovely Brooke Burns was on. And she's the new host of Tic Tac Dough. You can find that on Game Show Network weeknights at 7 p.m. We have the Triumphant returned. Triumphant, I tell you.
Where's my Don Rickles music?
He returns victorious from his world travels to tell you. We're working on it. Hang on. We're working on it. To tell you stories that he has regaled throughout his travels around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you the Duke, Pierre Robert.
Yay!
Good morning, sir.
Fine, thank you.
However, you did not leave, did you? This was your getting your S together. Oh, you did?
Yeah, I went to the sea.
You went to the sea.
The sea
That's
of
the sailor in
chaos.
you.
The sea of chaos.
The sea of chaos.
Yes, it was another stay-at-home week of trying to organize paperwork and go through the massive clutter and chaos that
How many assistants that have done this for you have you had to talk off the roof?
I've lost them all.
Oh, they're all gone.
Run screaming, going, how can anyone live like this?
Right.
But, we all get a lot of paper, right, and things, and then you try to store things, and then if you don't stay up on the things that you get or the things that you already have
John from Sequoia build you an office. He's right.
Why didn't I think of that? Yes, that certainly is an idea.
Yeah.
Anyway, so and then if you don't manage the things, then things can get a little out of control.
Yes.
So,
So you choose not to manage things.
I intend to manage them. I just don't quite get to it.
It's your version of managing, which is allowing them to. You have what we refer to as free range paperwork.
Laissez-faire.
Yes.
More on the lays.
Yeah.
And I need more affairs, but it's not pretty.
But now that you've wrapped it up, because we were talking about this, and in our time off, I think we all did like garages, and it was bagstering out like crazy, and you feel good because it lifts it off your mental plate. Do you feel purged?
Not quite.
Not quite.
I made a dent. I started the feng shui of things. You shake up the energy and you move things by moving things around in placement. And so I began that process, and I got a lot of stuff done, threw a lot of stuff out, and yet there is the inevitable, just like the sea, the waves keep coming at the sea of chaos.
It's true.
And so there's still more sea to manage.
Okay, more sea.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Totally get what you're saying.
what I'm here
The
for.
Prophet Gilbran. That's you.
Thank God I'm back.
All right, and back to work. And one order of business we need is our letter of the day, if you're ready.
Yes.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
B as in business.
All right, and the B will lead to a word that will eventually get you a Powhana Summer Tiki boat cruise for up to 16 people.
16 people.
Yep. You can set sail with Powhana in Ocean City, New Jersey. It's the only Caribbean tiki boat experience in New Jersey. And you bring the drinks and the food, and they will captain the boat. You can book your tropical getaway, bachelor party, daytime, or sunset cruise today at njtiki.com, by the way. So we'll give it away on Friday. What are you doing today, by the way?
Well, I'm going to farm and water.
Ah.
Yes. After that, then I'm going to grow some plants. I'm going to grow Jersey tomatoes.
Ooh, yummy.
And Balakinwood.
You can do it.
It really can. Yeah. And in addition to that, I will have more giveaways for this Wolfgang Van Halen thing, which is coming up. APR Presents. We've been doing 4-packs, started last week. But today, I think all this week, I have 2 4-packs.
Oh.
So that'll be fun. And also 20 money keyword coming at noon and at 3 and at 5 o'clock. Chances for $1,000 and MMRBQ tickets and blocks of the Foo Fighters and Van Halen and cake.
Ooh,
Love
all
cake.
right. Nice little mix of groups there.
Yeah, it is.
Excellent.
Yes.
Let me take a moment to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and Parks Casino. This is how you win. Tomorrow on our program, it's a Tuesday. We will give away some free ink via the Tattoos Day, Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. We will have joining us, so we have the Truist Championship is coming up at Philadelphia Cricket Club, but down the road, the 2026 PGA Championship, a major event, is coming to town. We are going to have the director of said event, Ryan Ogle, joining us, and guitarist Don Felder, formerly of the Eagles, will
Love
be joining
him,
us.
yeah.
So we'll see what else we can do as well. That's it. We're done. Rage on and have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.